Well, a very good morning from a warm Utilita Bowl, where we are about to get underway. Day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. Hampshire have won the toss and they are going to bat first. There is one major change in the Hampshire side and there's one change in the Durham side as well. They may call it major. We'll give you the two teams in a moment, but introduce your commentary team for today. A little later you'll hear from England and Hampshire disability player Anthony Clapham. We've also got the analyst back with us, Simon Hughes. But right now it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Newcastle, it's our old friend, and he's very old. Not him, but it's 8 years since he was here. I'm sure he'll tell you all about it.
Can't really remember anything.
Martin Emerson.
It rained a lot, I remember that.
How are you?
I'm fine. Nice day. Nice to see the sun.
It is.
Especially all this down here. You can't guarantee the weather down here, can you?
Can't guarantee it anywhere.
No. It's been a miserable spring, but it does feel like the weather has finally come along at long last. So Hampshire have won the toss and they've decided they're going to have a bat.
Yep. So we hear your team.
Yes. Durham are as follows. Peter Siddle is making his debut, so Paul Coughlin stands aside for him. So it's Alex Lees, Scott Borthwick the skipper, Colin Ackerman, David Beddingham, Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark, Bryden Carse, Peter Siddle, Ben Rain, Matty Potts and Callum Parkinson.
Hampshire have made one change. No Mohammed Abbas for this game. He's ill, apparently. So he's ill. And Felix Organ comes into the side. So a seamer goes out and a spinner comes in. So Hampshire will line up like this: Ali Orr, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, Captain James Vince, Tom Prest, Liam Dawson, wicketkeeper Ben Brown, James Fuller, Organ, Kyle Abbott and Brad Wheel. So no Mohammed Abbas for Hampshire in this game. Now it's quite interesting actually, because I spoke to Director of Cricket Giles White yesterday, and he was telling me that this wicket they are expecting to turn a little bit, so maybe that's no surprise that Mohammed Abbas, or a seamer, has been left out of the side and an extra spinner has come in. But you kept with the same spinners. You've got two spinners anyway, haven't you?
Well, it's three if you've got Callum Parkinson, who's bowled a lot of overs already this season. Got a 5-for against Essex in the last game 2 weeks ago. You've got Colin Ackerman and Scott Borthwick. Not seen much of Scott Borthwick this year, but it's Ben Rain who is going to start proceedings from the hotel end, our end of the ground. Right arm over, bowling to Ali Orr. And the first ball is played up to Siddle, who is wearing, I think that says 64.
Yeah. So he's taken the place of Scott Bolland.
Yes, who bowled 13 overs in the second game of the season at Edgbaston because there wasn't any play in the first game against Hampshire, and then went off with what we believe was a sore heel, and then Durham announced that it was going to take longer to heal than they thought it would, and he needed a bit of time of rest and recuperation, so he went back home. Rain in again, bowls. This has turned off the legs in a way past square leg for the first runs of the day, and they're going to get two. So Ali Orr, who's made the move along the south coast during the winter, looking for a score. He made his top score so far is 26 in the first innings against Surrey in the last game. He looks a good player. I think he'd be dying to show everybody what a good player he is here. Rain bowls round the wicket, and that's gone through to the keeper. There are 3 slips in place as well. It's a pleasant day here. It's going to be in the low 20s today, no rain forecast. And I'm just a few miles down the road. I popped out to the shops this morning about 8 o'clock and it was already quite warm. So t-shirt and shorts job. Players wearing black armbands as Rain comes into bowl again. This is played back to him by Orr, and there was a minute's silence in memory of the Worcestershire spinner Josh Baker, who played against Durham 3 weeks ago in Kidderminster, and then sadly died last week. So both sides wearing armbands today, remembering a player who has left us far too young. Hampshire 2 without loss. Or faces rain, slower ball this time, pushed towards mid-on.
Apologies everybody if you had your earphones on around the ground for the first couple of balls of the match, because I forgot to switch over from the music, so apologies.
Well done.
Those of you in the ground, there's a lot to think about for me.
Ali Orr's got 109 runs now. This is his 4th match against Durham. He's played 3 of them for Sussex, so 107 in 3 games. Best was 36 runs in 2022. And that's an attempted Yorker by Rain, and it's kept away. Played back downfield to Siddle. And that is the end of the over. 2 without loss. Siddle's had quite a few clubs in England, hasn't he? He was at Nottinghamshire in 2014, Lancashire the following year. 3 years with Essex from 2018, Somerset last 2 seasons. And
Essex.
played for Tasmania, yeah, Essex 18 to 21.
I forgot he played at Notts.
Yeah, Victoria as well.
Well, he would do, wouldn't he, really? He is Aussie. So just to repeat, Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. No Mo Abbas. He's ill, we're told. And Felix Organ in.
I'll be back in a sec.
So Matthew Potts will open the bowling from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Fletcher Middleton, with Hampshire 2 without loss. 9th against 5th in Division 1 this game. As Potts comes in, right arm over, outside of the off stump. And Middleton leaves that one alone. 3 slips and a gully. I think Gully's just swapping. Bryden Cass has come out of Gully. Was going towards mid-wicket, and now he's going up to mid-off. A much roundabout way up to that position. At the far end as we look, we're at the hotel end, looking back down the ground towards the pavilion. Beautiful day. Promises to get hotter and sunnier. It's going to be a hot 4 days. Bit of bounce there as Middleton pushes that out towards mid-wicket, in complete contrast to the 2 previous games here, where no amount of clothing was enough. It'll be totally different. Chris Wood's got his testimonial dinner tonight in the ballroom here. Hampshire left arm seamer. All happening today here at the Utilita as Potts comes in and bowls. Middleton gets wrapped on the pad, trying to force that away on the leg side. Just to repeat that the reason that Felix Organ is in the side for Hampshire is that they are expecting this wicket to turn a little. The last 2 wickets here against Lancashire and Warwickshire were docile, to say the least. Nothing in it for the bowlers, whether it was a Kookaburra ball against Lancashire or a Duke's ball against Warwickshire, you wouldn't have known the difference. Very, very difficult to bowl side out twice in both those matches. Be interesting to see how this one plays as Potts comes in again. Again, it's just angling in towards Middleton. Didn't bounce quite as much this time as it goes out towards mid-wicket. Fletcher Middleton with 100 to his name this year. His first 100 in first-class cricket, playing in his... well, his first 100 in Championship cricket, playing in his 2nd season. 116 here against Warwickshire. That's his main score to date. Remember, these 2 teams were due to play in Durham first weekend of the season. Didn't bowl a ball. It wasn't so much that it was raining. Certainly wasn't raining during the day. It did rain a bit in the evenings. As Middleton connects with that one, it goes out towards mid-wicket. It was just that the outfield was sodden, particularly one area they were looking at, around the gully area. And it was just the moisture wouldn't shift. So Orr has 2, Middleton yet to get off the mark. Potts at the top of his mark. Played the last of his 6 tests last June. Comes in and bowls. It's a straight delivery, and he's hitting the deck, Potts, that's for sure. Middleton plays it back to him. It's a good testing over first up. And Hampshire having won the toss, elected to bat first, are 2 without loss. So I'll just leave my mic alone, or what?
I can't hear you.
Well, that's the knob, not that one.
There's a Durham team bus just heading into the car park. I passed it on the motorway this morning in the roadworks. Busy in the roadworks today.
Is it?
Yeah, it was. Coming north, I think a car had broken down or something. So here's Rain starting you over from the northern end of the ground, the Hilton Hotel. Dot ball played back towards him by Orr. Last time Durham were here, the golf course hadn't actually opened. It was still all bedding in. It did look very nice that September in 2016, but I think it was quite a few months before anyone was actually allowed to play on it. Busy out there today. No doubt it's popular with the corporates. Rain bowls, and this is pushed towards mid-wicket by Orr. Have you played? You must have played on it, have you?
A few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice course.
It is nice.
Is there any water on it or no?
There's a few lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one just out. Which? Oh, you're not staying here, are you?
No.
So if you had a bedroom facing the opposite end to the cricket, you would see the lake, which as the first fairway, dog legs to the left. That's where the first lake is.
Right.
Been in that once or twice.
Yes. Rain round the wicket here towards play to a mid-wicket no run there. Beddingham fields it.
So yeah, it's better. Well, off the top of my head, 4 or 5 lakes.
Right.
That's off the top of my head. As you go around the course. Yeah, I haven't played it. I'm hoping actually I might actually get to play a few holes next Tuesday evening. Had a chat with 1 or 2 that we're going to try and get out there for a few holes. Haven't played it for a while.
3 dot balls so far in this over from Rain. Comes in to bowl the 4th. And that's a dot ball as well. A forward defensive from Orr. Back in the day, I'm not a member anywhere now. I haven't played for a few years actually since my back went. But me and my mates used to go up to the parklands on the land where Newcastle Racecourse is, and you could get a dusk setting ticket. The idea was it was half price because you would only be able to get half a round in sort of June, you know, lighter nights. We used to squeeze a round in. You'd have to go pretty quickly. Rain balls again. That's gone towards point, but we've been coming down the 18th fairway and at about 5 to 11, you know, sort of summer solstice week, and still quite easily see where the ball is.
Nice playing evening golf. Cricket during the day, a few holes in the evening. Absolutely perfect venue for all of that.
Hampshire winning the toss today and deciding to bat. That's gone through to the keeper, and muted appeals from the slip cord, and Ben Rain was joining in and then pulled his hand down and stopped his appeal. Durham have had a washout this season, the first match against Hampshire. It was the first time they've lost a game at home in April. They did lose a match to Hampshire, I think it was in July or August 97, something like that, because you spent the week on the golf course at the Ramside, didn't you?
Yep.
Then they had that really high-scoring, boring draw with Warwickshire with the Kookaburra. Went to Kidderminster and won that one, and then fairly flattish track last time out against Essex. That finished in a draw. And Warwickshire have drawn 2 games here. Hampshire have drawn 2 games here, Warwickshire and Lancashire, and lost to Surrey last time out.
That's right. Potts comes in and bowls, and they're going to take a quick single. It's a good call in there from Ali Orr. It's Middleton. 3-0. 3 without loss. Yeah, they didn't play particularly well against Surrey, but Surrey are a mightily strong side. They've been for a couple of years, hence why they're going for their 3rd straight championship trophy this season, and their quartet of bowlers, I have to say, were mighty fine against us. They out-bowled Hampshire, out-batted Hampshire. They're a very strong side.
How many days did it last?
It went into the fourth, but there was a bit of rain on day 3. I think actually the amount of play we had probably would have finished had there been no rain sometime on day 3. Potts is staying over the wicket to the left-hander Ali Orr. Runs towards us as we look. Bowls all's well forward. Thinking about a single, but a little bit risky as it goes out to Graham Clark. So yeah, it's been a tough start for Hampshire. As has been mentioned really to me, and I do agree that they haven't played poorly. They didn't play great against Surrey, but the other games they haven't played poorly. But sometimes, I don't know, just little things don't quite go your way, and all of a sudden you look at the table, and whilst it's early days, Hampshire are in the bottom 2. Here's Potts bowls. Nice drive there from Ali Orr. Good stride there as he stroked that through the covers for 4 runs. First over pitch delivery of the morning, I think, certainly from Matthew Potts. So yes, it's, as I say, they haven't been playing poorly, but neither have they been playing their best cricket.
I think Durham will be pleased to have gone unbeaten in April. Adjusting back to life in the top division after what, 8 years, something like that.
Got a win under your belt, which at the moment is at a premium.
Yeah, there's not been many wins, has there?
Certainly not. Potts again to Orr. A little bit of extra bounce. Orr gets wrapped on the pad. Beat Worcester by Kidderminster, as you were mentioning earlier. What is Kidderminster like? I've never been.
It's a quite a big ground because they have 2 cricket fields there. Fairly flattish, really. It's quite a nice town, actually. Just down the road from the ground, as you've got the Kidderminster Harriers Football Club and the Severn Valley Steam Railways down there as well. Some nice houses down that neck of the woods. Surrounded by lots of countryside.
Really?
Yeah.
Very nice. Potts bowls, ball forward. Goes out to point, fielded by Clark once more. I just realised, well, you can't hear me properly.
No, that's I can hear you fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, a little technical chat between us two.
Yeah.
Us 2 least technical people. I thought I spotted something, but clearly I was wrong.
No, that is withdrawn, so I can hear everything in stereo. See?
Wow. Potts bowls. That's a good length delivery, which Ali Orr's determinedly behind that one. Score remains on 7 without loss. That's the 4th over of the morning on a pitch where we're expecting to see a little bit more turn here over the 4 days, but it's been all seam as you'd expect early on day 1. No Peter Siddle as yet. Don't know if that's interesting. I mean, Rain and Potts, I guess, are your normal opening 2 bowlers.
Yeah. He's what is he, 39 now as well?
Yeah. He's a good English type bowler, isn't he, Peter Siddle? Seen him bowl a few times against Hampshire and those various counties that you've mentioned.
Yeah.
I think the last time he bowled here in a championship game for Essex, he bowled in a woolly hat.
Yeah.
Sure he did. Early season, it was freezing.
Ben Rain about to bowl to Fletcher Middleton, who's on 1, 7 without loss. Right arm over, in past the umpire, and this is played towards mid-wicket, no run there. The umpire's Alex Wharf and Russell Warren, and the referee is Wayne Noon. Wharf was at Derbyshire, wasn't he?
I remember him at Glamorgan.
Was he?
I think he might have started at Yorkshire, didn't he? I certainly remember him bowling at Sophia Gardens.
Rain bowls. It's off the pad, inside edge as well, I think. Where was Wharf then? Let's have a look. Alex Wharf from Bradford, Yorkshire for 3 seasons, Notts, Glamorgan. So I'm thinking of somebody completely different then, aren't I? Oh, I'm thinking of Jack. Was it Jack Shantry?
He was Worcester.
No, he was Worcester. He was the lad who was a spinner at Derby, who's now an umpire. Derbyshire. Quite a tall, thin lad.
No idea.
Rain up to the stumps, handballs. That's dug out off leg stump down towards fine leg. That's gone for 4. Siddle can't get round from long leg to cut that off. Outfield looks quick.
You're trying to think of that player, so am I, but I can't really think of one. We don't play Derbyshire that much, so it's a bit difficult. Some counties that you play against a lot, you can kind of work your way through.
Well, he didn't play that. His career wasn't that long. He went into umpiring fairly early. It'll come to me about 4 in the morning.
Make sure you've got a notepad and pen by the side of your bed.
Yes. 11 without loss, Hampshire. And Durham have got Bedingham fielding close in on the leg side there. Snatches that one. Just trying to get in the eye line of Fletcher Middleton, who's on 5 from 10 deliveries, or at the non-strikers end on 6 from 17. Rain comes in again. Arm balls. And the ball is defended and it rolls up to Parkinson at mid-off. No run there. It's a pleasant day. There's not much of a breeze at the moment, is there? In fact, I can't see any breeze at all in the trees. It's quite still. I think the forecast 2 or 3 days ago was suggesting it could get to 26, 27 here this week, but when I looked again yesterday, it was talking about 21s, 22s, which is enough.
It'll feel warmer up here this afternoon, that's for sure.
Last ball of the over. That's a leave outside the line of off stump, and that is the end of the over here on the BBC. 11 without loss.
Several ways you can get in touch with us. solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. That's Solent Sport on the tweets. Have you got yours, Martin, or do you want to use those for this game?
cricket@yahoo.co.uk, or you can @MartyCricket on Twitter.
And you can pick us up on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website. Also on the BBC Sport website and app. And if you're in the ground and you notice people with these earpieces, we're also going round the venue as well, so plenty of ways to watch and listen. As Matthew Potts will bowl the next over. 2 overs, none for 5. Comes in and bowls to Ali Orr, and Orr's forward. That goes back to the bowler.
Tom Lungley.
Oh right,
That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm glad I got there in the end.
You did.
And it has absolutely no relevance to this game whatsoever.
No, but you've put everybody's mind at rest.
Yeah.
And we were all a bit worried that you might actually wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning because of that.
Yeah.
Potts in again. Bowls. Again, Orr's forward. He's going to take a quick single. Fletcher Middleton. They just have taken a fraction of a second to answer that call, but it was a good run nevertheless. Good running between those two. Now, they have had a couple of mistakes. One which was ended up in a run out. I think it was Fletcher Middleton was run out earlier in the season. A little bit of a mistake between the two, but when you actually look at these two and you look at their ages, all 23, Fletcher Middleton 22, that they could be Hampshire's opening partnership for the next decade or so, and it's important they have an understanding, and that looked good. That previous delivery, another good length ball which Middleton prods out on the offside. So if they can get a good understanding, which will take time, but it will get better and better, and their running between the wickets will be important. So 12 without loss here. That was a few more than I thought actually. I haven't looked at the scoreboard for a few moments, and it's already on 12. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first on a wicket that we are expecting to turn today. Edged along the ground and well picked up by Alex Lees at third slip. Went quite quickly, but all along the ground. Potts hits the deck a bit. I've not really watched too much of him. I may have watched a few balls of him when he's played in a test. Played 6 tests. But this is the first time I've really seen him bowl in the flesh. Runs in and he hits the deck. Looks a good bowler, as you'd expect. Wouldn't be playing international cricket unless he was. Just pots in again, bowls, Middleton drives, doesn't time that at all. He just shakes his hand. That's come right off the bottom of the bat as the ball trickles up to mid-on. Middleton has 5 here, or has 7. One change, just to repeat, in the Hampshire side. Felix Organ in for Mohammed Abbas, who's ill. Peter Siddle playing his first game for Paul Coughlin.
Those who, there'll be one or two in this Durham squad quite happy to see that Mohammed Abbas isn't playing. He bowled them out twice in the same afternoon for Leicestershire a few years ago.
Did he?
Yeah.
Here's Potts. Middleton plays and misses outside the off stump. Didn't really move his feet there, trying to work it away through the covers. 12 without loss. We're going to quick change while you talk about that, Martin. Anthony Clapham from the Hampshire and England Disability team will join Martin Emerson.
Yeah, 2018 it was, September 2018, the first named storm of that autumn, Storm Helena I think it was, and he was coming down the hill at Grace Road. Durham bowled out for 61 and 66, their 2 lowest scores in first class cricket. There were some batsmen who were batting again about an hour after they'd previously been out. He took 5 for 23 and then 5 for 29. Not featuring in this one. Ben Rain is, he has the ball. Morning, Anthony.
Morning, Martin. How are you doing?
Not bad, nice day. Nice
Lovely day.
Nice to
Really
see
nice.
some sunshine and feel a bit of warmth as rain comes round the wicket and bowls. This one, that stays quite low on all. It's come through to the keeper. It was pleasant all the way down yesterday.
Yeah, since we had quite a lot of rain, it's probably Sunday night, Monday morning. But since then it's been sort of low 20s. I think today's going to be mid 20s. So yeah, pleasant day today. Looks like there's a good crowd in today as well. A lot more than the last game at Warwickshire.
Rain in. That hits the pads and there's a shout of catch it. It loops low towards the gully area but doesn't quite carry.
Fridays don't get much better than this. Down watching the cricket, sun shining. Looks should be a good day. The pitch looks, from what I've seen for the first 20 minutes, the pitch seems to have a bit more pace and bounce to it than we have seen in the last few games. As Kev mentioned earlier, it looks like there's going to be a bit of turn later on as well.
Rain bowls to or forward to that one. Just plays it back up to Pot at mid-off. The previous delivery didn't quite carry to Alex Lee's at third slip. He was running round towards the gully to try and get to it. I'm not sure whether there was an inside edge or not. It came off quite high up round about the thigh pad area. So 12 without loss, Hampshire. This vast bowl of a ground. Rain round the stumps. That's gone down the leg side, and as it passes the wicket area, it then suddenly sharpens up and goes the other way. A bit of swing, late swing.
It's not the way you want to be. You want to be out when you want the toss batted, get strangled down the leg side. So fortunately for Raw there, he misses, but there is no fine leg. So I think Rain needs to continue outside that off stump. Bit of a loose delivery there.
Two balls left of this over, the 7th, and that is played back along the ground to Rain by Orr. So Orr left Sussex a year early, given permission to leave with 1 year to go on his contract. Missed quite a bit of last year through injury. This is his 31st first-class match, so he's teetering on 2,000 runs. Started the day with 1,976. That includes 4 centuries and 8 half centuries.
Only 23 as well. You've got Middleton who's 22 and Orr's 23. So young opening partnership. Potentially the youngest opening partnership in the championship, I think. Have to do some digging.
Rain bowls 2 or turns this one out through mid-wicket along the floor towards the boundary. Fielded by Beddingham. He's got his back to the tunnel which links this main ground with the nursery ground on the other side of the road. It's wooden pavilion sitting on the hill.
Yeah, played on that a few times. It's a lovely ground. Most of the Hampshire second team games are played there. And then after lunch you'll see a few of the guys who are maybe not in the side, or a few of the Southern Vipers girls are down there training as well, which is quite good. But yeah, great crowd in today, Friday, Utilita Bowl. And good start really from Hampshire. 13 without loss, watchful. Last time I've actually seen Matthew Potts play live twice this year. The last time was in Ahmedabad, India. For those of you who've listened before, I played for England Disability, and we managed to tour India in the winter. This Potts comes into all now, over the wicket, driven. Yeah, and we were at the top of the Narendra Modi Stadium, which is 130,000 seater. So I'd say this is a slightly better view than that. And Potts really charged on that day as well. It was about 35 degrees. Pitch wasn't much, no pace, no real sort of bounce. But I think he took a fifer in that day. He's in real good form at the moment.
I remember a video that Don Topley put on Twitter at that stadium, and he was on the back of a motorbike taxi, and they seemed to be driving around under the stands for what was an eternity.
It's Potts again flicked off his legs there. Sharp stop there. Beddingham there. It's a short mid-wicket, so he's got a mid-on, short mid-wicket, and then a more orthodox mid-wicket. So and only the one man on the leg side down by the boundary. Yeah, it's tuk-tuks. It's crazy.
Yeah, he was on a motorbike rather than a tuk-tuk.
Was he?
Yeah, which I found unusual. But,
it's crazy. Tuk-tuks. You're travelling sort of 20-30 minutes to the ground, and you're paying 60p for a tuk-tuk.
Is it that much?
Yeah. I got off the flight, went 5 minutes to pick up my car, and it cost me £35 at Heathrow. It's Potts again into a bumper. This is the first time there has been any. Yeah, that was a really good bumper there from Potts. Sorry, I was just looking. In the previous over to Middleton, he brought a deep square out, so I thought the bumper was going to come then. He double bluffed him, bowled a full ball, which Middleton played and missed. There, he hasn't got a deep square. He's just got a fine leg. But Potts is in real good rhythm here as he comes in again, charging in now from the pavilion end in. Yeah, good wheel. This is a real good start from Potts. Looks like he's bowling a real good pace here. Left alone.
Bit of lift on that one.
Yeah, this is exciting because I'm not sure if you managed to watch any of the Warwickshire game down here. Warwickshire won the toss, batted, and pitch was a bit slow, but we had a lot of bad weather, as most of the country has really. So the groundsman had a chance now, obviously with a week off, to get this pitch really good. Have something in it for both bowler and bat, and for seamers and spinners. So I'm sure we'll see later on with Parkinson to see if it does turn. As Potts comes in again, wants to Fuller this time, blocked. Potts picks it up, throws it to, I think that's Siddle. I think this is his 5th county.
Yeah, we were just going through the list earlier. There's Notts.
Is that 24?
Somerset.
Yeah, so it's Notts, Lancs,
Lancashire,
Essex, Somerset, and now Durham. So 10 years ago, I think he was at Notts, 2014.
He played for Essex against Durham, I think, in that Bob Willis Trophy season of 2021 when there were the 19 LBWs at Chesley Street.
Potts changing now, going around the wicket. And he's dropped it in on the offside. Really good running. These two have ran really well so far this morning. As you can hear in the background there, the warm applause from the Hampshire fans. Did Durham bring many travelling fans? Do you know if you've noticed any supporters here today?
I haven't seen anybody. I just arrived at this end of the ground and came up here. They used to do the odd trip with the supporters club, but the numbers have sort of become fewer and fewer over the years with one thing and another. There were a few down at Worcester at the end of last season. I remember they were on a supporters trip.
Well, if you have made the trip, then I'm sure it's well worthwhile with the weather we have.
I
Down to
did
the Solent over the weekend as well.
In the roadworks approaching the ground, I did pass a car which had a Northumberland flag on the back, and I thought, I wonder if that's somebody who's come to watch Durham, but it looked like a businessman on his way to a meeting using a suit and a shirt and a tie. So
maybe he's working from home and actually just sat in the stadium.
Maybe.
Full in the stands.
Rain to continue here from the hotel end, our end of the ground. Right arm round, it's a bouncer to Orr. It's gone through to the keeper at the other end, Fletcher Middleton. 22 years old, got his highest score this year actually against Warwickshire, 116 in the draw here. So he's playing in his 19th match. Got 5 half-centuries last year. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, wearing number 19, which is the same number that Durham's Alex Lees wears. Rain in, bowls. Forward comes Orr and plays that to Lees, who's fielding at silly mid-on.
Yeah, I mentioned about the pace of the wicket. With Rain, they've I think removed another slip, and they have a very straight catch in mid-on, and then a catch in mid-wicket, and then a sort of a wide mid-on as well. So 3 short fielders on the leg side, which suggests maybe it's either swinging or it's just not too quick this end.
Rain bowls again. It's turned a short mid-wicket, no run there. Picked up by Cars. Elizabeth's email. She says, "Good morning, Martin, from a glorious sunny Durham. At the start of the season, I read the ECB would allow Matthew Potts and Bryden Cast to play 5 matches out of 7 at the beginning. This match is, of course, the 5th, but Durham's first match was abandoned without a ball bowled, so they've only played 4. Will they be allowed to play any more games? The proof will be in the eating of the pudding. I know where Cast has already missed out on 1 game. I think that was at Kidderminster. Basteleda played instead of him for that one. As Rain bowls this one, it's past the off stump through to the keeper. Trying to keep track of who's allowed to play when and where's quite an impossible task, unless you've got a direct line to the ECB. They're selectors. Mervyn says, "Good morning, Martin. The Southampton match evokes a memory of the great Jim Montgomery of Sunderland. I'm referring to a save he made from a John Sydenham shot." As Rain comes round the wicket and bowls, it's a short one, and that's an interesting shot. Or looks to hook it and actually goes down on 1 knee and plays it on his knee, drags it across towards Siddle at long leg.
Cramped him up a bit there, didn't he?
Yeah. So Monty corkscrewed through the air to tip the shot over the bar from point blank range. He said, "I saw the cup final double save, but I've always rated the Dell save his best. It will remain a mystery forever how this goalie never won a full England cap. Enjoy your day," says Mervyn. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to get in touch on the email, at Marty Cricket on Twitter. Last ball of the over, right arm over now, Rain to Middleton. That's off the pads, but I think an inside edge. And that is the end of the over. 15 without loss. Hampshire from 9 overs. It's been quite a slow start from them.
Yeah, very watchful, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was an inside edge onto the front pad there from Middleton.
Just take you around the ground if that's okay, whilst we're just waiting for Potts to get to the top of his run-up. There's no wickets in Division 1 so far, so that'd be something. Where's the first wicket going to fall? So we have Kent, Worcestershire 28 without loss. Lancashire are batting at Trent Bridge, 23 without loss, and Warwickshire are batting first at the Oval and are 43 without loss. So Hampshire are being very watchful. Alior 10 off 36, and Middleton just faced the half of the balls and half the runs, so exactly the same strike rate, 27.8. But their job this morning will be to see the shine off the new ball and then hopefully cash in later on as Potts comes in over the wicket. Bowls the bouncer to Orr, who ducks. Definitely more pace in this, which I'm sure Kyle Abbott will be pleased to see.
Well, I think one thing from the ground staff's point of view, a bit of dryness and a bit of warmth. It's been nigh on impossible to get everything dry. They've been using those heat lamps at Durham. The heat lamps they've been using at Edgbaston apparently were gifted to them by the police that came from a cannabis farm raid or something.
Really?
Like that. So
there you go. You can see how lush the square is, just how wet the start of the summer's been. As Potts comes in again, swinging it away, hitting a real good length here, make it difficult for all.
I'm just trying to think when must have been 5 years ago now. The season started off, the weather was okay. I think the Easter was one of the hottest we'd had, and then by the time we got into May it just rained all the time, and every away game Durham had in the one-day cup that year was badly affected by the weather, to the point where a match at Grantham against Nottinghamshire never got going.
Potts comes in over the wicket. Fuller this time, and that's what he's got to wait for. Potts has bowled really well, but that is for, can open the face, no third man, and that's well timed from all. I think that was well played. Just waited for Potts to become a bit more impatient, slightly fuller, and always just hasn't played a massive drive. They just opened the face and just let it go through to third man for 4 runs. So I think that's what all needs to do. Potts is hitting some really good lengths, mixing it up with the odd short ball as well. As I can see, Peter Siddle now limbering up, which he will be on no doubt shortly for his 5th county. As Potts comes in again to all, back onto the length there, dropped into the leg side, and that's sort of been the story of the morning so far, where it's been Potts has been hitting real good lengths. Ball doesn't seem to be swinging as much. Remember we came speaking to Kev on the way down to the last game in Warwickshire, we're thinking, right, Kookaburra's finished now, we're going to see the Duke's ball. Warwickshire won the toss, batted. I think we got to about 150 for 2 and didn't swing that much that day either. So Mohammed Abbas is ill today. So Felix Organ has come in. So that gives you a sign of maybe where we'll be with Hampshire batting first, maybe a bit of spin later on in the game, as Potts now changed his attack to around the wicket 2 all. Straight to driven this time, no backward point, and that will be 4 again. This is fantastic batting from all, been very, very patient, just waiting for the slightly over-pitched ball, a bit of width, and drives through the vacant point area for 4 runs. That brings Hampshire to 23 without loss, or now 18 or 41, and almost doubles his strike rate in doing that. And there has been the first wicket of the day in Division 1, and that is Worcestershire, a 31 for 1. Libby falls for 19. Potts comes in once again to all. Fuller this time driven, tries to drive it through the covers. A bit more movement there from Potts, and finds the inside edge, and it goes to mid-on. So that concludes the over. Profitable one for Hampshire, 23 without loss, just the 8 off that one. Which brings Middleton on strike. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change as well here, Martin. Looks like, yeah, Peter Siddle's that.
Tippy-toeing his, measuring his run-up with one heel against.
Well, that's an interesting thing, because
toes.
Even when bowlers mark out the run-up, they usually have tape. But if you see in club cricket, they step it out. But of course, steps are always going to change. Whether you're up, your length of stride is always going to change. Whereas, he's late 30s now. I'm sure his foot size isn't going to change. So he's basically marked out his foot length from the crease up to the umpire, and then marked it out from there. So he's at the top of his run up now. Sweatband on. That's the classic Siddle sweatband on his left side.
Here he comes then. Right arm over. And the first ball is defended by Middleton.
Charging in there, wasn't he? Real charging. Real long run up from Peter Siddle. Straight on the money, as you'd expect from someone with so much experience. Strike rate of 45.63 in county championship, just the 25 matches, 46 innings, 107 wickets.
Siddle right arm over. Forward comes Middleton, who's on 5 from 20 deliveries now. 20 deliveries. 2 dot balls to start this over.
Yeah, just on that dots. Interestingly, got his Sheffield Shield, which is the Australian version of the County Championship, stats in front of me. His economy rate in Australia is 2.64, which is 2.2 better than here, which is 2.66, but he's bowled nearly 1,500 more dot balls in England.
Settling again, and this is pushed off towards Potts at mid-on and a single. And Fletcher Middleton drops his bat as he crosses the crease line at our end of the ground.
Close, was it?
It was close enough, wasn't it? Side on Potts' throw.
Just a change of field here in the fact that they bring the left-hander back on. It's going to be a similar field to what Rain had. So you've got the 2 catches on it. There's going to be 1 catcher now, and as the second catcher is going to move on to more of an orthodox mid-wicket. Alex Lees is going to be on the cut strip where we played Warwickshire here a couple of weeks ago. Siddle will come around the wicket.
Here he comes past the umpire, bowls. I think that one was a slow ball out of the back there, and he just...
Well, you've got good eyes to tell that from up here.
Just looked like a slower delivery. Simon Hughes has arrived. I think Jeff Miller, the former selector, is with him there. Derbyshire player back in the day. It was a very good after dinner talk, actually.
You can just hear them in the background there. So we're
2 balls left of this over from Siddle. That's a drive up to Potts by... Oh, that sounded really heavy on the bat. No run there.
Fortunately, it's not too cold. So it's one of those, if it hits the bottom of the bat, really sends vibrations right through your arms.
So Siddle's now 39 and took 221 test wickets between 2008 and 2019. And in terms of first-class wickets, 755. This is just pushed away. I think Anthony was going through some of his stats a moment ago. That's the end of the over, so just the 1 run from it. So most recently, he spent a bit of time with Somerset in 2022 and 2023. Prior to that, 3 years with Essex. Had a season at Lancashire in 2015 and a season with Notts in 2014. And over our winter, and for the last few seasons, has been playing with Tasmania, which is Michael Di Venuto country. His brother used to run a coffee shop in Tasmania. Used to listen to the Durham commentaries online when Michael was playing for Durham.
We change of bowling here for Durham. So Potts had a really solid start this morning. Really bowled a real good pace. Went for 8 off the last over, so he's brought in Pride and Cast now. Tall man comes in from the pavilion end into Fletcher Middleton. Over the wicket, short of the length, just flicks off his legs into a short mid-on for no run.
Spice Boy is asking why the players are wearing black armbands. It's a memory of Josh Baker, who died last week, just 23 years old. A Worcestershire player. He played against Durham in Kidderminster just over 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He was the bowler who was bowling when Ben Stokes hit 5 sixes in a row at New Road 2 or 3 years ago.
Cast in again, just Fuller this time, just down leg side. That's a great take from Ollie Robinson. So am I reading this right, that Cast hasn't taken a wicket yet this season?
Has he not?
Is that right?
No, he hasn't, you're right. Yeah.
There you go. See if we can get, well, not for Hampshire fans, won't be hoping for. He's dyed his hair bleach blonde as well, from it looks like from up here, as he comes in again to Fletcher Middleton. Over the wicket, big bound up. Again, similar to the ball before. or a couple of balls before. He's just knocked it into the leg side and mid-on picks it up. Yeah, hasn't got a wicket. So he played one, didn't he? And then he got injured, I think. So,
well, no, he played one and he was ordered to sit out one, I think.
Oh, the ECB
rotational malarkeys.
But workloads.
I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? Worcestershire announced that all the players would be wearing a number 33 on their tops now in memory of Josh Baker.
Yeah. This comes in again, flicked it off his legs there from Fletcher Middleton.
For 4.
Yeah, it's 4 runs down to the vacant fine leg. So Cast has been a bit loose so far. Bowled the 4 balls, 2 down leg, 2 on the money. So yeah, a bit of a loose start from Cast. Number 99 for Durham, and Hampshire go on to 28. Middleton will be happy with that. Been very watchful again, 10 off 25 balls. So we're stuck on 6 for a while actually. So the 2 balls to come. But this is exactly what Hampshire batters would look to do, try and take the shine off the ball and try and cash in as the day goes on, as Cast comes in again, see what the reply is, short of the length. Similar to what his job is for England in the white ball, almost replacing Plunkett, where he really bangs it into the middle of the wicket. You know, it seems like, is that his role for Durham in the red ball as well, trying to hit that hard lengths? Tall man.
Yeah, sometimes too short, but it's about pace and aggression, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's another one they've got to be careful with injuries. Just about everything you can think of he's gone through in the last 10 years or so.
Cast comes in again. Finds the outside edge. That's a really good stop from Alex Lees at, I'd say, a 4th slip. And that concludes the over. Good finish though from Cast, finding the outside edge, but that's 2 or 3 now this morning where they found the outside edge, Durham, but it just has not carried at all. There is a bit of pace and bounce in this wicket though, so I think that's just well played from the Hampshire batters with soft hands. And just to give you sort of an update on around the grounds, there's been a wicket now at Trent Bridge at 23 for 1 now, Lancashire. Warwickshire 51 without loss so far, so that's a good start for them. And in Division 2, Sussex 35 for 1 and Gloucestershire 34 without loss. And I'm going to just switch out now to Kev James.
Thank you very much, guys. 28 without loss in the 13th over here. Jeff Miller is here. England and Derbyshire spinner. One half of a double act appearing tonight in a ballroom near you. In fact, just below us. On behalf of the Chris Wood testimonial. That's pushed away out on the offside, and there is no run. Ali Orr is 18 not out and Fletcher Middleton is 10 not out, so Durham have yet to take a Middlesex wicket, a Hampshire wicket this morning. The reason I'm saying Middlesex is because Simon Hughes, the analyst, is next to me, formerly of Middlesex and Durham. How are you?
Yes, Durham. Well, it's a different scene compared to when I was here last, when it was about 3 degrees and cloudy, and raining. Now it's absolutely gorgeous.
It certainly is. As Cast comes in. Nice drive down the ground from Ali Orr, and that will be 4 runs. The straightest drive we've seen this morning. And Orr moves on to 22 when it's 32 without loss.
Does look a good pitch, doesn't it? In fact, it was a good pitch when we were here in Arctic conditions as well. Nobody could get any wickets then either. It is a lovely pitch to bat on this strip, as the others have been. Yeah, you mentioned Jeff Miller there. Jeff Miller, he's one of the more bizarre roommates I've had in my cricket career. More about that, I'm sure, at some point.
Well, you can't say something like bizarre and not expand.
No, well, I can between overs perhaps.
This is Siddle, and that's pushed out towards extra cover, no run. So the thing is, about the wicket, going back to the wicket, it looks a good wicket, there's no doubt about it. There hasn't been too much happening for the bowlers this morning. But I do detect, Simon, and as you say, you were here for the last couple of games, there's a bit more pace in this.
Yeah. And actually that's partly because I think the bowlers are a bit quicker. I'm very impressed with Matt Potts. He's really, I think he's upped his game since sort of mid-season last year. He looks a lot quicker. He's not bowling now, but that first spell was impressive.
Nice drive there through the covers from Ali Orr. 2 boundaries in this over, 2 front foot drives, 1 straight, this time a little squarer.
Yeah, it's good shots. And he's wants to really assert himself, Ali Orr, doesn't he? Because he hasn't really delivered so far in his move to Hampshire from Sussex. And a couple of low scores here in the early matches. And it'd be nice to him to. Fletcher Middleton made 100, didn't he? But so far, I don't think Ali Orr's got a 50 for Hampshire.
No, 26. It was his top score, and that came in the last game against Surrey at the Oval. Siddle again then, right arm round the wicket, left alone at the last minute by Ali Orr. Good over for him, he's on 26, Middleton has 10, 36 without loss, Hampshire.
So yeah, you touched on Jeff Miller.
Yes.
Sitting on our left over there. Impressed. He says this is the first visit he's made to a first-class game or ground for some years or some months. And of course he was the chairman of selectors. And whenever I bump into him, I say, how long were you the chairman of selectors? 5 years. And he goes, well, no, about 13. Incredible. How many years was it, chairman of selectors? 13?
Chairman, I was 8 and selector for 13.
Yeah, 13. Selector for 13 years.
That's a long time.
He did see a lot of cricket. And
Must have been getting something right.
Had a lot of ear bashings from players saying I should be in. Shall I take this over?
Yes, please do.
This is Bryden Carse coming from the pavilion end, bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who just turns that into the leg side. I was saying before about what you were saying about the pace of the pitch, and I think it is the pace of the bowlers as well, because certainly Carse and Potts are quicker than we probably saw in those first 2 games here with people like Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas bowling. I gather Mohammed Abbas is not well.
Correct.
He's probably 2 floors below us. Is he in his hotel bedroom, probably watching from out the window?
Yeah, probably flat out.
Probably quite relieved that he's not playing, given it's another pretty flat pitch. Turned into the leg side by Middleton, will pick up at least 2. It's quite a short boundary and it's gaining speed as it goes towards the rope and cannons into the boundary boards. So a nice little clip from Middleton there. The ball just steering or angling into leg stump, and he put that away well. 40 for none, Hampshire.
Yeah, I think that actually Hampshire would have had to have made a selection decision here, because they are expecting this wicket to turn a little bit. And Felix Organ, I think, was in line to play anyway, so somebody would have had to have been left out. So probably because Mo Abbas is ill, that's probably made a decision for them.
So here's Carse again, tall, bowls, and it's defended by Middleton this time. Bryden Carse with a similar sort of delivery to his dad. I played it against his dad, actually. James Carse from South Africa. God, he was a wild, fast bowler.
Was it?
Very, very quick, incredibly fast, and a bit unpredictable. Probably, actually not as good a bowler as his son, but a good deal quicker. And as I said, Roomy, Jeff Miller, he was the Roomy in South Africa, actually. I just showed him a team picture from the 1980s of a match where all the English pros based in Durham, in Natal, played against Natal. We'd had a bit of flack, actually, from the local press, who said, why are all these English pros out here playing and coaching? What good are they doing? So we took them on, and we said, right, we'll give you a game then. And we played Natal and give them a good stuffing, actually. And our side was pretty good. I mean, obviously Jeff was in it, Jeff Miller, but it had Robin Smith. It had half a Hampshire, actually. Robin Smith. We had Paul Terry. We had Kevin Emery, Mark Nicholas. Who else? Johnny Morris played.
All right.
So it was a pretty good side,
Yeah,
actually.
it was, yeah.
I was bowling, and Les Taylor, he was
Leicester.
out. He was out there.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was a pretty good team that we put out against Natal. Here's Carse bowls again and turned into the leg side by Middleton for no run, and we beat them. And I had luxury. I had the perhaps misfortune of rooming with Jeff Miller, sharing a flat with him for a month. Basically, he was never there. I don't know where he went, but he never seemed to be there, so I had a flat pretty much to myself.
He's probably speaking at lunches and dinners round the clock.
Yeah, he's a very popular man. He's speaking in 5 dinners in the next... Well, he's in the course of 5 dinners in the current week. Dug out, that was, from Middleton. He's got some good bat on that, actually. It was an attempted Yorker from Bryden Castle, and he picks up 2 out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 44 for none is the Hampshire score. He's just told us a lovely story, actually, hasn't he, Kev, about selection and how the Phil Russell, who was also playing in that match, who was a stalwart of Derbyshire, was working for Derbyshire as the sort of chairman or chief selector, and spotted a player in another match who he thought would look really good, a good prospect for Derbyshire, a chap called Peter Bowler, playing for Leicester. And he saw this match, and he saw what appeared to be Bowler scoring 130 not out in a match that he'd been watching. An attempted pull there by Middleton that cannons into his thigh pad and ricochets out on the offside. I think that looks as if it was a little bit of a rash attempt there. It wasn't all that short from Cass, and wrapped him on the upper thigh, gave him a little tickle. And anyway, they decided that they needed to sign this chap who'd made 130 not out, assuming it was this Peter Bowler character, and they signed him and gave him a handshake and offered him 40,000 a year. And he sort of early the next after the conversation, it's off a thick edge and into the ground, and in the end it's taken by first slip, but that didn't carry. It was Mike Haseman.
Oh, the Aussie.
Yes. So just to sort of clarify the story here, there's a game going on. Somebody's got 130 out of 180 of the opening pair, and Phil Russell has thought it was this target of theirs, Peter Bowler. So they've signed him. They've offered him a contract, offered him 40 grand a year, shaken his hand, and then he comes outside and he says, "Why have you offered me that contract?" And they said, "Well, you just smacked 130 not out in this out of 180. And so he said, "Well, thank you very much, very nice." And then it turned out that it wasn't him at all. It was Mike Haseman, the chap who now commentates,
yes,
and also is seen around the place, but a former player he played in Australian state cricket, he played in South Africa, he's played in America, he's played all over the world. Good player, actually, good cricketer, Mike Haseman. But anyway, it was him that got the 130, not Peter Bowler. But Peter Bowler actually was a good signing, I'd say, even though it wasn't a day that should have been signed. He was a good cricketer, wasn't he, Peter Bowler? Very good cricketer.
I think we're going to get the ball changed here, just while Simon's talking. Here we go again.
Yeah, sorry, I was waffling on there.
No, it's fine. No, it's a great story because...
Well, I mean, Jeff tells it much better than me, but between balls, I suppose we got there.
Yeah, it's... I first came across Mike Haseman when I was on an England under-19 tour to Australia. And he played for the Aussies. That was my first, and he was a very correct. Very correct type player.
Yeah.
Good player. So the ball is going to get changed. So here's our first one. We've had 85 balls with this one, and I'm not sure
again, isn't it?
how that rates. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I
Kookaburras are fine. They're rubbish, but they're fine.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. The thing is, they start rubbish and they don't change. Whereas the Dukes, I suppose, go from being very nice and polished looking to being a bit sort of sad and sort of blunted.
Yeah. So we've got the same problems over and over with the Duke's ball, which clearly has not been sorted out. So we've had 14 overs then with this one, and we're going to have a different ball now to bowl with, or Durham are, and they're going to hope, of course, that they might get a little bit of swing and a bit of movement, because there's been very little today for the bowlers, as well as they've bowled, and they have bowled quite well actually, Durham.
Yeah.
On the whole.
I was just looking at Potts' winter, actually. I mean, he played for England Lions in India, and he took 21 wickets in 3 games and bowled superbly, all in Ahmedabad, which is a pretty thankless pitch, a bit like this actually. And he did really well. He's very keen. I think England selectors he'll be on their radar.
Siddle bowls. There's a drive for more. That's stopped at short extra cover. Yeah, as I say, I said earlier that it's the first time I've seen him bowl in flesh.
Really?
Yeah, it looks all right, doesn't he? Looks good.
I mean, he doesn't do a lot with the ball, is the only thing I'd say. He's very steady and consistent and good stamina, keeps going through the day, good kind of intensity. doesn't do a huge amount with the ball, but I think if he learns some skills over time, I think he could be a really good replacement for Stuart Broad. And he made 149 this year as well, so he can bat.
That's right, coming in as a night watchman against Warwickshire, I think, off the top of my head. That's played back to Siddle quietly by Orr. And I was listening to the Test Match Special podcast, County Cricket podcast on the BBC. I can't remember which one, a couple of days ago or so. And they had Dean Elgar on.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Potts bowling to Dean Elgar in the Essex-Durham match a little while ago. And Elgar rated him highly. Said he was hard work. It's left alone. Late decision again from Orr outside of off stump. Yeah, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean I think he's a natural bowler to left-handers because I think he's probably slightly beyond the perpendicular and he angles it into the right-hander, which means he would naturally move it away from the left-hander. And if he can acquire that precise skill of bowling round the wicket to left-handers, which I remember when he first came into Test cricket he wasn't very familiar with, then he'll be a handful.
Yeah. Siddle round the wicket then, bowls or gets a straight delivery, which he pushes up towards mid-on. Yeah, it was noticeable in the first over that Potts bowled that the ball was angling into Fletcher Middleton. That looks very much like his stock ball.
Which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, funnily enough, I had a really long conversation yesterday with Jason Holder, you know, the West Indian, now playing for Worcester. He'll be out at Canterbury today, playing for Worcester against Kent. And he was just saying, you know, he was talking about the things he's learned since he's been here, just this last few weeks. And one of them is about wobble seam.
Siddle bowls, and that's driven out towards extra cover. They'll take a single. Extra cover's quite deep, as there's a man on the drive. And Siddle didn't look particularly happy at the end of his follow-through. I don't know if he's looking at the ground and if he just
pitch.
Yeah, something going on. Here we go again, because he's 39 years of age, and I suppose you do that from time to time, being a seam bowler. 45 without loss, Hampshire. I think, yeah, maybe his front foot is just
encroached.
It's something.
Yeah.
Umpires having a look, but
so the point I was making there really was that swing has become something which is less well regarded. You know, bowlers are less keen than certainly in our era to focus on swing. They're more interested in making the ball move off the pitch and getting that wobble seam unpredictability.
Siddle's over the wicket to Middleton. It's forward, which, I mean, let's face it, if we do go down the Kookaburra Ball route, and I don't think we really know for sure, if we're going to have, assuming county cricket stays at 14 matches and we have 14 rounds of Kookaburra Balls, I would have thought surely the bowlers have got to look to do something different, because if you're asking the Kookaburra Ball in England to be moving off the seam for you,
it's not going to,
it ain't going to give you much of a career.
I don't think it's practical to think about that. And you know, what kind of bowlers do we naturally produce? We've never produced lots of fast bowlers. You know, if you look down the years, we've very rarely produced a bowler with genuine pace. Our natural bowlers are fast medium, and therefore you should give them tools to work with. And to me, the Duke's ball, which is also British made, it makes a lot of sense.
Stick to what we know.
Yeah, I think so. You know, people will say, well, it means that county cricket there's a proliferation of sort of medium paces. Well, I'm afraid that is our cricket, really. Yeah. Here's Cast bowling, and that's fed into the leg side, and it picks up a single alley-all there. I mean, there's no disgrace in a good fast medium bowler, really, is there? I mean, look at Jimmy Anderson. He's the leading wicket taker in world cricket, fast bowler in world cricket, Test matches, and you know, and he's a product of our pitches and our balls, and we should be proud of that.
And when you go around the world and watch Test match cricket, not every bowler that you come up against is 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know, they're just quite skillful at what they do, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Glenn McGrath, really.
There you are.
Another one. Even Courtney Walsh wasn't that quick, and he's the leading West Indies bowler of all time. A nice drive from Middleton, but that goes straight to the fielder at mid-off. That's Ben Rain, the Durham opening bowler.
I'm trying to think of others that were slightly less pace. Something like Jacques Callis and bowlers like
he could be quick.
Was he quite quick? Was he?
Callis could. He was a bit like, going back another decade, is Clive Rice, another South African, who he could shift the ball through.
Yeah.
Pretty rapid as well. Yeah, Callis he had the ability to get the ball to go through. Actually, I remember a great spell he bowled as cast bowls and defended by Middleton. I remember a great spell he bowled at Headingley. It was the last day of a test match, and it was at Leeds, obviously, England, South Africa, and England needed to bat out the last day to salvage a draw, and Butcher and Flintoff were the not out batsmen the previous night, and I'm afraid to say the Channel 4 commentary team bought them a few drinks in the bar in the hotel, the Malmaison Hotel in Leeds. Bride and cast bowls, and again good delivery, defended by Middleton up to mid-on, no run, Hampshire 46 for none. So we kept them up a little bit later than they should have, really. And the following morning they were both out in the first over to Jack Callis, who took 6 for, and I remember him bowling from the Kirksall Lane end that day, and he was making the ball carry head high to the keeper. He found that fantastic length and a bit of swing at Headingley from the Kirksall Lane end down the hill. Got it to really kick off a length and bowled England out. Here comes Cast, bowls, and that's an LBW shout, probably shifting down the leg side. We're slightly at an angle here, so it's difficult to be precise, but the umpire was unmoved from that appeal from Bride and Cast. What do you reckon, Kev?
My first thought was going down.
Well, he
actually looks
it.
a little closer, doesn't he?
Yeah,
He's coming across that, isn't he?
The way he played that suggests it was going down, but obviously it's not. We haven't got the DRS system in place yet, so we can't tell for sure. So not out, 46 for none. Middleton on 16, Ward's on 28, so that's his best score for Hampshire so far since his move from Sussex. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket, and a fairly shortish extra cover actually as well. As Cast bowls, and that's into the leg stump, turned away for an easy single out to deep square leg by Middleton. Takes the score to 47 for no wicket at the end of that over.
You mentioned Cast Senior. He played for Northants. I didn't realise.
Yes, he did. He was a serious fast bowler. He tore into bowl and hurled it down as fast as he could, and it took some serious resistance and courage to face him. Just watching that replay again, it was quite close actually. Could have been hitting leg stump, and Cast was on his haunches there pleading with the umpire, but to no avail.
Definitely come across that a bit though, didn't he? He's trying to play that 2 square.
Yeah.
Fletcher Middleton. In fact, James Cast's last game for Glamorgan, for Northants, was against Glamorgan. He took 5 wickets.
Did he? Yeah. What year was that?
August 83.
August 83.
Signed off with 5 wickets. I must have played against him.
Well,
oh wait, no, 83. Oh no,
that's before you.
Oh no, I did. Well, I wasn't. But first delivery was played out on the offside by.
You were playing then.
Middleton. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if I might have come up against him. I certainly wasn't playing for Hampshire in '83. I didn't play that often.
I think you'd remember if you faced him because he was rapid. I mean, he was a bit mad. You know, he was what the Aussies always like to call fast bowlers need a bit of mongrel. Right. He definitely had a bit of mongrel.
Did he?
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want me to define mongrel?
Well,
rather not actually.
Well, probably not. We'll just move on. Here comes Siddle once more into his 4th over here. Length ball to Middleton, plays out quietly into the covers. We'll just accept that he was fast and he was a bit mad.
In fact, it was the word that Trevor Bayliss used to another Durham bowler, Mark Wood, when Mark Wood was trying to kind of keep his place in the England team or get back into the England team about 6 years ago. And he said, "Coach, what do I need to do to get into the England team for good?" And Trevor Bailey said, "You need a bit of mongrel, mate. Need a bit of mongrel." And so Woody said, "Well, what is that?" I said, "Well, bowl quick in the nets. Give people a bit of hurry up, bit of chin music. Show them what you got."
Siddle, who probably once did that, but he's 39 years of age now, relying on a bit more subtlety. That's played out behind square on the offside. Another single to the Hampshire total. They've started well this morning. 48 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat first on a pitch that we're expecting to turn a little bit more than we normally see here. Yeah, that's what I was told. That's what I was told yesterday, hence why Felix Organ is playing. It's not. I don't think it's just the fact that Mohamed Abbas is ill, although of course he is, but it's probably made Hampshire's selection decision a little easier, because I think they would have wanted to try and get Felix Organ in on a pitch that I say will give the spinners a little bit more help in this game. That's what they're expecting. It's a little early for that yet, as Siddle comes in and bowls to Orr, who's nicely in behind that. Pushes that up towards mid-on. Orr 28, Middleton 18. So, yeah.
Where were you the last? Did you do the away game? They had a week off last. No, you played Hampshire, didn't you? Sorry, Hampshire, Surrey.
Up at Surrey,
Yeah.
which didn't go particularly well for Hampshire.
No.
It was a wicket that helped seam bowlers that hit the deck hard, which they did as a quartet.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Worrell,
Yeah.
Atkinson.
Worrell is. I mean, I was reading somewhere that Dan Worrell could be considered for England next year.
Oh, I'm not surprised, as that's pushed back to Siddle by Ali Orr. He hits the deck hard. He's got that lovely shape
Do
of
you know who
waves.
he reminds me of, actually? Craig McDermott. Who
Yes.
also opened the bowling for Australia, didn't he?
That's a very good shout.
Years ago. Like, he's got a big sort of wind up, strong action at the crease, and gets that late movement away as well.
Yeah. Atkinson bowled
Good signing, that, for
fairly
Surrey.
well. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. I've said it so many times, but he was bowled into the ground at Gloucester, really.
Right.
At Surrey, he's he can bowl sort of spells that's more suited to him. As Orr again, he's forward to a good length ball. That will be the end of the over. Siddle's completed 4 overs, none for 11. Hampshire 48 without loss, and of course Jordan Clark, another hit the wicket bowler.
Yeah.
And they were
Tom
about
Laws
bowled.
didn't play there, did he? He didn't
Tom
play
Laws
that
didn't play. He was injured.
because he's another one who gets it through as well.
Yeah, the other seamer. So Worrell,
Kemo
Atkinson,
Roach.
Kemo Roach. Early on in that game, because Hampshire batted first, and the wicket was greenish, hard. It bounced and it did a bit. And you were expecting the ball to beat the bat, which it did quite a lot, and of course it hit the edge as well. But Ali Orr, in this innings of 26, Kemo Roach came in. You know where Kemo Roach bowls, he sort of angles it into the right-hander and round the wicket to the left-hander, and it straightens and whatever. He bowled a length ball to Ali Orr, and Ali Orr just stood there and went boof through the line, straight over his head, almost 6 up to the pavilion. And he thought, and that was the first morning of the game on a pitch which is green. You think, where's that come from? It was nowhere near a half volley. It wasn't in the slot. It was shorter than that. It was an amazing shot. It will stay with me for a while.
But he didn't get many more.
But he didn't get many more after that.
No, Kemo Roach, the left-handers especially. Wow, he's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Very good. Right, well, Kevin James called it well here. This pitch apparently is scheduled to take spin. We'll find out very early on, because Callum Parkinson has been brought into the attack by Durham. Left arm spin, brother of Matt. And he's going to bowl to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton with a slip and a short leg. I guess it's too early to say whether it'll turn now. That one just came straight onto the bat and was defended by Middleton. It's not going to turn quite yet, but maybe in a couple of days' time. That's what they're hoping. So Parkinson bowls, and that one came off bat and pad and skewed out on the offside to backward point. So a little bit hard at that one. Middleton, he's on 18, or is 28. 48 for none, Hampshire. This is Parkinson again, left arm spin, and he's bowled him. What a ball that was. Well, there we are. That, to me, is evidence that it is going to turn. It's the middle stump is leaning back as the Durham fielders and bowlers celebrate, and it looked like it pitched leg and hit middle, and looked a very good delivery from Callum Parkinson. It was bowled with quite sort of a skiddy sort of pace. We'll just have a look at the replay now from the umpire's end, and it looked like it turned a lot. That was not quite a Shane-Warne delivery, but it was pretty good. Yeah. So we just had a couple of replays there. Miller's come to look at it. Jeff Miller, of course, a spinner himself. Did you actually turn the ball? No.
What?
No, non-spinner. A non-spinner, he says. I remember those wickets you took for England where the batsman played for the spin and he was caught at mid-off, got a leading edge. Yeah, that's. He's looking at our screen here. That's a freeze, actually. So that's not ready to run. It's ready to run. I tell you what, we could do with having that replay again if the director's listening, just to play through that delivery, perhaps from the umpire's end. because it was a sensational ball. That's the first wicket of the day. 48 for 1 is the Hampshire score, and we're going to get it from first from the batsman's end. So slightly obscured there, but it come back. You'll see it. Oh. No, I thought we were going to play it from the umpire's end as well. We might play it from the umpire's end in a minute. Yeah. I think it pitched leg. Yeah, it looked a really good delivery anyway. Fantastic.
Certainly did.
48 for 1.
You're going to stay on because you said you wanted to do a little more.
Fine.
Just for another 15 minutes. Just before I go and hand over to Anthony Clapham, who I know you've worked with before.
Yes.
Graham Snow has emailed southerncricket@gmail.com. He says, why is Keith Barker not been playing at all this season so far? Well, he's been injured. He's got a leg injury. I'm told that maybe next week, if not the week after, he'll be available for selection.
Oh, that's good. They need a bit more variety, actually, Hampshire, in the bowling, don't they? Hi, Anthony. How are you? So we've got Parkinson in the middle of an over, 48 for 1. That was his third ball actually, and he's got a wicket already. So that brings Nick Gubbins in to face the bowling left-hander. It's two left-handers now batting. So I wonder if the left-arm spinner idea might be shelved quite quickly as Gubbins gets off the mark straight away with a little tickle to deep square leg.
Good afternoon, Simon. How you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to you too.
Yeah, you mentioned about Ahmedabad. Obviously, I was out there with the England PD, and we trained a lot with. We had a couple of training sessions with Parkinson, and he was bowling, batting. Him and Potts were batting for. We bowled to them. They just love their batting.
Oh, great.
So, yeah,
cricket badgers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And here comes Parkinson again. Bowls now to Orr, who's back and turns that into the short leg fielder's Shins, who collects the ball up and flicks it back to the bowler. So you saw them sort of at close hand and saw their enthusiasm, I guess. That sounds good. Tell us more after this ball. And that's turned into the leg side by Orr. We'll pick up at least one. He's coming back for 2. So nicely nurdled into the leg side to bring up the Hampshire 50 in the end of the 18th over.
He's batted really well this morning, and we've had an email from Peter Chapman. Yes, Peter, this is Ali Orr's highest score for Hampshire. I think previous was 26, and he moves on to 30, I think now. So, he's looking good. But back to Ahmedabad. The pitch is a bit more docile.
Was that in the at the main stage?
Yeah, Narendra Modi. So it was actually shut to the public, but they had I think they had 5 games there, and we were right at the top, looking down. And Potts bowled beautifully, obviously with his extra pace. Quite a lot of LBWs bowled stump to stump. But Parkinson, Potts, we bowled to them quite a lot. They just love their batting, and then obviously, as we've seen in the last game, I think Potts got 100, didn't he? He got his first class 100. So, bowlers love their batting, don't they?
Yeah, I remember talking to him about batting, and he did say, I love my batting, and he's obviously always had that ability. So good to see him actually deliver.
And Peter Siddle is going to come around the wicket now to the new batsman in Gubbins. Full left, slightly angling away from the left-handed Gubbins. Peter Siddle still going.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? The vegan Peter Siddle.
I was going to say, I didn't know whether I was going to mention that because we're probably going to cause a storm on the emails, no doubt. But vegan Peter Siddle's onto his 5th county now.
I'd be interesting to know how many other people he's sort of brought along with him on the vegan line.
Oh, he looks in good shape from here.
He does.
Top of his mark, him's charging. Still got a long run up as Siddle approaches the umpire. Bowls short of the length this time. Gubbins just drops it into the offside for no run.
I've come from a family of vegetarians, actually. I mean, I'm not, but all the rest of my family, my mother who passed away, she was veggie. My sister Bethany, she's a vegetarian. All her family vegetarian. So actually at Christmas, quite challenging because we have to do a turkey for my kids and a vegetarian for my sister, and my sister's daughter has celiac.
Okay.
So we have to kind of be even more careful about stuff we make for her.
Fun in the kitchen there. Siddle comes in a bit wide of the crease this time, end left by Gubbins. Siddle's just using the crease well here, using his experience, angled the ball in. Obviously the ball's not swinging as much. Gubbins quite confident, batting off stump, just leaves the ball alone there, but it just shows you the difference so far from watching maybe the younger bowlers and Siddle, just the way he's using the crease. He's come from over the wicket to around the wicket.
Yeah, and I think that's where the overseas pros or the experienced professionals are so valuable in county cricket, because you can teach the young players a lot and they can learn very quickly.
absolutely. Again, it's a bit fuller this time, driven by Gubbins just into the ground for no run. But even for club cricketers, I'd say, like myself, we have like the ex-pros, who try and give more back to club cricketers, and just sitting down to chatting to them about cricket all day, learning about how they go about things and how they play spin. And we actually had Ian Bell and Graham Swan actually in Ahmedabad, and speaking to Bell about how he used, should you sweep, or he said, look, I use my feet a lot more. It wasn't the best sweeper himself, so Siddle comes in again, a bit full and left alone by Gubbins. And Graham Swan actually said, the sweep shot is the most overrated shot in India. I said, okay, Graham, fair enough. And first game, we were 30 for 5 in the power play, all trying to hit the spinner square. We've been training all winter, sweeping, reverse sweeping, and thinking the ball was going to turn. It was black clay, which usually skids on rather than the red clay, which turns. Yeah. And in the end of the rest of the series, our aim was literally to hit as straight as you can into the sight screen. So lots to learn from the pros. As Siddle comes in and drops it into the offside is Gubbins. So it's always great to just sit down and listen to different stories.
I mean, the thing with India is the pitches are, the bounce isn't enough. You need to sweep. You really need a bit of bounce, because your bat is coming obviously across the line.
Yep. And
if it's a low bouncing pitch, which a lot of those Indian pitches are, it skids underneath that cross-batted shot. So, and obviously it's not going over the top. So if it hits you on the pad, it's quite likely to be LBW. Yeah. And they'll give you out even without DRS and stuff. They'll give you out in India for that sort of thing. So, it is a bit of a risky shot. You're right. So, learning experience. I love watching Siddle bowl, because he just makes little subtle variations of his position and seam.
He's never been the quickest, has he? But he's just so skillful.
He was when he was, 10 years ago. I remember he got a hat-trick, didn't he, in the Ashes Test in Brisbane. Here comes Callum Parkinson bowling left-arm spin to Ali Orr, who turns him into the leg side for a quick single. So that takes it to 52 for 1, Hampshire. The man out was Fletcher Middleton, bowled by Parkinson in the last over from that end. Siddle actually he got the hat trick, and I think Swan was next in, wasn't he? He got Pryor. I can't remember whose first wicket was. He got Pryor first ball, and then possibly Swan first ball, and then I think it was either Broad or Swan had to rush out, and they were hardly ready, and he nearly got 4 in 4. Peter Siddle.
He did
Ashes Test.
Yeah.
I can't remember who the first one was. Could have been Cook, actually.
I think it was Cook. He found the outside edge of Cook, and then I'm just looking it up now. Actually,
Parkinson bowled to Gubbins there, who defends into the offside.
Took 6 for 54. Alistair Cook played calmly for 67, and I think found the outside edge.
Drives, and it's straight to extra cover this time from Gubbins. Nice shot, actually. Nice looking shot. That was the test in which Cook got a double in the second innings. England way behind on first innings, finished up 517 for 1. Amazing test match. Callum Parkinson bowls, and it's hit into the ground and caught on the rebound by Robinson, the keeper, but the ball very much bounced into the ground first and then popped up.
But quite late in the day as well, wasn't it? His
hat-trick, yeah. And he said, Broad tells a funny story about that, actually, where there was a huge build-up to that Ashes Test. Parkinson bowls and Gubbin defends, and it's straight down to the offside. A massive build-up, first Test of the series in Brisbane, and Strauss, Broad, Pryor were all sitting in the dressing room, having all scored ducks, looking at each other, going, "Is this it? Is this the Ashes?" All down the wicket this time from Gubbins, who picks that into the leg side and will get at least 2. An aggressive early shot from Nick Gubbins.
Appreciated by the Hampshire fans here, though. Nice warm applause.
You know what I mean, though. It's the sort of build up to the first Test of the Ashes, massive, and then 3 players. Strauss was out third ball, and then you got the hat trick with Pryor and Broad. So the 3 of them sat there in the dressing room with no runs between them.
Yeah. Thinking, right, where the run's going to come from. Cook, hopefully.
And luckily they did. Second innings. Yeah. And that was the end of the Australian dominance, because after that England of course won that series. First time they've won in Australia since the 80s, since 1986.
Is that the series where we bowled Australia out for next to nothing on Boxing Day.
Yeah,
And then we
98.
finished,
98 all out. I was there actually, Melbourne. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I was on BBC Radio when
Really?
England bowled Australia
What a
out for
date.
98, and I could hardly get the words out. I was so surprised by it. Boxing Day Test match. England win the toss, field first, which was a brave decision in itself. Bowled them out for 98. Incredible.
It's going to be a bowling change now from the hotel end. Colin Ackerman's going to come in.
So
So
spin
another
from
spinner,
both ends.
spin from both ends in the first session on day one gives you a bit of a sign of where both teams think, or where Durham certainly think the pitch is going. To start around the wicket, 2 Gubbins, off spin, bowls, straight on the money there, angling it into sort of leg stump, hoping to turn it into middle and off. He's got a short leg, slip, backward points, sort of floating cover, and then 2 drive in on the leg and on the offside as he comes in again, slightly wider this time. Floated, not the quickest of bowlers. Obviously Callum Parkinson bowls a lot quicker with his left arm spin, sort of almost just darts it in, but Ackerman's a bit more of a wily off spinner by the looks of things. So he comes in again, bowls, just dropped into the leg side by Orr.
There's a hint of spin there already.
Yeah.
Just sort of the way it came off the bat, and the ball plopped down on the pitch, and you could see the
it's
spin,
spinning, yeah.
sort of little bit of sort of resistance from the ball as it landed.
Ackerman again, a bit shorter this time, or like rocks back onto the back foot and just clips it past short leg. Deep square leg will pick that up and he will get 1 run. Brings Gubbins on strike, who does like to sweep, so not sure it'd be the right shot against the off spinner who will be turning the ball away from the left-handed batsman, but be interesting to see how he plays, whether he uses his feet or plays deep into the crease. Simon mentioned there's a bit of turn early today. So Ackerman comes in now to Gubbins, bowls it again, angling into that leg stump, trying to get a bit of spin, a bit too full there, and he just drops it into the offside for no run.
You can see the footholds of the bowlers already making a mark, which implies either it's damp or it's dry. It certainly looks as if it might be quite dry.
Yeah, I think you've seen it's a good over from Ackerman, just the one off it. Even with today, you've seen Potts bowl. Obviously, you've got left-handers and right-handers both in. They're bowling around the wicket, over the wicket, so there's going to create the footholds, which will be good for both.
Yeah.
I think
And that's a good point. And actually, it was very interesting watching Nathan Lyon bowling here in the first match of the season, bowling round the wicket to right-handers. And not really turning it much, and people were thinking, well, why is he bowling round the wicket to right-handers? Well, he was bowling round the wicket, so he could then bowl from the other end into the rough that he created from his follow-through, from his own follow-through. So, something to bear in mind with Colin Ackerman there as well.
If any club cricketers who are starting their games tomorrow, that's another option as well.
It's a good one, isn't it? I mean, it's harder, I suppose, in a one-day match to have enough rough to really work with. Callum Parkinson bowls now a huge shot from Ali Orr. That is more or less what I'd describe as a mow, but it's been effective. It hasn't gone all the way for 6, but my goodness, it was an expansive shot. First ball of an over.
That's certainly something you would see on a Saturday in club cricket for sure. He's been very patient today, but maybe he's had enough.
Well, that was a bit crude, I have to say. I mean, he did get away with it, but I think if I was the bowler, I wouldn't mind seeing that. I might encourage him to do that again.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a crude shot. He certainly got a lot of bat on it, but he didn't look entirely in control of the shot, really. Anyway.
If they're going to attack any spinner, I guess it would be the ball that was turning into them.
So the man at the mid-on has gone just a bit deeper. I think that's Ben Rain. Here comes Parkinson again. Bowls. He's gone for a drive this time on the offside, a bit more controlled. Nicely fielded at straightish mid-off.
From Siddle, it looks good, doesn't it?
Peter Siddle, yeah. And denies him a run that time, but all clearly looking to be aggressive here against Parkinson's spin. Parkinson bowls again, and all this time is defending into the hands of short leg. It's 59 for 1 Hampshire against Durham. The spin at both ends already inside the first session. Got half an hour to go till lunch. Ackerman from one end and Parkinson from the other, or on 36, facing Parkinson, who defends. That
better length, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a good length, and it turned a little fraction. He smothered the spin, It just skewed out on the leg side, fielded by the short leg fielder. Still no one fully back on the boundary for Parkinson, who bowls and all turns this one into one of those deeper fielders, a deep square leg for a single. 60 for 1.
Have you been to Ahmedabad yourself?
Yes, I was there for the World Cup this year, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I was there for the England-Australia match. That was pretty dispiriting. Didn't get through any of the India games at that stadium. Anyway, here's Parkinson again, defended by Gubbins, and that is the end of the over. 60 for 1.
Any change of guard here, Simon? As we get Kevin James back in, Martin Durham.
Thank you first. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Simon. It's myself, Kevin James, and Martin Emerson will take you up till lunch now, with Hampshire on 60 for 1 here. Ali Orr, what a shot that was in the previous over of Callum Parkinson. 37, he's off 72 balls, and Nick Gubbins is on 3. Ackerman with his off-spin bowls, always a slight outside edge there, it goes to the ground. Half stopped at first slip. So there is a bit of spin here already. We've already seen that with the fall of Fletcher Middleton's wicket. Pitched around middle and leg, hit somewhere around off. The ball is turning already. I don't think it will be turning big, but it'll be turning just enough. Full delivery as Orr pushes forward back to Ackerman. And there is no run. So we've got 2 spinners operating on the first morning of day 1. Hampshire 60 for 1. Ackerman round the wicket with his off spin. Forward is Orr. Pushes out to mid wicket. And we are in over number 23. I think if we see this spin line of attack, it will be rattling through these overs, that's for sure. But there's a bit of help for them as Ackerman bowls again, and Orr's going to take a quick single up to mid-on. That's good running. Mid-on's not that deep. 61 for 1.
So Durham basically turning to spin at both ends after 20 overs, something like that. Spin at both ends after 20 overs.
Say that again, sorry.
Durham spinners at both ends after 20 overs.
Yeah, I know, it's
was
good.
it 20 overs, 21?
It was very early.
This is the 23rd, and this is Ackerman's second, isn't it? So.
Parkinson's bowled 3, isn't he, so far? There's a drive for more. There is a deep cover. I think they'll have to settle for 1. So that was Gubbins. Sorry, Gubbins moves on to 4. We've got 2 left-handers out there, of course. Fletcher Middleton made 18 of 46 deliveries before he was out at 12:15. Beauty of a delivery from Callum Parkinson. What a ball to bowl in your first over. My word. As Orr is forward, and it goes out to backward of point. So expect plenty of spin throughout today and beyond. Although I don't think the seamers bowled too badly, but there wasn't quite the same help, even though there was a bit of extra pace in his pitch from what we've seen recently. 62 for 1.
He's got 100 and a couple of 50s against Durham for Middlesex, Nick Gubbins. 145 at Lords in 2016. I think Durham might have won that one. 91 in a Middlesex win at Chesley Street in 2018, and 60 in a draw in Chesley Street in 2016. So he's had a few runs against them over the years. Parkinson, 3 overs, 1 for 11. He took a wicket with his 3rd delivery of the day. Got a 5 for last time out against Essex. Left arm orthodox spin, and this is whipped away through mid-wicket by Gubbins for 1 run. I say a run, they complete the run with a walk. About your pace, that, Kev.
Well, that's a flat-out sprint for me. Was it a turning wicket at Chelmsford when he got 5 for?
No, it was at Chesley Street.
Oh, Chesley Street.
Yeah. It was a very flat track, really. Back into the crease goes Orr on 38. He's faced 78 balls. Defends that one. Yeah, it wasn't really doing much. It just flattened out as the game went on, and he at least got the ball to do a little bit. Jogs in and bowls. And that's walloped down the ground. It's a lovely drive for 4. Good use of the feet there for Moore. Met it on the bounce, and he's dispatched it up the side screen at the far end of the ground.
Well, all the chats that I've had with various people say that he doesn't really hold back. It's just that he hasn't really been able to get in for Hampshire yet this season. Top score of 26 before today, but in the couple of times that he spent a little bit of time at the crease, you can see he's a batter that likes to get on with it. Doesn't like a bowler to get on top of him, and he's had a couple of very attacking shots off Parkinson.
Parkinson bowls again, quicker delivery. I'm not sure where that's gone. Oh, I think this sort of got caught around the top of the pad there, and he's looking to try and shape it down the leg side and end up rolling back just in front of him. Parkinson bowls, and that's played up too long on to rain for 1 by all. Ground staff on the nursery ground have got the hose pipe out and are soaking the wickets there. It's quite ironic, isn't it? They've spent months trying to get everything dry, and now they've got the hose pipes out. There'll be a hose pipe ban in a few weeks. Parkinson bowls, a little bit of drift on that. It was just outside the off stump for Gubbins. The left-hander pushes it out into Ward's point and gets a single. End of the over, so 7 from it, including the 4. 69 for 1, the score, after Hampshire chose to bat this morning.
So we've already had 1 ball change. That was after 14 overs when the score was 44 without loss. And Brian Budd has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, the problems with the durability of the Dukes seems to be a recent problem. There was the excuse that the retirement of the top seam sower and the arrival of a less experienced operative was the cause, but a few years on and it seems that the former high standards have not been regained. Could it be that there are factors beyond the manufacturing process? Are the pitches in some way to blame, or maybe the bats? Appreciate the continued high quality of the coverage, which is very nice, thank you Brian, as Ackerman comes in and bowls, and that's a nice drive there from Gubbins. Mid-off's quite deep, so it's an easy single, and he moves on to 70 for 1, and he says even that has improved with Simon Hughes as well, so that's very nice, thank you. I know you wrote something about the balls, didn't you? I think you did an article, Martin. He might be able to give you a little bit more insight about all the problems that started, it seems, 3 or 4 seasons ago. That's turned away behind square by Orr, and he moves on to 44, 71 for 1.
I think I've interviewed the chief executive of British Cricket Balls. I think they're called in Walthamstow a number of times, but there were a couple of key factors. I think one of them was basically lockdown led to the reduction, a massive reduction.
Ackerman to Gubbins, forward, out on the offside.
In the number of cricket balls being manufactured, everybody went into lockdown, and then when they all came out of lockdown, there weren't enough balls, and leather needs to be stored to mature. It's called layering, or the German word to lager, I think was the word.
Ackerman again. Again, Gubbins is pushing forward.
So what was happening was the balls were being manufactured and then they weren't being stored for long enough because they were basically being sent out to clubs in a just-in-time fashion, so that didn't help. So they need the leather to mature and harden over a period of time.
Oh, there's a little sweep shot, little dab, it's gone very fine on the leg side, it's running away, there's a fielder after it. This is a good contest, and it's just about being pulled back inside the rope.
Parkinson.
Callum Parkinson down the far end. Did well there, and they've picked up 3, I think that is.
But a lot of people were saying they'd altered the manufacturing process, and he said they hadn't. He said the only thing they'd been asked to do was to try and change the pigmentation of the dye slightly, because that was a requirement from the ECB, and that wouldn't have altered the leather.
Ackerman to Orr this time, gets a quicker one. Orr stabs down on that one, pushes it to mid-wicket. End of the over, 74 for 1.
He also said it could have been a bad batch of cows. So,
well, that's a new one on me.
Yeah, but I think it has improved generally. I mean, not really seen the endless changing of the ball in the last year or two that we did. I mean, there's one match, I think it was at Lord's, and it was 14 ball changes. That was when I emailed the company, and he rang me just as I was getting on the train at King's Cross, so I had a good chat with him when I got home that night. The article's still on the BBC Cricket website somewhere, but he said we can make the balls as hard as you want, nigh on indestructible, but are going to destroy cricket bats and not make for good cricket. Or, you know, he said the other day I saw a feature where he said if you want us to make balls like Kookaburra, we make them as well. But make your mind up. Do you want a ball that softens quickly or stays hard for a longer period? Bryden Carse back into the attack now for Durham.
Just that 1 wicket this morning.
So he's replaced Parkinson from the pavilion end and is bowling here to Gubbins. That's gone through to the keeper. I was actually surprised when Anthony pointed out that Carse hadn't taken a wicket yet this season.
Yeah, I saw that.
You just imagine by now there would have been 1 or 2.
Something. Even if somebody's smacked it to mid-wicket or in the covers, you think.
Gubbins bat raised, waits as Carse comes in, right arm over. This is played short to mid-wicket. Potts collects it. When you do the women's games, do they play on the nursery ground? Or
No, they play here.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just thinking if you commentated over there, you'd have to try and seek a little bit of shelter under the overhang of the pavilion, and you'd have to do it on an iPad or something.
No, they play here.
Right.
Yeah. They played 1 game standalone. I think they've got another one coming up next Saturday. Charlotte Edwards Cup game.
Carse round the wicket this time to Gubbins. Gubbins up on his toes to play that one safely into the ground and off to Clark at point. No run.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Carse's figures. He's none for 234 this season. Wow, you don't want to take 1 wicket, do you? That's a hell of an average.
Mind you, bearing in mind that was the all those hundreds and hundreds of runs at Edgbaston under the 50-yard boundary with that Kookaburra ball. Somebody's now going to point out he didn't play in that game. So,
did he not?
I don't know, I can't remember. That's defended. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It was only 3 weeks ago. I can't remember what I was doing last week, to be honest with you. He played against Essex and he took none for 92 in the first innings, which was their only innings. There was a day lost to rain there. Didn't play at Kidderminster, so I think he did play at Edgbaston. Bowls a short one, which the batsman ducks out the road of. None for 128 as Warwickshire decided, no, they didn't, they were put in and just batted and batted and batted. 698 for 3 declared. Second highest score for them. The second highest score against Durham, because the highest score against Durham was Warwickshire's massive. Was it 814 when Brian Lara got 501?
Wow.
So Carson bowls, and that's played to point, no run there. So that was the first game of the season, because the week before, of course, there was no match against Hampshire.
Because you guys got 500 and something and still were asked to follow on.
Durham got 517. They were all out. The follow-on target was 549. That was a maiden from Carse. There you are. And at 517, it was the 3rd highest score in first-class cricket in England I know of.
Yeah.
Where a team had to follow on.
Wow. You see, why spend all that time in the field watching a side get 500 and then ask them to follow on? That's bizarre.
Yeah. It was just a really dull game of cricket.
Yeah, sounds it. 74 for 1 then. We've had 26 overs. We are just over 15 minutes till lunch on the first day. Here's Colin Ackerman round the wicket. There's another little dab sweep from Ali Orr, and that's going fine. And again, Callum Parkinson is racing around from deep backward square leg, and this time he cannot stop it from going over the rope despite his best efforts. And Orr moves on to 48, and the total for Hampshire now, having won the toss and elected to bat first, is 78 for 1. Jeff Miller's leaving the room. We'll see him tonight performing. We'll see you later this afternoon. I'll text you yours up. So fans of Simon Hughes, and there are a couple on the emails, he will be back this afternoon doing a stint with us. Kevin James, Martin Emerson, Anthony Clapham. We'll all be with you again this afternoon. As Ackerman just takes his time to bowl this next delivery. He's bowling to Ali Orr. Oh, it's turned.
Oof.
That has turned. Ali Orr done well there, I think. He was going to play at it and then just held the bat at the last minute. But we're seeing, as we expect, 1 or 2 deliveries off the straight for the spinners early on. It's not every ball, which sometimes makes it very difficult for the batters. That's pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. Got an email here from Mick Bicknell, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, Mick's from Bournemouth, by the way, or he's in Bournemouth. Really enjoying the commentary, thanks for that, he says. As Ackerman bowls, always wrapped on the pad, popping forward. I'm coming up to the match tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing Simon Hughes and David Gow discussing the history of Test cricket at the Chalk History Festival near Salisbury at the end of June. There we are, he's a very busy man, Simon. So thank you for that, Mick. Sounds a lot of fun. As ball is forward. I got Simon a couple of gigs, you know, when he was on here first in the first game we had against Lancashire. I think Anthony was around. And they said, oh, you got Simon Hughes with it. Oh, do you think you can ask him to come and speak at this and that? We got him 2 gigs. Here comes, oh, it's whacked that away, Ali Orr on the onside, but Callum Parkinson's there. It'll only be a single. Well, we know, and we're starting to understand now, the way Ali Orr plays. We haven't seen a lot of him early season, but while he's out there, he's prepared to play some very big attacking shots. He's on to 49, 79 for 1. Colin Sturmey has also emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, as a spectator, my preference is for the pink ball that was trialled a couple of seasons ago. It was certainly easier to pick up, both in the daylight and under lights.
There's nobody there watching those games, though, so that was a problem.
No.
I mean, this ground's difficult to get to. Durham is, if you need public transport. I mean, there was nobody there for the final session of those games most times, because if you live on the far side of Newcastle, you'd have to leave the ground at tea to try and get home. So quite a few members just didn't bother. Sturmey, that's a good surname. I wonder if there's links to the Sturmey Archer, the cycling gearing company. Cars round the wicket here, bowling to Orr, who's forward to that one. Fends it away, more or less one-handed.
Well, I'm sure if Colin's still listening, he'll answer that question. sonancricket@gmail.com. But the pink ball, I don't know about you, but I found the pink balls that on a day like this, during the day, did absolutely nothing. Very similar to the 2 games we've had here previously where nothing happened. And then under the lights, when it was a bit overcast, it went all over the place. There was no in-between. Get very soft as well, yes.
Cast round the wicket, bowls, it's a bouncer, and Orr ducks out of it. I did the 2 Durham games against MCC, the champion county matches in Abu Dhabi. So the first one was in 2010 when they trialled that pink ball for the first time, and it was really difficult commentating with when the lights came on and the ball had lost a bit of its colour, trying to track it in that dusk period. And it brought about the dusk declaration, which was a new thing in cricket. But I remember Michael Di Venuto saying it was quite difficult to bat in those conditions. It was like a big pink thing coming at you in the middle of the night. As Cast bowls this one and it's defended. He made that mention in a members forum, which brought a few bits of laughter. But yeah, I remember Durham playing Worcestershire in the first of those games in Chesley Street, and Worcestershire sent John Hastings out at number 3 to basically just smash the ball out of shape and take all the colour off it. Paul Collingwood said it was just like playing with a piece of plastic after that, you know, sort of plasticine. Cast round the wicket, bowls. It's played back up towards the bowler's end by Orr, no run there. I think the first year the weather was terrible across the country. I remember one day where they went off at Glamorgan and then came back on at about 9:30, and there was like 20 people left in the ground or something. They were playing knots. And I think that game against Worcestershire, Durham lost 2 of the 4 days to the weather. And then the following year, Durham played Warwickshire under the pink ball. And it was so bright, such a really lovely sunny week, you really didn't need the floodlights on. Cast over the wicket now, that's on the legs, and it's played away by Orr out through mid-wicket. That will get him his half-century, which is his first for Hampshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's come in 94 balls, 8 fours.
Well, you can hear to that reception, that is a very popular half-century indeed. There's a willingness for him to do well. He does look a good player, and we've had to wait until now to see him in action, and he's played awesomely this morning. He's played some super shots.
Carse coming into bowl to war again. Another short one, which he ducks out the road of.
That is his 9th first class half century. His first for Hampshire, and the first, of course, that we all hope will be many, many more.
So his previous best score this year had been 26.
First innings against Surrey, yeah. And a tricky wicket at that time.
Bernard's emailed. He says, I know Joe Root has spoken recently about there being too much cricket and highlighted a ridiculous instance of a team playing a T20 game on a Friday evening and then having to be ready for a 4-day fixture on the Saturday. I can understand scheduling matches like that has to be looked at, but I disagree about making too many changes resulting in fewer fixtures because of one bad example. Yeah, Durham had to travel down to Southport after a Friday night game in Chester Street.
Here's Ackerman. Cummins quietly plays that out on the onside.
I think Lancashire had been away at Leicester that night. You're trying to get across to Southport from Chester Street with half the motorway shut for motorway maintenance in the middle of the night. Got to the hotel about 2:30 in the morning. The concession they were given, they were allowed to start day 1 at 12.
Ackerman again. Gubbins flicks that away but finds the fielder at mid-wicket. I think the limited conversations I've had, and you might find this as well, that I think it's the T20 travelling late at night is the real problem.
Yeah.
That's the area which is, I think, causing players concern as Gubbins drives into the gap on the offside and moves on to 11. There's a fielder sweeping out deep. That's Alex Lees. 82 for 1. And you probably find that as a commentator, and I find that as well, that you know, the regularly in the T20 in the evenings I'm home at 1 o'clock in the morning later, and then of course when you've got a T20 either the next day, I mean that's without playing. It's a difficult period of the season as that's pushed out on the offside, although of course it's a little bit more elongated, the T20 competition this year, a little bit more spread out.
Well, I'll give you an example. Last year, Durham had 3 or 4 away games in the T20, and they played at Leicester on a Friday night. They played the night before at Nottingham.
Ooh, he's got an inside edge onto the pad there, or I think he was looking to play that a little square at the last minute. Just adjusted his shot. 82 for 1.
They'd been somewhere else that week as well, and then on the Friday night, we're expected to get home for whatever was happening the next day. I can't remember particularly now. And I looked at my options to get back from Leicester, and every route home was closed that night for motorway maintenance. So the A1 from Doncaster up towards Wetherby was shut. The M1 was shut at Wakefield. And then further north, the A19 and the A1 were both shut at the same time through North Yorkshire. So I drove up as far as Doncaster and just booked into a hotel just off the motorway in Doncaster, and then continued the journey the next morning at 9 when the roads were open again. But you're not just contending with the motorway miles, it's all the overnight maintenance and the closures. And journeys are lasting 2 and 3 hours longer now than they were even 10 years ago.
Yep.
So there's all that to consider as well. Carse, still have a new over here, 82 for 1, around the wicket from the pavilion end, bowling to Gubbins, that's left alone. And I've said this many times on air, I cannot see why Durham are playing Northants and Worcestershire in the T20, and they're northern groups. They're both something like 240, 250 miles away.
Ideally it should go back to 3 groups.
Yeah.
It should be a North, Midlands and South.
Hampshire 82 for 1. I can't remember if the biggest distance in T20 is Cardiff to Canterbury, or it's Durham either down to Worcester or Northants, because they're roughly the same. There's only about a mile or 2 in it either way. Carse seems to have an issue here, and he's called.
Oh, is he doing his bootlace?
For something from the. I think it looked like he was calling for something from the pavilion. He's now re-tying his bootlaces, but bit of a delay going on while this is sorted out. he's got his boot off. Sometimes they just get a loose spike, don't they?
See what, he's generating some pace, isn't he? He hits the deck hard. He's making the batters sway and duck a little bit.
Right, he's ready to continue. Gubbins is on 11. Cast round the wicket, bowls. That's gone through to the keeper quite low. There's quite a lot of countryside around here, isn't there? You're given the appearance of it with all the trees.
Yeah.
Up on the hill.
There's the wood behind it.
Yeah.
The pavilion, telegraph wood.
And then if you're over that side of the wood, have you got a good view down to Southampton from there, have you?
I think in one or two areas, yeah, not an uninterrupted one, no. As I don't live around there, so I don't know, but I don't think so.
Cast to Gubbins. Gubbins gets on top of that one, plays it down into the ground. It just comes to rest on the leg side.
It helps with the golf course away to our left.
Yeah.
Trees beyond. So it does give the feeling of.
Is there such a word of rurality?
Rurality.
Ruralness?
If there isn't, but there is now. Sounds perfectly reasonable.
I saw the word unveilment yesterday.
Right.
In reference to something being unveiled. Cast in. That's defended on off stump. People had attended the unveilment of. I thought it would be the unveiling of.
I agree with you.
I mean, they say language is a thing that develops constantly. Nearly up to lunch here, aren't we? It's 3 minutes to 1.
He's worked hard here, hasn't he, Bryden Cast this morning, to get a breakthrough. Hasn't gone for too many.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they've got some tactic that they've planned, particularly for Gubbins.
Putting a leg slip now.
Yeah. Potter's gone in his leg slip. Cast round the wicket, bowls. That stays low and is left. Be nice to see how close to the off stump that actually was. Seven different camera angles we're looking at here. One ball left of this 30th over, and then they may squeeze one more over of spinning before lunch. Cast bowls, and Gubbins plays that to no ball. Now then, does that change what you might see before lunch or not?
Depends what time the scoreboard is showing. It's 2 minutes to lunch at the moment. Cast is almost at the top of his mark. I think we might still squeeze another one in. Just ticked over to 12:59 and Cast is just having an extra shine of the ball.
Cast in, and that's gone through to the keeper. So then it's the end of the over, and the only runs that came from it were from the no ball. 84 for 1 here on the BBC.
And on the live picture feed as well, and around the ground, live commentary via an earpiece. I think we are going to get another over in, still showing 12:59 on the scoreboard. So Ali Orr, first 50 in Hampshire colours for him. He's played very well this morning. 51 from 97. Nick Gubbins is 11 from 39. Fletcher Middleton, the one wicket that's fallen, he made 18. 48 for 1 the score was when he fell an hour and a quarter into the morning's play. Here's Colin Ackerman with his off-spin, flighted, driven. A low full toss there. Ali Orr picks out mid-off. Ackerman's into his 6th over, none for 14. He's got the odd one to go off the straight, but nothing alarming, as Orr just pushes that into the gap on the leg side and runs through for a single. 85 for 1 now, Hampshire, with 4 balls to go until the lunch break. Not a bad first day crowd here for the championship, as that's pushed out into the offside by Nick Gubbins. Plenty enjoying the sun for the first time at a game here. There is a silly mid-off and a slip-in for Gubbins. Close in fielders. Gubbins works that to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Scott Borthwick, the Durham captain. 2 balls to go until lunch. Gubbins pushes forward out there, half stopped at silly mid-off. And this will be the final ball before the lunch break. And Ackerman from our commentary end then, the hotel end, round the wicket again. And Gubbins has safely negotiated that one, pushing that into the ground, and that is the morning session completed. With Hampshire 85 for 1 then. We've had 31 overs this morning. Ali Orr is 52 not out. And Nick Gubbins is 11 not out. 1 wicket taker, Callum Parkinson, who got one to turn from straight and hit Fletcher Middleton's off stump for 18. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes time. Bowl, where the players are walking out ahead of the start of the afternoon session on day one of this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. The situation as we head into this middle session is that Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 85 for 1 after 2 hours of play this morning, and Ali Orr got a first half century for Hampshire since moving from Sussex during the winter. He's still there. He's 52 not out from 99 balls. Nick Gubbins is alongside him, 11 not out from 43. The one wicket that fell this morning, Fletcher Middleton, after an hour and a quarter, he was bowled by what looked like to be a beauty of a delivery from left-arm spinner Callum Parkinson. Looked like he pitched around middle and leg and hit off stump. He was out for 18. The score then was 48 for 1. Your commentary team this afternoon is as it was this morning. So a little later you'll hear from the analyst Simon Hughes. He's still with us. And you will also hear from Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle. But it's myself, Kevin James, and Anthony Clapham from the England and Hampshire Disability team to take you through this first half an hour. Good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon. Excited about this afternoon. I've been really impressed with Ali Orr. Really hope that he can go on to go. And I'll take the first over, shall I? With Parkinson bowls in to Ali Orr. But yeah, he's batted really well. He's very watchful. I think he was 10 off 40 balls, and then he's really cashed in. He's played Callum Parkinson very well. Ball spinning in towards him. So yeah, hopefully for his sake and for Hampshire's sake that he goes on now. He'll probably be quite watchful for the first 10-20 minutes, I suspect. But Parkinson comes in again. Darts it a bit quicker than the usual spinner, being a left-arm spinner. Actually, we got to see him first up. I know we talked about it a bit earlier on, but we toured India in the winter, and we saw him up close, and he was really, really good on the spot most balls. As he comes in again to Ali Orr, who drives it straight back to him. And Peter Siddle picks it up at mid-off.
Yeah, I think, fortunately, from a Hampshire point of view, we haven't seen too many balls like the one that got Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
And with the pacey bowls, if it does turn, and like it did from leg to middle, it was unplayable almost. As he comes in now, flicks it off his legs now, or starts as he means to go on, hopefully, and how he finished off in the first session. And hits it down to deep mid-wicket for a single, and that brings Nick Gubbins on strike, who's 11 off 43 balls. So again, very watchful this morning. The sun is shining here at the Utilita Bowl, nice and warm. Kev's in his polo shirt. I might have to take my jumper off shortly, and I'm sure this afternoon the sun's going to come over and going to bless this side of the ground now. So it's a good group in, do you think? It's a good crowd?
Yeah, it's not bad for a first day of a championship. Yeah, mate, it's the best watching conditions of the season.
Parkinson comes into Gubbins. A bit slower this time, so see if he can get a bit more purchase from the wicket. But you called it earlier. You said, obviously, with Felix Orden coming in for the unwell Abbas, that there might be a bit more spin on show, and we've obviously seen quite a lot of spin so far this morning. So see how we go later on. As Parkinson bowls slightly wide of the off stump this time to Gubbins, who plays back foot cut to deep point for 1. So a good solid start from Hampshire. Durham will be looking to try and find their lengths. And it looks like Matthew Potts will be bowling from the hotel end, so he's going to switch ends from, he was bowling from the pavilion earlier this morning, bowls some really good pace, really hits the wicket nice and hard, and he really sprints in. I mean, again, he was one of the players in Ahmedabad, and I managed to watch him from the highs of Narendra Modi Stadium, and the pitch was flat. It was so slow, and I felt for the guys bowling in 35-degree heat, but he bowled beautifully, and I'm sure we'll see him more in an England shirt this summer.
How did you get on bowling in it?
I'm a medium pacer, so I bowled a lot of cutters. I took 8 wickets in 5 games, leading wicket taker for England, just in case. Just drop that in. Didn't score many runs though, but yeah, no, it was an unbelievable experience. Pitches are just so different out there, low, slow, skiddy. I'd love to play on something like this out there, because that looks like a proper cricket wicket.
Matthew Potts is going to change ends from the end that he opened up the game with, from the pavilion end. 5 overs, none for 15. Got the ball through, hits the deck a bit, does Matthew Potts. And he's going to be bowling his first ball this afternoon to Gubbins. Full. Gubbins works that away square on the leg side. Doesn't quite time it. They will pick up 2. As on his way is David Beddingham, losing his sun hat in the process. And the Hampshire total moves on to 89 for 1. You were telling me you might be going, or you are going back out to India this winter.
To be confirmed, yeah. The ECB are just finalising things with Indian board, but yeah, it looks like there's going to be a World Cup in Ahmedabad and Mumbai, which would be quite cool for us. First in a very, very long time. I think we had a World Series between sort of 3 or 4 sides, but this is going to be 6 or 7 nations in India, which would be first. So that'd be exciting times.
Lucky man. Gubbins faces Potts once more outside the off stump, and ball slides away through to the keeper. Gubbins offering no shot. So this is the first World Cup from a disability
it would be,
point of view. Yeah.
I haven't. I've mentioned it briefly to my wife. But I haven't got sign off yet. So
have you got to get permission?
Absolutely. She's the boss. Well, obviously, with 3 little ones at home, I'd need a bit of family support as well. Which that's the difference between professional cricket and amateurs. We don't get paid, so we need all the support we can get.
For sure. Potts runs away from us and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives into the ground. Potts sticks up his left hand and grabs the ball.
I was driving in this morning actually thinking, I know Liam Dawson's fairly local, I was thinking, I wonder if he's able to do little things like the school run or the drop-offs and then comes in thereafter. It's just, you were an ex-pro, was that something you were able to do? Did you have children when you were playing?
Yeah, my girls were, they were sort of in single figure, age-wise. Well, I managed to get through it somehow. I can't remember that far back, Anthony. As again, Gubbins drives it into the ground, and Potts shows a little bit of aggression there, threatening to throw the stumps, doesn't let the ball go. Fortunately, because I think that would have taken Gubbins halfway to the pavilion had it hitting.
But you must have had such a massive support from your wife and family. And
you need that, don't you?
Yeah.
100%.
Especially when you're travelling up and down the country. Was it Matthew Maynard said that there isn't one single county cricketer who hasn't got any points in his driving licence, I heard. Because they're doing so much.
Did he say that?
Well, yeah.
Wow. I have had in the past. Again, that's driven into the ground by Gubbins, goes out into the covers. Oh, in the past, I
think in the past, most of the, if not all the teams, travel by coach now, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. It's not so prevalent. Yeah. Fortunately, happy to say, if there are any highway officials listening, that my driving licence is clean.
Likewise.
Good, and it has been actually for a while. Touch wood. I better touch wood. Observe every single speed limit that comes my way, and actually I do.
There's quite a few different ones along the M3 and down there, isn't it?
Isn't it?
50, 40.
Potts again. Gubbins leaves that one
low.
low.
Swung a bit late, isn't it?
Well, it swung very late, actually. It swung after it left Gubbins, so by the time it reached the keeper, Ollie Robinson, yes, he dived to his left, but the ball, literally in this last 2 or 3 yards, was swinging, wasn't it? It wasn't really swinging before that, so forget all the oohs. 89 for 1, Hampshire.
Yeah, I've noticed Durham have been very, very vocal after lunch, and they were very vocal in the warm-up as well whilst they're playing their football. So we're obviously an excitable bunch. So they've obviously had some sugar or something over lunch to get their energy levels up. But that was another good start by Potts. He's bowled pretty well today. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. Bowled a couple of bumpers as well to Ali Orr early. Played it quite well. And the spin's going to continue from the pavilion end with Parkinson into Ali Orr, who's on 53 as he comes in now. Over the wicket from the left arm spinner, just knocks it down to the ground, long on, and takes 1 run. There's a few more floppy caps out there now with the sun. Be a warm session now, I expect, for the guys.
I hope there's a good bottle of sun cream being passed
I'm
around.
sure there will be as Parkinson comes in. A bit flatter this time, finds the inside edge. That's fielded well by short leg. Just finds there's a bit of purchase there. As Orr just tries to open the face where there's a vacant point, that's where he's going to try, and Parkinson wants him to play with a half a bat really, so he finds the outside edge or the inside edge, and that brings the short leg fielder and the slip into play. As Parkinson comes over the wicket now to Orr, blocked in inside, on the offside for no run. But yeah, looks like there's a bit of purchase there. Good start from Parkinson. I'm sure he'll be well used this afternoon.
But you're right, he does fire it in, doesn't he?
Does bowl it a lot quicker than
Yeah.
even Dawson, for example, who's a similar spin bowler as him. It's a bit more flight this time, and he beats the outside edge. And Robinson takes the bails, but didn't leave his crease. But that has turned, or it's just gone straight on. Sorry, just on. There's a bit of something happening here. Purchase going skid on. It's good for spinners. Parkinson comes in again. Ali uses his feet. Sorry, Gubbins uses his feet. Apologies. Knocks it down to the ground where they've got not a long on, but mid on just slightly deep, almost urging Gubbins to go over the top. He will go right back to the boundary now for Alior, who earlier on in the morning session hit one over long on's head for 4. Parksley comes in, darts it in, flicks it off his legs, and again it would take one towards long on. I think the way the left-handers are playing that so strongly to long on, it shows that there is a bit of turn, a risk-free shot really for the left-hander, but they just need to be mindful that the one that does skid on like the one earlier beats the outside edge.
Yeah,
Hampshire 92 for 1.
He just bowled it a fraction wider as well, didn't he? Almost like Gubbins wasn't quite sure what to do with that. Now, just before lunch, we were talking about pink balls, and Colin Sturmey had emailed, and Martin Emerson, who will be on shortly, was talking about, is it Sturmey Archer and bikes, and was there a connection? Now, Colin has emailed during the lunch break, or literally on the lunch stroke of lunch, solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved. He says, very interesting to hear your knowledgeable views. He was talking about the pink ball there. I'm sure the pink ball is dead and well and truly buried as Matthew Potts comes in to start a new over. Bowls, and that's turned away from a line of middle and leg. Behind square on the leg side, nicely timed, 4 runs, Alior.
Like how he's batting today. Struggled a bit against Warwickshire, didn't he, or early season?
Yeah, he does look a different player today.
Just looks so busy, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, and it's almost like he believes a little bit today. It's almost maybe, I don't know, just something. Sometimes you can wake up and you just believe a little bit more than at other times, but he's very much looked the part out there, that's for sure. As far as I'm aware, says Colin, my surname originates in Dorset and the West Country. I cannot find any connection with Sturmey Archer, but I'm sure there must have been some dim and distant relative in the past. Keep up the excellent commentary, says Colin. Now, off the back of that, I also got another email. Now, this was over lunch. What's happened there? I lost the ball, actually.
He's kind of...
I missed that. Sorry, I was looking at my computer. Apologies, everybody. Here's the replay. We'll tell you. Potts bowls. And
yeah, he's gone to leave
that. So it must have come off the bat. And it's the 100 up for Hampshire.
That's a chance, though, isn't it? It's gone between the keeper and first slip.
Yeah.
There's a chance, which you would have heard a massive yelp from Matthew Potts, who's frustrated. Still not shaking his head here at the top of his run-up, as you would.
Well, there's nothing, and you know, as a seam bowler yourself, there's nothing worse, isn't it, than balls going past keeper and first slip in the air, or whether it's any of the slips.
He's bowled a great channel. Ball wasn't really sure whether he was going to leave it or not, and he did leave, or kind of left his bat there and guided it through the slips.
Here's Potts, runs away from us then and bowls to Alior once more, or leaves that one alone. He's just slanting the ball ever so fractionally away from the left-hander. Now, the other email that came on off the back of that was from Colin Burt, and he says, great to see you all get a half century. Now, in our choir in Fordingbridge, which is in the New Forest, for those of you that are not quite sure, for those of you up north, we have a Darryl Sturmey, who has told me his grandfather was the inventor of the Sturmey Archer bicycle gearing system.
That's got Martin excited, hasn't it?
I haven't seen him this excited since he arrived this morning. Oh, flicks that away. That's a lovely shot back of the square, and I think that's going to be 4 more. It is. He's particularly strong around the leg side area. I've seen that in just a couple of the matches that he's played up at Surrey, although he got out playing a similar type of shot. But it's definitely an area where he's a particularly strong one. Moves on to 67, 104 for 1. Not sure if Colin, who emailed you, is related to him. Well, he wasn't sure. I'll ask Darryl at choir rehearsal next week. Keep up the great commentary. I'm umpiring at Sway tomorrow. That's also in the New Forest. Keep up the great commentary. In the Southern Premier League Division 2 against local rivals New Milton, both unbeaten this season after 1 game each. In comes Potts, bowls. Straight drive, wide of mid-off from Alior, getting a range of shots here from the left-hander. Won't quite go all the way. They'll turn for 3 though. As running after that is Bryden Cast, picking that up just inside the boundary away to our right. And Hampshire move on to 107 for 1. Just finish off. Thanks and best wishes, says Colin Burt. So there we are, we have an answer. We have somebody related to the Sturmey Archer bicycle gearing system. And when I woke up this morning, I don't know about you, Auntie, I didn't think I'd learn that.
Definitely not.
Wasn't on my list. As Potts bowls, and that's nicely cut by Gubbins this time. And that's 4 more. Well, expensive over here from Matthew Potts. I guess he was a little bit frustrated with what happened earlier on in the over. 111 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very profitable over that for Hampshire. The 4 boundaries and the 3. Yeah, it just goes to show that, I mean, hit the ball he bowled to Alior, where he kind of neither played with it or left it, and it's just found the outside edge of the bat, and it's gone between the keepers. It's gone for 4. Another day, that's a catch taken, and then you build some pressure, maybe even get another one. But suddenly races to 70, and I called it earlier when it was on 30. You could just tell that he really was different than what we've seen before, and especially in the Hampshire shirt. And this is very much like the alley-or that Hampshire have signed from Sussex, as he faces up to Parkinson now. Comes in to bowl over the wicket. Floated this time, knocked into the leg side. Safe shots, playing with a spin is Alior. But yeah, he's looked very, very positive. Any bad ball, he's looked to put it away. So no, it's exciting times for himself, and it's a big 30 runs, maybe a good half an hour, 45 minutes here, and he'll be looking to get his first 100 for Hampshire. Parkinson floated wider this time. Finds the bottom edge of it, and Alior's a bit frustrated he didn't find the gap there, because there's literally the only man out on the boundary on the offside or even square of the wicket is a deep point, so just had to get a bit of bat on that, and that was 4 runs. But just needs to get a bit of patience here, wait for that bad ball as Parkinson bowls. Just down legs. There's a chance to short leg. Is that a bit of bat on that? Let's have a look. Just to the left of short leg. Dives, but couldn't quite get a hand on it. But there's certainly things happening, both on in terms of runs, and the ball is turning. So both sides are in the game here. I'm sure if Durham can get a couple of quick wickets, they'll be on top. And that is turned. You can tell from here it's turned. So that's a shorter, bit slower, and that's turned from about middle stump. It's gone down leg. Fielded by Bryden Cast at short fine leg. And we are on Nelson, 111 for 1.
You superstitious?
I'm going to stand on one leg, yeah.
I
am. Parkinson comes in to all, and I'm now on. That's 112 for 1. Is it? Are you? Did you ever do that?
No, I'm
Cap
not.
backwards
No,
or
I'm
anything?
not actually. No,
Yeah.
because I could get out on any total.
Oh, I'm so superstitious. Oh. Bat, when I bat, has to be even numbers every time I tap the bat down. Little things like that. Even numbers and volumes. If you're superstitious, please do send us an email and give us your strange and wonderful superstitions at
Should we do that?
@gmail.
Yeah, sunnycricket@gmail.com. Yeah, let's do that.
It's Gubbins on strike now. This time Parkinson comes around the wicket, and Gubbins just flicks it off his legs to deep mid wicket for a single, and that will conclude the overs. Hampshire 113 for 1, 21 runs over off the last 2 overs.
So any any cricketing superstitions, or maybe
Any superstitions, I think.
Yeah.
I played a bit of football when I was younger, and I think I'm left-footed, so I always put socks on first, but I always put my left boot on first. But
You'd have to put your socks on first.
Well, obviously. But I'd always have to put my left football boot or left shoe on first.
Did you?
Yeah. But even like TV volume can't be on odd numbers. Volume in the car can't be on odd numbers. Evens always.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. I'd hate to think that you were the footballer that put on your sock after your boot and ran out to play. Here's Potts, starts a new over. And that's again left alone outside the off stump by Nick Gubbins. So 113 for 1 here. Hampshire having won the toss, elected to bat first. So far it's a good toss to have won. Orr has 71. Gubbins facing on 20. The one batter out in the morning session. Flipped to Middleton, bowled by Callum Parkinson for 18. So any of your superstitions even, cricketing or otherwise, you've just heard some from Anthony. suncricket@gmail.com.
You must have one.
No, I used to put my left pad on first, batting.
Okay, I've got a question for you after this ball.
Oh, there you go. Here's Potts again, and Gubbins just works that away to backward a point. No
So
run.
talking about pads, so again, talking about when we're out in our medevat, I always have my straps facing out. And Graham's son said to me, "What are you doing having your straps out? That's an easy way. If the ball clips the ball there,
Yeah.
it's an easy way you can get given out." But I think in the modern day, we always have our straps facing out rather than in. So I went to training the night, had it in. What are you doing with your straps in? That's you should be
really?
outside. So what about you? Were you always in?
I think I was, but they weren't. They're Velcro stuff.
Yeah.
I think so. Gubbins plays that very late past a diving second slip.
Great shot.
May just have got a bit of a hand on that because the ball is literally trickling up towards the boundary. It would have gone quicker than that had the ball had an uninterrupted journey. And Hampshire move on to 117 for 1. A little bit of an expensive spell here from Matthew Potts, who's probably just been a bit guilty of giving the left-hander's a little bit of width, even though he's coming round the wicket. It is a long time since I last strapped on a pad, I'll be honest with you.
Did you have buckles, did you? Did you use that buckles?
I think when I was young I did, yeah, before the Velcro came in.
Sorry, I should laugh.
No, that's fine. There was spiked gloves when I first
Really?
played. You know, do you remember? Have you ever seen those?
No, I don't think so.
So they were literally white gloves. Right. Gubbins cuts that away. A little square this time, but that is going to be 4 more. Nobody's near that one. And again, Potts is just giving the left-hander some width. And this is very expensive. He was at lunch 5 overs for 15.
Yeah, 6 overs, I think 16 as well. So yeah, his 1.4 overs has gone for what, 28?
Yeah, very expensive. I don't think he's going to get another one. He looks as though he's just a little mad as to the missed opportunity.
So spikes on the gloves, tell me more.
Right, so when I was very young, my first pair of gloves, and these were quite common, were so white, literally white gloves, but for want of a better other word, Potts gets interrupted in his run up there as Gubbins pulls out, and literally, if you can imagine a roll of rubber with some spikes sticking up out of it, and they would be literally glued to the finger, each finger as you go along, and that's all the protection was. So if it missed the spikes, you were minus a finger.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Gubbins plays that into the ground. Potts.
Yeah, he's not happy, is he, Potts?
No, he's not. And after that, there was a make of glove called St. Peter that were just like mittens, just flat padding right
I think
across.
I've seen them, yeah.
Yeah, they were years ago again. So these are all forerunners to the, what do you call them now,
Sausage fingers, or you can have split fingers, yeah. Generally, bowlers and wicketkeepers have the sausage,
Yeah.
more protection.
Gubbins on the back foot, strokes that up to mid-off. Yeah, I remember when the Peter gloves came out, and everyone went, well, look at these, like mittens, you know. These are, and I think they were all right. I think I wore some. I think I bought some when I was really young. They were all right.
When I was at a cricket company, when I sort of looked after the cricket category for them, we even searched for, because we're always looking to see what's the lightest wood in that moment you can get. English willow, which then gets sent all the way over to India to dry out, and then you get it back. And we got a test from the Amazon rainforest. We had some willow from there, and safe to say we never tested it because it wasn't the best at all. So stick with the English willow. Just whilst we had an email from Colin Sturmey. As a spectator, my preference is for the pink ball that was trialled a couple of seasons ago. It was certainly easier to pick up both in daylight and under lights. I'm interested to know your thoughts. Well,
Yeah, we had that one.
I'll give you my answer because I've used that as well last year. As Parkinson comes in now or just flicks it off his legs to deep mid wicket. Colin, just from my point of view, playing with it, I mainly play T20s, but it swings a lot more than what a white ball, so I'd say it's more favourable for the fielder. I think T20s usually is a batter's game, I'd say, so white ball would probably be the best ball. But it does get soft very, very quickly as Parkinson comes in again to Gubbins. So as a bowler, I'd say you probably prefer the pink ball, but as a batter, I think white ball comes off the bat a lot easier. And I think from the sight screens as well, white versus pink isn't the best visually. I think red's a lot easier. Pink's a bit shiny. Parkinson comes into Gubbins, much better line and lengths here. Gubbins just drops forward into Parkinson. He's bowled well, 7.5 overs, 1 for 26. So his job now is just to try and control the run throw from Hampshire this afternoon since lunch. As Gubbins comes down the track, pushes a bit wider Parkinson, and Gubbins just drops it into the offside for no run.
It's good delivery that. He had to reach over there, didn't he?
Played it well.
He did.
A lot of players would panic and just throw his hands at it, but he played it well, nice and soft hands. Parkinson in again, bit straighter this time. There's an LBW shot. It looks outside the line. We'll have a look at the replay, but it did look outside the line. Ooh, I think it's turned too much actually. It's probably hit him on the off stump, has it? And it's just going down leg. But there's a lot of turn there. This is day one. Just in the afternoon session, there's quite a lot of turn as Gubbins plays and flicks it off his back foot into the leg side. So just the 4 men on the offside for Parkinson, who's turning the ball into the leg side. And I wonder if Potts is going to get another over. I would not have thought so with the way things are going.
No, he needs to cool off, as they say.
Yes. Oh, he is going to get another one though.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Won't be surprised if there's a few bounces this over.
You're right. A couple of tweets here. Paul Williams at Sonnet Sports. The ball was changed after 14 overs this morning, so we thought, oh, here we go. Paul Williams says, many moons ago when Wisden merged with Dukes, the average age of the ball makers was 73. Oh, that's the ball makers. Not, I thought he was going to talk about the overs, but that's the ball makers. At Sonnet Sport, if you want to get in touch with us on the tweets. Phil Webb says, also now a clean driving licence. Like yourself, Kev. The one perk of the mandated driving awareness course I had to go on was that it was held at the then, well, now called Aegeus Bowl here, which tells you how long ago it was. He's got a previous sponsor's name. They try to cut that one, but it keeps a little low on Ali Orr, goes through to keeper Ollie Robinson. Ian East is trying to be funny here at Sonnet Sport. My superstition is that every time there's a Hampshire opening partnership of 50 or more, I really get drunk. I've been teetotal for a few years. Boom. Chris Hyde says, I always remember you as a Hunts County man. That was the bats I used to use, that's right. I think they're still going. How did you end up with them? And were or are bat sponsorships at all lucrative for a county player? I must admit, I don't know. You might know a bit more. You might be in touch with it a bit more than I.
Yeah.
So there you get paid. I think some, well, in my day, if you used to get paid, there's a nice shot from all. Goes straight to point, though.
Yeah, so bowlers tend to just get free kit. That's what they would ask for. They wouldn't necessarily get money as such, but I think any international player, you wouldn't think, or it's not as much money as you would think they would get. You know, if you look at other sports, things like that, from football boots and things like that. But yeah, cricket's not as lucrative as you would think.
Of course, you're in the game, aren't you? I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, you was?
Yeah, but yeah, I think most county cricketers would be mainly just free kit, mainly.
Yeah, which is pretty much.
The amount of bowlers I used to get calls from, oh, yes, he needs a new bat. And
Potts bowls outside the off stump. It's a good pace, but Orr doesn't have to play at that one. Yeah, I mean, obviously other bat makers available, but yeah, I used to get literally any bat I wanted, really. If I actually went up there, they would make one there and then while I was there, and if not, they would send me some, and yeah, I never had any problems. They were very good to me.
And if you've got a good bat in the change room, that's it. You would have players calling you, I want that. Oh, such and such got that bat. I need
That's
one.
right. That's very true. Potts bowls, driving edge. Oh, it's safe though. There's only 2 slips there. It's gone probably to where 4th slip would be, and it's almost gone all the way to the 3rd boundary. Not quite. They'll come back for 3. Dublin just has to hurry a little. But a definite edge there from Ali Orr.
I remember one time I was playing golf with. Sounds like I'm name dropping, but I worked for a brand that Stuart Broad was part of our stable, I guess, and I meet up with him for a game of golf, and he gives me a load of bats that I need to go and sort of fix and replace or try and copy, and he gives me this huge bat, and it wasn't the stickers that we gave him, and I said, hey, whose bat's this? He said, oh, Johnny Bairstow gave me one of his bats. And they just share bats, I think, don't they?
Potts round the wicket, wide, and that's it's good carry through to Robinson, but Gubbins doesn't have to play. Yeah, I was going to say, that's a bit silly, really, isn't it, to actually give your sponsors a bat back that hasn't even got their own label on.
It's amazing that you see it in the cricket. It's so strange. You've got different bat companies making bats for different stickers, and especially on the pro bats.
Joe's tweeted as well. I think she's on the ground. I think she's tweeted you as well, Anthony, is trying to pull that away on the onside. Gubbins from outside off stump, doesn't time it. Ball goes out to David Beddingham at mid-wicket, end of the over. 125 for 1 then, Hampshire. She says, I'm fully with Anthony on the even numbers for volume of the TV and radio, etc. Cricket is 2 mostly. Celebrating 50 or 100 and 4s and 6s, the exception is the fifer for the bowlers, of course.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Odd
Actually,
number,
the fifers are there. We have another one email from Colin Sturmey. Have you noticed that before each delivery, Liam Dawson scratches his guard and then taps his bat on the intersection of the batting and return creases? I have noticed that, and also before he comes into bowl, actually, he does the same sort of mannerisms where he almost squats before he comes into bowl. But yeah, I have noticed that. Thank you, Colin. As I said, I would I'd normally scratch the guard. If I've scored a run, I would scratch the guard twice as well. So scratch middle. Yeah, there's loads of superstitions going on in my head.
There you go.
Parkinson comes in now to, what was a reverse sweep? Oh, that's a great shot. There's nobody down there, and that's probably the shot of the day from Ali Orr. He's really getting his repertoire of shots out now. 79 not out. Parkinson's turning the ball into him, so it's a bit more of a risky shot than going with the spin into the leg side. And he just opens the face, reverse swept it, more of a one day game shot, sorry, down to third man. And I've seen quite a few youngsters and school cricket, and they're all playing these shots now. When I grew up, there's no way that we'd be taught how to do that. It's like, in the V, please, Anthony.
That's right.
There's no way you'd be hitting across the line, get told off. And Parkinson comes in again, see what the reply is. A bit fuller this time and straighter. Alior just knocks it back to him. So it's Alior's 79 of 122. And he's batted really, really well today. Just 21 away from his first 100.
For Hampshire.
For Hampshire, that is, yeah. Thank you for finishing that off, careful. A bit floated at this time, and it's knocked down to long on for a single, where he will give the strike back to Nick Gubbins. Yeah, he's obviously scored a fair few for Sussex. Only 23 is Alior, so Hampshire will be hoping that they've got a good player for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think we've known he's a good player. We've just been waiting just a little while to prove it.
Gubbins just knocks it into the offside. Yeah, I was looking at the ages actually, because you've got a mixture of sort of mid-30s and really early 20s. Alior's 23, Middleton who's 22, Felix Organ who's 24, Tom Prest who's 21, even Brad Will is 27. So got good core youngsters, and Callum Parkinson comes in again, straighter this time. And even we were talking about the second team, you've got Eddie Jack, Dom Kelly, you've got all these young sort of quicks coming through as well. I think you've got John Turner who's not playing today. Hopefully the future's going to be bright for Hampshire. With a bit more experience around them with James Vince, Liam Dawson. Parkinson comes in again, straighter again to Nick Gubbins, who just blocks it in front of him. 130 for one. It's been a good session since lunch in Hampshire. Of 130 for one. Alior's 80, not out. Gubbins is 28. And I'll just give you a sort of an update around the grounds as well.
Right, so I'll do it.
You do that, and I'll
you've got a
jump off
break.
the
Yeah,
Martin.
you've got a break. Martin Emerson will come in alongside me. So I'll do Anthony's job for him, because he deserves a break after that. He's rushed over the other side of the ground for lunch, and he's rushed back again. Worcestershire are 119 for one against Kent. Good start made by them. Kashif Ali is 45 not out there, as Potts comes in again round the wicket and bowls. It's outside of the off stump to Ali Orr. Lancashire 114 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. Keaton Jennings is 40 not out there. Got a big innings even here. And Warwickshire 117 for 3 against Surrey. Welcome back, Martin Emerson.
Afternoon.
There's Potts again. Got the 2 slips. Bowls wide, but he goes for the drive this time, or doesn't time it, goes out into the covers. Potts, interesting spell, isn't it, after lunch? He was a little bit unlucky.
6 fours in 2 overs?
Something like that.
Fine margins if the one that edged away, which started it all off.
Yeah. Hopefully he's settled down now. It looks like he might have done. It's been hard work for the seamers on this wicket. Hasn't been too much to get them too excited about. A bit of more pace. Or drives again mistimed as it goes out to cover.
There's not been much for them this season, really, other than Kidderminster.
What was that? No, it's been a season for the batters so far.
Would you have been injured by now?
Oh, easily.
Rang the coach, got a bit of a fetlock going on.
Sorry, Skip, the wicket's too flat for me. Well, a bit alright batting. Or drives, opens the face a little bit, tries to find a gap, but he's found cover point this time. So 130 for 1. Orr has 80. Gubbins 28.
Well, the 100 came up with the 50 partnership at the same time, didn't it? 100 for 1. What was that? 34.2 overs. The 50 partnership came up as well. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far today.
Potts in again, bowls. Short outside the off stump, and Orr leaves that one alone. Trying to find something out of this pitch. Yeah. Matthew Potts.
There's a bit of high haze. Nice day though here in Southampton. Eastleigh, really, isn't it, where we are? Not far from the airport. Hedge End, West End.
Yep.
Eastleigh.
Just outside Southampton. Potts turns. And bowls to Orr once more. Orr's forward. Plays that back to Potts, who has a little underarm shy at the stumps and misses. End of the over, 130 for 1. Got another email here on the subject of cricketing superstitions. Brian Budd, cricket@gmail.com says...
Oh, hang on, don't read that out yet.
Oh.
It's 15:15. You never read an email at 15:15.
Is that right?
No, I just made it up.
Superstition. Boom.
Hey.
Ah, you got me.
You were there? I'm
He's
here
done
all
me.
weekend.
There's Martin's superstition.
Yeah.
I was
I don't really have any.
drawn in, hook, line and
You
sinker.
were.
My only real one was to stand on the riverbank behind the pavilion and wait to see a kingfisher.
Oh.
If I saw one, I was confident I'd have a decent game. I did have routines while batting, like a few spins of the bat whilst between deliveries, patting the wicket with the toe of the bat. These were to aid concentration and stay focused.
And then sadly the drought of 1976 came along and wrecked his averages. Not a kingfisher to be seen. Parkinson, left arm over from the pavilion end. That's whipped away by Gubbins out through mid-wicket to rain for 2.
I can't believe how you did me on that one.
I know.
That was good. That was very quick
It was too
thinking.
easy, wasn't it, really?
But it was quick thinking.
Yeah. I got a message off Mel Farrell yesterday. She said, I can't believe it, I've made Private Eye. And it was a comment she came out with when we were on air at Kidderminster. We must have been on 5 Sports Extra at the time. And she came in and she said, I've just heard those portable loos over the other side of the ground. They're really posh. This is defended on a length off stump by Gubbins off Parkinson. She said, apparently you can go in there and watch the stream live in the men's toilet. And I said, have you heard what you've just said? Gubbins forward to this one, uses his feet, plays it up to mid-on for 1. You can watch the live stream from the men's toilet. Anyway, somebody sent that into Private Eye. I think that's what earned them a tenner. And a couple of previous Private Eye, my colleague Matt Newsom was in it, who's now the BBC's Rugby League correspondent, for something he'd said in a rugby commentary, which I can't actually remember anymore. Parkinson to Orr, who's on 80. Plays this gently along the floor, out through the leg side to mid-wicket for 1. Well, that's got to be a badge of honour, getting into Private Eye, isn't it? The Coleman column.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
Have you been in it?
No, not that I'm aware of. Bowler comes in and bowls again. Oh, and that is fired at Graham Clark at short leg, and it's bounced off him. I don't really think he knew too much about this, to be honest with you. I think by the time he reacted, he was already out of his hand and away. Gubbins dropped it short leg on 31 off Parkinson, and he paddles this round the corner. He's going to be out now, though. Top edge, yeah, he's made a right mess of that. So hugs for Graham Clark. So a moment after Gubbins fired one into Graham Clark's hand and it bounced out, he then tries to sweep, gets a top edge, and the keeper's more or less caught that above his head. So he's out for 31.
Yeah, he tried to fetch that from about off stump. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll have just seen the replay. And maybe that ball was a little quicker on him. Just seemed to get a little tucked up as he was playing that shot.
Ends the partnership at 86 from 148 balls. And 134 for 2 is the score. And that was the end of the over as well, so 41.6 overs when the wicket came.
Second wicket for Callum Parkinson in this game. Spinner's already in the game. MGE, oh, it's Matt, sorry, who's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com under superstitions. Says that my superstition is that Ali Orr is only in the runs today because I removed him from my fantasy cricket team. There you go. I think the little we've seen of Ali Orr, you can definitely tell the guy can play. He came here averaging 39 first class, so you don't average 39 unless you can play. Yes, he's had a little bit of a slow start to the season, which probably reflects Hampshire team as a whole, but you could definitely see there's something there. You could tell there was something there in the upheaval there was at Sussex, the furor really at the moment that it was announced. One or two people, officials at Sussex, not happy that he left the club. But you can see, those of you watching around the ground listening to this, those of you watching the picture feed, those of you listening on BBC Sport Online, I think we'll all realise now that this guy is a very good player and he's proving it here today. New batter for Hampshire is the captain, James Vince. And it will be Matthew Potts to continue his round the wicket attack to Orr, who's pushing forward. It goes out to backward a point, and there is no run. I think you could tell it was coming. It's easy to get low scores, of course it is as a batter, too easy at times, but sometimes it's just how you set up at the crease, really. And I think you could just tell. You could tell there was something there. We've just had to wait until now to see it before our very eyes. 81 he's on as Potts comes in and bowls. He's forward, pushing that up towards mid-off. There is no run. Potts is now into his 11th over. His figures have been altered somewhat since lunch. 5 overs, none for 15. Here he is into his 11th over, and he's now conceded 47. Hits the deck hard as he runs in again and bowls, or drive down the ground, and don't bother chasing that. That'll be 4 runs, ever so slightly pitched up, but Orr had a lovely straight hit through the line, lovely pick up and a lovely shot through the line of the ball, and Orr's hit shots all around the wicket here, and he moves on to 85. That's his 13th 4 in his innings. As Potts comes in again, still got the 2 slips. Bowls to Orr, it's a better length. Orr's forward. Goes out to Graham Clark, one of 3 Durham fielders with sun hats on. It is that sort of day. We're yet to feel the full force of the sun here in the camera gantry. We will have that to look forward to in probably the next hour and a half or so.
Full force.
The full force.
Are they like a rap group or disco? The Force?
Like a hurricane it will be, I tell you. Or leaves that one alone. So it goes through to keep Ollie Roberts.
Was it Candy Staten and the Force? There was a band called the Force, wasn't it?
Was there?
Yeah.
Northern group, were they?
I think they'd probably be American. Candy Staten's American. She had a big career actually before her disco career as a gospel singer on the American circuit.
Okay. Potts again into Orr drives only as far as Bryden Cass at mid-off. End of the over for Potts, 11 overs, none for 51. Hasn't had a lot of joy other than that one chance, which was it Ali Orr or Nick Gubbins? I can't remember now. Just withdrew the bat, just clipped the bat, went through the slips. Other than that, he's bowled okay, but he's just been guilty every now and then of just over pitching or bowling slightly wide, especially to the left-handers.
Parkinson to continue his spell from the pavilion end. So he's bowled 10 overs, taking the 2 wickets to fall so far, 2 for 35. Left arm orthodox. He is going to come around the wicket now to Vince. The Hampshire skipper, the right-hander, short leg in place, a very tight slip as well. Vince forward to this one, place it back along the floor to the bowler. Vince was recently at the Pakistan Super League ball's gone into the keeper's gloves. Looking to push it down outside the line of off stump. Parkinson in again, left arm round. Vince guides the ball down towards the gully area now and there. Against Durham, he scored 76 in a Hampshire win in Chester Street in 2015. 92 in a Durham win here in 2016. That was the last match of the season. He's got a single here up to mid-on.
Good running.
So he starts today with 354 runs against Durham and an average of 32.
Which is a bit below his career average.
And he recently got 56 in a draw against Lancashire this season as well.
Yeah, that's his top score.
2 balls left of this 44th over here on the BBC. Parkinson to Orr goes back into the crease, turns this round the corner to backward square leg. There's a shy at the stumps from Carse, misses the target at the bowler's end. It's backed up though. 1 run. There's a few emails here which I'll try and get to. Allison's emailed as comes in to bowl the final ball of this over. That's played into the covers. They're going for a quick single. Oh, Rain misfields it. He was looking to try and go for the pick and throw. Would have been worth a go, but didn't take it cleanly. Vince gets a single end of the over. 141 for 2. Vince will be on strike on 2. Allison says, loving the commentary as ever and some seasonal warmth. Paul is off walking with a pal to see the Bluebell Woods, so he'll be feeling the heat as well. Jamie's been on. And he says, Jamie in Glasgow, trying to square the county scheduling circle. On balance, I probably fancy Bumble's idea. That's David Lloyd's idea of starting the season with a Gillette Cup style knockout, 1-day tournament type thing with minor counties and all included. It's not that long ago. They used to start the season with a 1-day cup, didn't they? It was
probably for that reason.
Yeah. This whole getting a massive chunk of the county championship in at the start of the season is a relatively new thing, and I'm only going back late 2000s where you may have played maybe a couple of rounds of county championship in the first month, but a lot of it was 1-day cup.
Yeah.
Because they used to have the semi-finals in May.
Sure. Benson Hedges Cup earlier. Yeah. Peter Siddle starting you over, and James Vince seems to wait an eternity there as he's on the back foot, pushes that out on the onside, because you used to have 3 days set aside for those games, and quite often there were rain interrupted, but it didn't matter. You got some sort of game in.
Yeah.
3 days for a championship game, you can do all sorts of damage with the weather, as we've seen.
Or 4 days.
All these things have a habit of going round in full circle, I'm sure, somewhere along the line.
It was about 5 years ago that Stephen Chalk's book came out about the history of the county championship, and the first chapter's about how long they've been meddling with the county championship.
Siddle bowls, that's a good length. Vince is forward.
Been trying to change the format ever since it came along. So he goes on to say, start with the knockout cup. Mind you, if you end up knocked out early doors, then what do you do? He says then 3 groups of 6 for the county championship, home and away, played in the summer where it should be. The group winners, the runners up, and the 2 best third place sides, brackets, stay with me, play quarters and semis for a final place. It's starting to hurt this now.
Siddle bowls, straight up. Vince works to short mid-wicket.
Then he says 2 additional derby fixtures, home and away, which would give at least 12 matches, potentially 15. It is probably less long-form cricket for most sides, but the 100 over stuff isn't going to go away. Or the 100, should I say.
Might see more of it, yeah.
Going to have to live with that. So have it in September. The weather's just about as good then these days anyway, and it could be looked at as a sort of festival celebration, introduction to cricket, but in a season-ending style.
Siddle to Vince. Vince works that away to forward square leg.
And then he said, oh, my head hurts now, so don't ask me what he said about the T20s, I can't remember. That's from Jamie in Glasgow. Thanks for that email, Jamie. wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Paul Wilson's emailed. Hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a sunny and warm Costa del Hartlepool.
Grief. Here's Siddle. Forward is Vince, and it's gone out to extra cover.
What do you mean good grief?
Costa del Hartlepool.
Yeah. It's on the northeast Riviera. So I've just got in from work. It looks like a batting track. Should be with you until around 6ish before going out to watch a band from Cumbria called Strike It Up at the Richardson and Westgarth Social Club in Hartlepool. There you are. Come on, Durham, he says.
I'm off at the end of this over. I'll just quickly read this tweet. As Vince works that up to mid-on. It hits Ali Orr, not particularly hard. No damage done. End of the over. Simon Hughes, the analyst, is going to join Martin Emerson. But before I go, John Ryan has tweeted at Solent Sport. Really enjoying the coverage with the extra camera angles this year. Great commentary as ever. And we're on the beach in Valencia.
Nice.
Doesn't get much better. Or showing why Hampshire invested in him. Martin Emerson and then Simon Hughes.
Maiden over from Siddle there as he came back into the attack. So at lunch, Hampshire were 85 for 1 after 31 overs. They're now 141 for 2 after 45. Orr has 86 of those from 137 balls, and Vince is on 2 from 11, I think that says. And Simon is now alongside us.
Yes.
Parkinson left arm over the wicket from the pavilion end. This is played by Orr to mid-wicket, no run there. That looks like a 12th man that Durham have brought on.
It's Nathan Souter, isn't it?
That's, yes, it is, yeah. Indeed it is. Parkinson balls again, and that's just played safely towards point, no run there. Former Middlesex man, of course, with your links there.
I don't know him. I've never played with him or anything, but I was impressed by his bowling, especially in T20s. Very good.
Parkinson in again, bowls, and a reverse sweep cut off by Borthwick at just backward point. 141 for 2 here in Southampton on a sunny afternoon, nice and warm. Simon's gone for the shorts look as well.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Well, that's a medium pacer. That's also a bit of a half tracker, and it's flicked away to fine leg, and that's going to go for 4, just down below our commentary position. A change of pace there from the bowler, but he just drifted too far down the leg side.
Number of times, Martin, I was playing for Durham, living in London, and it was like this. The weather was like this in London, so I got the train up in shorts and a t-shirt. I got up to Durham, and it was about 9 degrees, middle of the summer.
Yeah.
People were in overcoats.
They weren't. They were in t-shirts. Parkinson it again. That's gone back to the bowler from Orr, who's now on 90. I remember going down to London for the Pakistan Test match in 1992. Middle of summer, I just thought it'd be nice, so I didn't even take a jumper with me or a coat. That was silly. I had to go and buy a commemorative sweater in the Lord's shop for about 40 quid. Ball goes towards
That's a
backward
sale.
point. Yeah.
50% off.
I haggled with them. End of the over, 4 from it. So that was the summer you were you there first? You were first year, weren't you?
Yeah.
From minor to, was it
minor to major?
I've got the book on the shelves.
Have you? Good. Yeah. Well, one of the men who played in that's here today, of course, as well, Ian Botham.
Yeah.
Striding around the ground earlier. In fact, he was reminding me today that it's 40 years next year that he did his first charity walk.
Is it?
1985, yeah. His first John O'Groats to Land's End walk. I went on one of them actually. Not all the way. It's impossible to keep up with the man, not only because of his walking pace, but because of his capacity after hours as well, you know, staying up till quite late. Back on the parole the next morning early. And he actually walked at a ferocious pace as well. It was very hard to keep up with him if you were a normal size. Who have we got here? Peter Siddle now bowling to Vince. That's a wide ball that he drives and doesn't time. Goes straight to extra cover. It was it was a brilliant experience, though. Actually, going on a walk with Beefy was fantastic because he was so committed to it, and he would walk for 30 days in a row, 30 miles every day, and you couldn't stop until you'd done that 30 miles each day. 900 miles in all. Amazing. And every day there would be people flocking out from the towns and villages to welcome him as he walked through. This one from Siddle is on a length and straight. Vince defends. Did you participate or see any of them or anything?
I'm sure before he became Durham chairman, I think the last walk he did, he came to Chester Street. I think he went up to Beamish Museum, and I interviewed him on the Drive Time show. He was very tired by the time I got to chat to him. Legs were sore.
Yeah, it was hard enough doing one day, never mind 30 in a row. Siddle bowls, that kept a bit low actually, and Vince defends it out into the offside. Hampshire 145 for 2. And the thing that was really fascinating actually about it was that it was 30 miles a day, 30 days in a row, and they had what they called the battle bus went ahead of everyone.
Yeah.
So normally Beefy would be joined by 10 or 11 of his mates and a few other sort of supporters. So there's a little group of about 20 of us in his wake because we couldn't possibly keep up with his pace. So we were sort of jogging behind him with buckets.
Like toddlers.
A bit like toddlers. Siddle bowls, that's a good delivery, and Vince is carefully forward there, defending that one back up to mid-off. So the idea of the battle bus was to raise awareness of Beefy's emergence, imminent arrival in the town. So everyone would come out on the streets. By the time we got there, they'd be there waving their money and cash and stuff. And a number of times I was one of the sort of bucket holders, collecting spare cash that people would chuck into the buckets. And sometimes you go through sort of small estates or villages or whatever, Siddle bowls, and again Vince is carefully across and back and defending, and there'd be older people up in upstairs windows waving and saying, I've got some money here but I can't make it down the stairs, so we had to run up the stairs to get the money. So we almost did double the work in the end of the day, going up and down stairs and in and out of people's front gardens to get all the money. But the money raised was incredible. I don't know what it tallies now, as Siddle bowls clipped into the leg side by Vince for at least one, and they'll come back for an easy second, fielded by Bryden Cass at wide mid-on. End of the over, 147 for 2. So I think it's 50 million, something like that for leukemia research. It's amazing.
Somebody can check it out and let us know.
Yeah.
Where did you join in? Which
I went on I was on a Wales leg actually, because the first year he did a sort of fairly direct route, John O'Groat to Land's End, but then the second or third walk he did a sort of bit more round the Welsh coast, and I joined him for some reason. I joined him in the Welsh bit, and we walked about.
The Alps
He did. It was Hannibal's elephant walk or something. Yeah, incredible. He's feeling it. He's feeling the pain now, though. I think after all that work.
Parkinson starts a new over, an attempted sweep from Orr there, but he plays and misses at it. Reverse sweep. No wonder he needs that machine on his legs each day now.
Yeah, I know.
Parkinson 2 for 42 from 12.1 overs. Comes in and bowls again. Oh, inside edge, but it's gone square leg to Cass.
That turned.
Didn't know much about that.
That turned out of the rough. That really turned quite sharply. There's a nice little bit of rough there outside the left-hand's off stump already. So it's already looking a bit like...
a bit dusty already,
yeah, I mean, it's looking a bit more like the pitch they played Middlesex on last year, actually, here.
Parkinson in again. This is played to short mid-wicket to Rain. It's a dot ball. Where are you now then? Are you still in London, are you?
Yeah, I live in just down the road from QPR, Queen's Park Rangers.
Yeah.
Hammersmith, Shepherd's Bush.
Yeah. No, well. Oh, it's in the air. It doesn't quite carry to short mid-on. False shot there from Orr on 90, and Rain diving to try and get on top of that ball, and Let's try and snuff it out and take the catch. Couldn't quite reach it.
Yeah, it was a good bit of cricket, that, because he's pushed the man back because of those big shots that Ali Orr played earlier, but he's got that man catching wide mid-on, and that nearly carried him as he tried to work him for a single.
Bowler comes in again now. That one skids through, and that's another bit of a false shot. Played it at one-handed there.
I think that gloved him, actually. I think it popped and gloved him, sort of spun back from outside off and wrapped him on the bottom hand. So it's really something in it for the spinner here, definitely.
Parkinson bowls again. And this is pushed safely on the offside. No run there. End of the over. Good maiden, and a couple of scares as well for the batsman. I was working at 5 Live at Shepherd's Bush.
Oh, were you?
In 2004.
Shepherd's Bush, 5 Live.
Well, TV centre.
Oh,
yeah.
TV centre, White City.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and,
of course. That's a members club and a swimming pool now.
Yes. If you were working sort of latest on a Friday tea time and you popped into the BBC bar after work, it was a who's who of famous people in there. It was incredible. But
yeah, I bet it was. Desmond Line. Actually, I worked there. I worked on grandstand on a Saturday morning in that exact space, TV centre, which, as I say now, is a sort of combination of offices and a private members club, part of the Soho House group, and also a rooftop pool. I tell you, lovely. On a day like this, it'd be glorious. It'd be packed. Siddle bowls to Vince, who's only sort of half forward, playing a slightly lazy drive. That's the kind of shot that sometimes gets him out. I never quite understand James Vince. He plays that little kind of drive, a little airy drive, which is not going to get him any runs and could only get him out. Anyway, who am I to lecture a batsman, but I just think sometimes he's just a bit casual, and that one was fine. It went straight along the ground to extra cover, but didn't quite see what the purpose of it was, really. Siddle bowls again, and again he drives, this time a bit more firmly, but no footwork, and it's fielded at a wideish extra cover. Siddle just concentrating here on a good length, just outside off stump, trying to get a little bit of movement either way and hoping for an edge. Only one slip in place, so they're just thinking, I think they're almost looking for a mishit drive here rather than an edge. Short extra cover, short mid-on. Siddle bowls again, and this time worked into the leg side. Good single for Vince, fielded at sort of forward square leg, and that takes the score to 148 for 2. Vince has 5, Ali Orr on 90.
just thinking, is the White City building still there? Or is that?
That is it. That is the building. It's known as the Horseshoe.
Yeah, but
So-
that was television centre, and then the BBC had the White City
Oh, I
studios
see,
next
yes.
door. So I know the Westfield shopping centre's been built
Well,
around there.
the
somewhere.
White City bit is still there, but it's
Right.
been repurposed.
Yeah. Good Morning Britain comes from there, doesn't it?
Does it? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, the
and I think
studios.
the,
Yeah. I think you're right.
Top Gear was filmed there as well, wasn't it? Its latest incarnation.
So what
before
were
it
you
was
doing?
shelved.
You did radio? You were doing
Yeah, I
five-
was working on Sport on 5, the
Yeah.
evening sports show.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
an attachment, and then I went down there for a couple of months, January, February 2004, and then when they moved to Salford in 2011, 2012, I did 6 months as a weekend sports presenter on
Right.
5 Live and
Yeah.
Radio 4.
Mm.
That was good fun, but the drive from Sunderland every Saturday lunchtime through 40 miles of roadworks on the M62 wasn't much fun.
No.
Probably did well for the average fuel consumption of the car, going at 50 miles an hour. But it was exciting when it all moved up there. Everything was brand new, the studios, the equipment.
Siddle bowls, clipped up to mid-on by Orr. Nice firm shot, but straight to the man at mid-on, Ben Rain. Are you saying it sort of needs a refurb
Well,
now? then?
I think it all was refurbed last year, and I'm thinking, why are they replacing all the studios? It's only a few minutes ago since it opened, and I realised it was about 11 years. And in technology terms, quite a lot of things have moved on since then. So there's new sports studios there now, isn't there? And
I should think expanded, aren't they? Because there's so much sports output all the time. Siddle round the wicket bowls. That one just veered towards the offside, but Orr was forward defending. A nice solid defensive shot.
A little earlier, Kevin was saying we haven't felt the full force of the sun yet because it hasn't quite got round in front of us, and it will. And I said, I remembered Full Force. I thought they were a band from the 80s or whatever. Somebody's messaged. Simon says, Full Force, we're an 80s funk soul band.
Full Force.
And he sent a link to a video of theirs on Twitter.
Okay. Yeah, Full Force. Good name. Siddle bowls, turning to the leg side by all, but can't get past short mid wicket. That's the end of the over. 148 for 2, or on 90. And Vince on 5. Siddle has 8 overs now, none for 14. Traditionally, typically accurate. Parkinson has the 2 wickets, 2 for 42.
He's linked the video. He says the video for their song "Alice, I Want You Just for Me" is one of the unintentionally funny things you will ever see. So I haven't had a click on that yet, but I will do. But there you are. So Full Force wasn't just in my head; they were a thing. I wonder, would you have had them on in your Sierra, Ford Sierra, going up and down the M1 in 1992?
I've never driven a
What were
Ford
you
Sierra in
driving
my
then?
life.
You first joined Durham, something to get you up and down the motorway.
I can't remember actually. I just went by train, to be honest.
Right.
I think I rejected the idea of a sponsored car.
Right.
I went on the train. It's 2 hours 45 minutes from London to Durham. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Poor old Simon Chubby Brown was the man in charge of the team van with all the kit.
Parkinson round the wicket here, bowling to Vince, who mistimes a drive and it rolls back along the floor to the bowler. Yeah, if you were the younger lad, you sort of drove your kit van around.
Yeah, and actually it was a good system because we could all travel by train and meet him at the ground. It was great.
Parkinson once more. Bit of drift on that delivery. That's played to short extra cover to rain, no run.
Of course, we went to so many different grounds in those days as well. We played at Hartlepool and Darlington, Gateshead Fell. Where else? Stockton on Tees. It was brilliant.
Parkinson bowls. That's driven back over his head and away down the ground for a 1-bounce 4 by Vince. Used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball early there. I saw her as a punter. It would have been that 1992. There's the 150 runs up as well. 49.3 overs. That was 150 for 2.
It was a magnificent shot, actually. Before you tell us about 1992, I mean, that was a magnificent shot by Vince. That, in a way, is the opposite of some of the Ali Orr belts over the top. That was really refined, beautiful.
This one's just defended on a length.
It's a kind of slightly risky shot down the wicket on this pitch, actually, to the left-arm spinner, a right-hander, but it was beautifully played, that shot. Still, they've kept the man in mid on and mid off, which is good.
Parkinson, where's that gone? That's gone high in the air, and that is going to be a 6, is it, or a 4? I've lost sight of that. It's a 4. Too long on.
He's trying to get the men pushed back. The mid on and mid off are up, sort of not inside the circle, but sort of saving one. But I think he's succeeded. They're retreating a bit, aren't they now? Mid on and mid off, halfway back, 3/4 of the way back. So that now would be a risky shot, but he has got a single that he's manufactured for himself if he wants it now, down to mid on or mid off.
Parkinson bowls again. That's dabbed to short mid wicket, no run there. And that is the end of the over. So 50 overs up. And Hampshire 156 for 2. I'm about to jump out and Anthony's
Sorry, you were going to say about
I remember going to Gateshead Fell. I think you were playing Kent 1992.
Oh, I have horrible memories of that, actually,
really?
for 2 reasons. I can tell you why. You can go if you like. 2 reasons I've hated that game against Kent. One was because we had to bowl at Carl Hooper for about a day. And Carl Hooper, what a player he was, blimey. West Indian, of course, just made everything look too easy. And he often bat with no thigh pad, and he was just an incredible player. Made you feel like a powder puff bowler. And also, I think I remember Dean Jones getting out, the Australian getting out in that game for sort of 60 odd, and he'd been playing so well and got caught gully or something. And he was absolutely furious. And when Dean Jones was out, and in an unfortunate way, and was annoyed, you got out of the dressing room. And those dressing rooms at Gateshead Vale were very small. You quickly exited or dived for cover because his bat arrived in the dressing room a long time before him.
There's always every club
Yeah.
you play for, there's always that one guy, isn't there, that
Yeah,
you just
at
frightened
least.
to say anything.
I mean, definitely, Dean Jones was one of those. Here's a compatriot of his, Peter Siddle to bowl, and it's driven up to mid-on by Ali Orr. No, he had fire in his belly when he performed, and if that was abruptly terminated for whatever reason, before he'd really had his fill, he got really angry with himself more than anything.
Yeah.
And the bat would arrive horizontal in the dressing room before him.
I heard Jason Royce likes to smash helmets. And,
Right.
in the period when he was with England, doing really well, But yeah, went for a few helmets.
Yeah, I bet he did. Yeah, I can imagine Jason Roy being quite annoyed. Now the umpires here are, I think, consulting. I think it's to do with the ball, which obviously the bowlers are not particularly happy with. The umpires are coming together to discuss it. Has the third umpire made his way down the stairs? Can't see him so far, but they are now signalling to the dressing rooms, so someone will make their way out shortly with a box of balls.
Maybe Ali Orr's wouldn't mind a ball change though. Been stuck on 90 now for around sort of 15 minutes. James Vince has kind of had most of the strike recently.
Changed the ball after 14 overs.
Which has been told by Martin. They last changed the ball after 14 overs. So what's that? 36
overs ago.
That's a problem as last year as well, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, I remember last year, or even might have been the year before, it was due to it was a bizarre reason actually. It was due to COVID, and it was due to, I remember talking to Dilip Jadodia, who's the owner of Dukes, the ball makers, and he told me that I mean, this sounds like a sort of a terrible excuse, but apparently it's true. The cows, where they get the leather in Scotland, had not been fed their usual grain, and they were because of COVID, absent deliveries or missed deliveries or whatever.
Yeah.
They were eating something that they don't normally eat,
Right.
and therefore the leather for the following year wasn't as good quality. It wasn't as thick or something, and then they also had to use a different method of sort of marinating the leather in a fluid to harden it, and that hadn't quite worked either because of the different compounds they'd used, the chemicals they'd used, and so the combination of those two things meant the leather wasn't in the normal condition that they would normally get it in. Therefore the balls were slightly substandard, and it only takes tiny little inaccuracies or issues with that kind of handmade procedure.
Who are we to argue that method?
Yeah, no, I mean, he did explain it to me in quite a lot of detail, and I do believe him actually. And why wouldn't I? I mean, he knows what he's talking about, and it may. I don't know whether the same issue has surfaced this year, but ball making is it's the same as pitch nurturing. It's very precise science, and it's really hard to get it exactly right. And obviously this batch of balls that they've used, I mean, the first two games we did here, they changed the ball a few times.
Do you know what, Simon? I think cricket is almost lost in time, where so many aspects of the game, whether it's making, the art of bat making, for example, it has not changed really in centuries. You still, it's a grip that goes in, you put some string around the grip and you wedge it into it. You'd think that, look at the other sports, like football boots, for example, are a different kind of leather now. They used to be kangaroo leather now.
Tennis rackets.
Yeah.
And things like that.
Yeah. You just think that it's kind of...
I was clearing out my late father's house actually recently, and found an old tennis racket with one of those frames that you put it in to, you sort of had a metal frame you put the racket in to keep it straight, because it was a wooden racket and it would warp.
Yeah.
So you put it in a sort of brace to stop it from warping. Well, obviously you don't need to do that with the modern tennis rackets. Right, anyway, I think they have changed the ball. Siddle is just chatting to Ben Rain at wide mid-on about maybe a field change. Perhaps this ball is slightly shinier, so
have a look over that.
he's putting a second slip in.
Yeah.
Interesting. Just in the hope that it's going to do something. So he's reinforced the slip cord and taken a man from mid-wicket, and he's hoping this new ball might just go off the straight. Ali Orr is the batsman, left-hander, and it goes immediately past the edge. Interesting.
Do you know what? I think, look, Siddle's 39, he's been around a long time. Even mentally, if the ball does not look any different, by putting that another slip in, Ali Orr's thinking, oh God, is this ball a bit shinier? This must be, a bit better than the last one. But I think Ali Orr needs to settle down here. They've moved a fielder from the infield now. That's just another scoring opportunity for him. So just be watchful now for the next few balls.
I definitely think that did something though, didn't it? That one definitely swung,
yeah.
Which previous deliveries from Siddle round the wicket hadn't. Here he comes again, round the wicket, and driven firmly by Orr, but well fielded by Siddle. That one didn't do as much, and it was a lovely looking drive that the bowler took the pace off. That would have been probably a couple of runs actually, if Siddle hadn't got in the way.
Yeah, more orthodox field now, isn't it, with Siddle?
Yeah. 156 for 2, Hampshire. Just the 2 wickets to fall, both taken by the left-arm spinner, Callum Parkinson. Siddle 64 on his back, bowls, and that's short of a length, and Orr defends, just nudges it into the leg side, tried to perhaps get it wide of the mid-wicket fielder, but the ball was too straight.
Yeah, Siddle's definitely been the most economical bowler for Durham today. This is his 9th over, just gone for the 14 runs so far, so it's doing the job that perhaps Durham need him to do. Sometimes when you get a overseas bowler in, they blast the. Look at Sears for Sussex last week. He's been bowling brilliantly. So Siddle's just trying to hold an end up here now.
Yeah. Bowls again. That one moved away. Well left by Orr, who has that slightly quirky method of shouldering arms, a bit like, well, it's a bad comparison, but Courtney Walsh used to do that when he left the ball, sort of almost move the bat forwards towards the bowler and then swivel it out of the way. That's a sort of pirouette of the bat.
Talking about Jaden Seals, I think he's been brilliant so far for Sussex. Very good signing, as has, and I think with the West Indies coming over this summer, that'd be quite interesting. Obviously, they beat Australia as well in the last Test match in the winter.
Siddle bowls again wide, and that's a slightly rash shot by Orr. He doesn't make contact. Tried to square drive that, slash it. Square of the wicket, doesn't make contact, and it goes through to Robinson, the keeper. 156 for 2. Sorry, you were saying about West Indies.
Jaden Seals, he's been bowling brilliantly for Sussex. Are you going to any of the games in the?
I might. I haven't got any particular plans, but I might do. If I can go and see my mate Farby down there, Paul Farbrace.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Strong West Indies normally a good thing for cricket, isn't it? So
yeah. Jason Holder I chatted with last night actually on our virtual cricket club that we run.
Okay.
And he was in a hotel in Canterbury before the match against Kent, playing for Worcester this year. He was talking up the chances of West Indies not necessarily beating England in the Test series, but kind of making a good fist of it and being competitive. Like as you say, Jaden Seals, he's a big fan of. Shamar Joseph, is it? I've forgotten his name.
Yeah.
Alzari Joseph, very good. But then
yeah.
Shamar, the guy that took all the wickets against Australia as well, he's an exciting cricketer.
Is it the guy who bowled with a broken foot or something, or broken toe or something? I think he broke his toe, or he had a Yorker from, I think it was Stark, and then came out and bowled, had an injection, and then bowled Australia out. It's great to see. But Parkinson's going to be coming into James Vince now. And there is a bit of purchase here. So this morning he spent most of his time bowling to the left-handed batsman. This afternoon he's going to have a chance now to turn the ball away from the right-handed James Vince. 2 catching covers, and they slip as Parkinson comes left arm around. James Vince plays a paddle sweep. Played up very fine. It's a very quick outfield here at Utilita Bowl, and that's going to be scooped around. There's very good fielding down the bottom. I can't quite see because we are right underneath us, but they do get through for the 3. So good shot there by James Vince, and that brings Hampshire on to 159 for 2, and brings Ali Orr back on strike, who's still on 90. He's been on 90 for some time now. 90 of 158 balls, batted absolutely beautifully today. He'll be looking for that 10 runs to get him over the line for his first 100 for Hampshire. And I think the way he's batted today, he does deserve it. But still, 10 runs more to go for him. So Callum Parkinson goes around the wicket, back over the wicket for the left-handers, straight into the left short legs lap, who is interested for a moment. You mentioned Worcester. They are 167 for 1 versus Kent today. Kashif Ali's batted well so far this year. He's 72 not out. Obviously had a couple of hundreds earlier on. Parkinson again a bit wide. It's slog swept from Alior. Looking all the way. No, one bounce for one of those things. That's any bit of width, I think, and he's just slog swept that over the deep, almost like a cow corner.
Yeah, he's been bogged down for a while actually on 90, hasn't he? So that was a breakout shot.
He played a similar shot to that earlier this morning, very out of the blue.
He did, but the thing is, they've now put the man at long on, so he's gone a bit more mid-wicket. Actually, he was pretty well played. He picked his spot there.
Parkinson again, a bit straighter this time, or just flicks it off his legs and to deep mid-wicket and takes a single. It's good batting from Alior, brings James Vince back on strike. Alior moves on to 95 now, just 5 away.
Yeah, and actually he might learn from, if he stays in for a bit with Vince, he might learn a bit because, as I said, he was stuck on 90 for a while. He's played out a few maidens from Parkinson, just hasn't quite figured out how to rotate the strike. Vince would be very good at that. He's looked at the man now move behind square on the leg side. Yeah. So sorry, that ball was defended, but Vince played the little paddle sweep.
Yeah.
So then they moved the man from mid wicket to short fine leg, and I noticed Vince had a little glance there at the gap at square leg, which he created. Didn't actually manage to get the ball for that particular delivery to that space, but he was eyeing it up.
Yeah.
And Alior, they're having a chat there. One of the things that Alior might learn from the experience and skill of Vince is just how to manipulate the ball against spin and get off strike occasionally if it's slightly awkward and turning a little bit. The last thing you want to do as a batsman is sort of get bogged down, then go for a big slog.
Yeah, that's
get
great,
off strike and just sit at the other end and rotate the strike and give your partner a chance. So Orr is now on strike to Siddle, round the wicket, leaves it alone. That one just offered away, taken by Robinson in front of first slip.
I just need to apologise to Kashif Ali because I've put the mockers on him and he's just got out, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
72 to actually Callum Parkinson's brother, Matthew Parkinson.
I think was he one of the emerging players from the Saka from
he was,
South Asian Cricket Academy?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a great story.
It is, and I've kept an eye on sort of how they've been getting on against, because they played a lot against the second teams, and
No, it's a brilliant story actually. Little bowls and defended by all. The guy who founded that academy, Tom Brown, isn't it, from Warwickshire? Fantastic guy. Did a big dissertation on the discrimination against South Asian people in cricket at sort of senior, junior level, if you see what I mean, kind of like an under-19 level. That very low number of South Asian kids making it onto the professional circuit, and he did a big dissertation on it, and then set up a club to help some of those players get more awareness, get more opportunity. Now this time it's glanced for 4 by Alior, down to third man, perfectly safe shot, takes him to 99. So actually it was a good bit of batting, because that ball did leave him from Siddle, and he didn't go at it too hard. He let the ball just run off the face all along the ground. 4 runs, third man, and now he's on 99. So it's
one shot away now.
On the brink of his first 100 for his new county.
What would he be thinking here? Leg stump half volley or something on the leg side, just so I can
just
knock
get
it
a bat on it. Get a bat on it and back up James Vince. Siddle bowls, and that was a good tempter outside off, which Orr wisely left alone. That was a clever bit of bowling actually, because it just swung a bit more, and he could easily have been lured into a little flirt at that and got an edge, but he left it alone.
Yeah, I think Siddle will use his experience here and just dangle it outside off
the next
stump.
one will be the same, but I bet you. How many balls to go in this over? Two more balls. I bet you he'll bowl 2 more little inviting drive balls outside off. He's got quite a strong offside field. Siddle bowls, and Orr 99 drives, but doesn't get that one past extra cover. It was a little bit wide. It was quite full, but not entirely convincing drive. Didn't really time it. there's so much time. It's funny, isn't it, how batsmen just get into this mindset, I've got to get one more run, I'm 99, and they get so nervous. And it's just one more run, isn't it?
It is. As soon as I think when I got to 90, I just try and hit some boundaries. Yeah, try and get away with a few.
Siddle, last ball of the over, bowls to Orr, who tries to get that into the leg side. That was an opportunity, actually, and he didn't manage to get it wide of the mid-wicket fielder. So, end of the over from Siddle, and Orr remains on 99. The score 168 for 2.
You mentioned Saka. There's actually something else happening today. So I think it's the first time that it's the national county, so minor counties have put all their best players, or like an 11 together. They're playing against Leicestershire. They played Leicestershire in a T20 game. Leicestershire first team and the minor counties team beat them.
Really?
And they're playing in a game today as well, and Leicestershire at 89 for 3. So
Leicester seconds?
Yeah, no, first team.
First team.
Rayan Ahmed and Kimber and Hanscom. So so it just shows you that there is
some talent below.
There is,
yeah.
And I would love to see an almost like an FA Cup style where you have the minor county teams been drawn in the same T20
God knows how long we've been talking about that, and it still hasn't happened.
And Parkinson into James Vince now. Full, straight, dropped into the leg side. Yeah, I'd love to see it, really would, because I think one, exposure, but also just to see, you're surely going to pick up a few players as well.
Yeah.
Some, you've not been in the academy systems or
late developers
systems.
and
exactly.
things. Yeah.
Parkinson further this time, just flicked off his legs by James Vince. In football terms, you've got Jamie Vardy, who he's come from the conference, gone all the way up to the Premiership. It's like you say, there's late bloomers. Ian Wright was a late bloomer, I think, as well. Went on to play for England.
Yeah, he was.
So anyway, back to Ali Orr, 99 not out, and he will be facing Callum Parkinson, a left-arm spinner who will be going over the wicket, and the ball will be turning into Ali Orr. So there's a short leg.
They've brought the men up, haven't they? Mid on and mid off now, so he can't get an easy single down the ground. Will he take the risk and go for the big one over the top?
I think there's any bit of width. I think that slog sweep's going to come out, but we will see. Is that Parkinson bowls short, flicked off his legs, and that will be the 100 for Ali Orr, first for Hampshire. And he punches the air in delight, lifts his arms, salutes the Hampshire change room, and that is a superb batting display from Ali Orr. Very well deserved, as he salutes the Hampshire faithful all around the ground. Everybody's on their feet. That's superb innings, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, and it's a massive moment for a young player going to a new county. You want to prove yourself, you want to show what you're made of, and the 100 is the best way of doing that. So that'll be a sort of huge satisfaction and sigh of relief, as much as it is a thrill for Ali Orr. Well played.
And James Vince is back on strike now, as Callum Parkinson goes this time around the wicket. Keeps a bit low this time, turns. Vince leaves for no run. I think the big thing for now is you have seen the balls turn. The pitch is doing something. So for Ali Orr now, his job isn't done. He needs to now kick on and get Hampshire up to, you'd think hopefully above 400, and then hope that the Liam Dawson and Felix Hawken can do the work with the ball. As Parkinson comes again into James Vince, who drives. That's classic James Vince. Extra cover, 4 runs. No need to run those, James Vince. That is textbook Vince there. Over-pitched by Parkinson and driven strongly through the extra cover region for 4. Moves him on to 21.
Beautiful. It was an exquisite shot, that. Really good. The hallmark of James Vince, really. That elegance that he shows when in the off drive. Gets him out sometimes, but when he middles it, it looks $1 million.
Very much Ian Bell-esque, wasn't it? Cover drive, high elbow, and then his bottom hand just comes in right at the end to just to punch it through the covers. As Parkinson see his bit straighter. Is that on the pad? A bit of inside edge there, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely enough in here.
Yeah, I think it was, as you say, a bit of bat and pad there. Parkinson has sort of strangled a peel.
So Parkinson's bowled 16 overs. I'm pretty sure there's 16 overs on the bounce before and after lunch. So he's doing a good job though. Two wickets. He's going for 4 overs. So he's not really sort of tying an end up, but I guess that's what Siddle's job will be doing. That's what his job will be. 5 overs.
He's off now, actually. Ben Rain's bowling. Just a little conflab there between Ali Orr and James Vince. Vince obviously congratulating. They had a little embrace together, the batsmen. Vince saying, well done, fantastic, but come on now. You've got to, as you say, Anthony, you keep going. come on, make it a big one, make it
Yeah.
a daddy 100 and all that. And it will be a really big moment, a thrill for Ali Orr. 'Cause I can remember, joining a new county, and I joined Durham, and you always want to show what you're made of and your skills, and until you've actually delivered a 5-wicket haul or 100, you haven't proved yourself. It's certainly in your own eyes anyway. And so now he feels part of it. He feels like he belongs. Others have got 100 already.
Yeah.
Now he's joined in. Ben Rain is now bowling to him. First ball is right on the spot and well defended by Ali Orr.
It's a great point, though, Simon. You're right. When you come into a new team, I can imagine in this professional environment, like, as you mentioned, he's had a few. Well, his highest score before today was 26.
Yeah,
he's got 50 in the pre-season.
And doubts start to creep in. And Gubbins has had 100. Middleton's had 100. Obviously, Vince we all know about. You want to join in and be part of that, and now he has. Rain bowls and he dabs it into the offside, but can't get that past cover point.
What do you think about the wicket? It seems a bit more in it this week. And obviously you and I did the Warwickshire game a couple of weeks ago. It was a very slow wicket, wasn't it? But a bit more bounce, a bit more turn.
Yeah, there's something there, a bit more, isn't there? It's not, it's 174 for 2, but it's it does feel like that there's a bit more in it for the bowlers, and you can run in with a bit more optimism rather than just hope. This is Rain bowling around the wicket and defended by Orr, who walks away typically every ball before he resumes his stance, takes a little deep breath or two from a short square leg position.
We're going to be replaced in the next few balls, Simon, but I wanted to get your thoughts. Kevin and I were chatting before about superstitions. Did you have any cricket superstitions?
No. Only that I probably wasn't going to have a very good day today. That's probably what you call negative, just a negative attitude. No, I didn't actually. I never quite understood it. I mean, some of the superstitions are bizarre, aren't they, as Rain bowls, and that's defended and glided down to third man. They'll get at least 2. There's nobody back there. The second slip fielder's after it and keeps it to 2. Good bit of fielding, actually. So 2 more to Ali Orr, takes him to 102. What's the most bizarre one you've heard? Superstition-wise,
I think the straps. Yeah. I think me as well. I'd always have to have even numbers. I think cricketers in general is just a bit
mad.
We are.
Yeah. Do you remember Neil Mackenzie? He played for Hampshire, didn't he?
He did.
He couldn't stand on the crease, could he? He had this sort of bizarre feeling about creases. It's defended into the leg side by Orr for a single. Yeah, a bit like the old thing of not stepping on the cracks in the pavement.
Oh yeah. I'll do that. Yeah.
Well, Neil Mackenzie was don't step on the creases at all.
Or 3 drains in a row.
And there was a wicketkeeper, another South African wicketkeeper played here. He had the same recently, sort of 10 years ago or so. What's his name? I can't think. I'm sure someone online will be able to remember. He had the same kind of neurosis almost about stepping on the creases. Neil Mackenzie would actually step over the crease, with a huge stride whenever he's anywhere near it. Standing on the crease was, basically fatal in his mind. So Vince is now on strike to Ben Rain, and he drives, but doesn't get any timing. And Rain tries to flick it onto the stumps, hoping that the batsman's out of his crease, misses. The batsman was back anyway. End of the over, 177 for 2, and that's the end of our stint. Back to Kevin and co. See you in a minute.
So well done to Ali Orr. My word, we've been waiting for that. Not been too long. It's felt longer than perhaps it actually has been. Maybe for Ali Orr it's felt an eternity. But he has his first 100 for Hampshire. Brought in to try and bolster the opening batting situation. Hasn't quite worked up till today. He's on 103. Vince is 21 not out. Hampshire are 177 for 2. Beautiful conditions here at the Utilita Bowl. Perfect for cricket. And I think it's probably the first time I've said that this season. So we've got a change of bowling at the far end. I think it might be Bryden Cast coming on. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. This partnership's worth 43 between Orr and Vince. Roughly split between the two, 22 and 21 in Orr's favour. And Cassidy is round the wicket. Martin Emerson is alongside me for this next stint till tea, and Orr works that away behind square on the leg side. They'll jog through for a single, and Orr moves on to 104. The Hampshire total on to 178 for 2, by far and away their best batting showing so far this season. Welcome
Probably
back,
in the best weather as well, isn't it?
Well, I think it's comfortably the best weather. Do you know what?
That helps.
Incredibly, in that 4-day game that was rained out at your place, it was
Mhm.
probably the warmest 4 days of the season up till today. Because the other
Well, the
2
Saturday,
games here
so
were
day
freezing.
2, it was really warm
Yeah,
winds, wasn't it? It was
yeah.
very windy, but really warm.
It was. Cast from the pavilion end. Bowls. Vince is
Ooh.
playing a missing outside the off stump there.
Talking to Simon Hughes earlier on, Mervyn emailed, he said, "Good afternoon, Martin. It's lovely to hear erstwhile Durham Trojan Simon Hughes giving his valued commentary. He never gave less than his best in very difficult circumstances. Who knew then that Durham would be 3 times county champions?" Thank you, Mervyn.
Was it 92, Durham's first year
Yeah.
in cricket? It was, yeah.
Yeah. In first class cricket.
Cast in to Vince, wide of off stump, and Vince leaves that one alone.
There was a famous victory in the Cup against Yorkshire in the 70s. Was it at Harrogate? Benson and Hedges, something like that? I think it was either the year I was born or the year Sunderland won the FA Cup.
Either unmemorable.
Yes. One more so than the other. In fact, it was the 51st anniversary of the FA Cup win the other day.
Okay.
5 days ago.
Cast with 2 slips, comes into Vince once more and bowls, and full delivery. Vince stabs down on that one.
And they're still having to dine out, isn't it? Because there's not been anything since. Major trophies wise, there's been plenty of promotions and relegations.
So 178 for 2. We are, after this over, 8 overs away from... Oh, Nick Pothas was the... how could we forget that name, Simon? It's the South African wicketkeeper here. Outside of off stump, and that's left alone. He had a pretty distinguished career, and we've forgotten him already. If he's listening, we apologise.
Mackenzie, I think Mackenzie played for Durham, didn't you? Was talking about Neil Mackenzie
Did
earlier on?
Neil Mackenzie play for Durham as well?
Possibly 2017 when the first went down.
Yeah, certainly 2 popular figures here, that's for sure. Both did very, very well.
There was also Aidan Markram who played for Durham.
Yeah, he's a good player. He played a little bit here as well. What a good, nice guy. What a player he was as well. Vince off the back foot, steers that down to third. Maybe a little finer than he was aiming. He certainly opened the face of the bat, but it was all along the ground. It was perfectly safe. And Vince moves on to 25 at the end of that cast over, and Hampshire 182 for 2.
Aidan Markram will certainly remember his Durham debut because he became the first player to get 2 ducks on the first day of a county championship career. He went 8th ball against Kent in 2018 and then 3rd ball. Kent had Matt Henry steaming in for them that game at Chester Street. I think that was all over in about 2.5 days, that much.
Yeah, very popular guy here. Nice to have seen a bit more of him here, as I'm sure you guys think that up your way.
There's not many of the overseas players who've come and been there year after year after year. I mean, David Beddingham's into his 4th season now. Dale Benkenstein did about 10 years, but generally, you know, Durham sign a player and they're there for a season, not even a full season. Ben Rain here. Oh, is that caught behind? The keeper thinks so. Ollie Robinson's gone up with his hands in the air.
Rain didn't think so.
There was nothing from the bowler, I was just about to say.
No.
So what was that noise?
Assuming there was one.
Ponder, yeah. I mean, they've been unlucky with bowlers, so Scott Boland came over this year and has already gone back, having featured in just part of a game against Warwickshire. Last year, Matt Kuhneman suffered a back injury and left after 3 games, went back to Australia. players who they sign in the hope they'll come good, then end up in the Australia A team or whatever, like Mike Hussey did. Played until about the August one year, 2005 I think that was. Rain round the wicket. This is played to short mid-wicket, no run there.
Yeah, you've had some good overseas players over the years.
David Boone, Dean Jones. Sadly no longer with us, Dean Jones. Rain bowls, and Orr guides that down to third man, no run there.
I got an email earlier, apologies I missed this out actually, from Jocelyn, Dave and Kieran, I think that is. solentcricket@gmail.com. We were talking about some bands earlier and some music.
Yeah,
we were,
I said
weren't we?
Full Force, didn't I?
Oh, you did, yes.
You said the Full Force of the Sun, and I said it reminded me of a
That's
band.
right. And they replied at the time, apologies Joss, I missed this, but they're sat in the roof terrace at the far end enjoying the cricket and also increasing their knowledge of music.
Rain in with a short one, pulled away by Orr out towards deep mid-wicket. Benningham's out there with an underarm throw. Interesting, all the way back to the keeper's end, 1 run. Yeah, they were apparently, I got a message of somebody on Twitter, they were a funk. Full Force were an 80s funk soul band. The video for their song Alice, I Want You Just For Me is one of the unintentionally funny things you will ever see. This is from Simon Francis, and he's linked the video in his tweet, so I haven't had a look at it yet actually.
Want to have a look at back in your hotel room?
.183 for 2, Rain in. That's defended by Vince, who's on 25. Bluebell Woods, we were talking about a walk in the Bluebell Woods earlier. Derek says that sounds like a small festival band, the Bluebell Woods. Bit sort of country folky thing.
It's got that feel to it, hasn't it?
Crop Ready Festival.
Yeah.
Ben Chapman pointing out you didn't see this at all with the Kookaburra, the change of balls. There's rain balls, slower ball, that's gone to point, no run. They changed the ball here today on 14 overs, and then the next ball lasted 36 overs.
It's hardly worth changing a Kookaburra because they're soft anyway. Just changing a soft one for a soft one.
Jay's wondering how on earth did it take 2.5 hours from London to Durham in the 90s? It takes us 4 hours now. He said 2 hours 45 on the East Coast mainland, Simon. And yeah, there are some trains that will get you down to London inside 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
When they're running, of course.
Well, of course, yeah.
They must be going like the clappers.
Well, there's fast sections of the line and slow sections of the line, but one of my colleagues jumped on a train at Newcastle to go to a sports producers conference in Manchester. By the skin of his teeth, he'd gone on, sat down in his chair, and the guard came on and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board the Flying Scotsman non-stop to London." I think he arrived in Manchester mid-afternoon, having had to get another train up from Euston or somewhere. It's easily done.
Bryden cast round the wicket to Orr, comes in and bowls. Orr's on the back foot, steers that down to third and moves on to 106, 184 for 2. Stephen Clark emailed a little earlier. Apologies, I missed a couple of these. solentcricket@gmail.com. He's also up in the gods. 50-run partnership between Orr and Vince off 91 deliveries, and that's come up in just over an hour between these two, and they've both hit exactly 25 runs each of that partnership, sharing it out. Sitting in the Shane Warne stand is Stephen Clark. That'll be nice and shady up there. We're waiting for the sun to blind us in the camera gantry. It hasn't happened yet, but it won't be long. And then we've got a perfect excuse if we miss anything. Here comes Cass and bowls. Vince gets a length ball. It's gone out quietly into the covers. Bryden Cass is still looking for his first wicket of the game, and he's still looking for his first wicket of 2024. He now averages, well, he hasn't got an average. He's conceded about 260 runs at the moment. not sure he wants to take a wicket, because then he will have an average, and then you can work out his average yourselves.
Jay reckons Ian Botham's raised more than £20 million with his charity walks.
Really? Raising some more money tonight for Chris Wood outside the off stump, left alone.
And Derek says 40 years next year since Beefy did his first walk. He put into my head and heart the idea we could help save lives, and that is why I walk with Ellie. And he sent Ellie a signed book at the end of one of our recent walks.
That's nice.
They do charity walks normally from somewhere in Scotland down the east coast to the Roca Riviera or Alnmouth or wherever.
Carson again runs towards us. Vince is forward. Hits the decks nicely, does Bryden Cunts, but Vince is in behind that one. What's your fascination with down the east coast, travelling south at the moment? That's not the only route, is it? I suppose it would be from up your way.
Of course it is.
Yeah, of course.
It's much quicker than going cross country. Once you get on that line to Birmingham, it just takes forever. Always seems to be a driver change in Derby. You sit in Derby for about 15 minutes.
Cars. Pass to Vince again. It's a good length ball.
Of course you wouldn't know. You just fly everywhere, don't you?
I've only done it once this year. Up to your place.
I looked at the flights and everything was out of budget.
Was it?
Yeah. And then there's train strikes this week as well, so that was
So you had to drive.
7 hours in the car yesterday.
Well, I sort of worked it out actually. Well, maybe I got lucky, but I worked out that the price of the flight from here up to Newcastle was probably about the same as the amount of petrol I put in the car.
Yeah.
So not a lot of difference anyway. Cast comes in again and bowls. Oh, it's very wide of off stump. Vince thought about playing it. That's very close to being a wide. Not called. 184 for 2.
If I'd wanted to fly down on Wednesday at 6 o'clock in the morning, I could have got that for peanuts, but that wasn't the day I wanted to fly down. So the day I wanted to fly down, it was well beyond what's in the budget.
Yeah. It does make a difference though. Is it about an hour? No, I think it's about an hour and 10, isn't it, or something?
Yeah,
Can't remember what
you've
it
got
was.
to. I mean, it is quicker, but you've got to factor in how long it takes you to get to the airport, going through security, sitting around in the airport, flying, coming through the other airport, picking up your hire car, getting your hotel. It all has to be factored in.
And waiting about 45 minutes for a taxi at the airport, which I had to do.
184 for 2. Rain in the sunshine here in Southampton. Right arm round the wicket from the hotel end of the ground, bowling to Orr, who's on 106. That is defended, and it rolls to mid-on. How many times do you reckon, Kev, these two have played each other?
Ben Rain and Ali Orr. Or Durham and Hampshire.
Yes, Durham and Hampshire.
Oh, sorry.
I'll go for that one.
What, since 1992?
Yeah.
Championship and one day?
Well, not championship matches.
Oh, championship.
Yeah.
Right, okay, let me have a guess.
Rain in, and that's a half
Shot.
volley outside of off stump, and that is driven away for 4. Nice shot right out the meat of the bat. It comes to rest in front of the hovercars.
Okay, so 8 years up to 2000, and then we've had 20. So it's 32 years that Durham have played championship cricket. And I would say out of that, obviously we've been in different divisions. Obviously 8 years you've been in Division 2. So we'll take 8 years of that.
There weren't any Division 1 or 2 for 2 years, was
No. So how many years? I'll say 32 years. Take 8 out of that, so that's 24. A couple of years, as you say, there was 24. I would say 35.
Rain bowls. Oh, inside edge. It's gone past leg stump and down towards fine leg. It's chased by the keeper. 1 run.
Actually, no, I'll go 30.
30?
Yeah.
33. Not bad. Not bad.
So I was in between both.
Yeah. Because in the early years, they would have played each other once, either home or away, on an alternative basis for, well, from 1992 through to 2000, wasn't it? 99, when they had at the end of the 99 season, they had the 2 divisions split.
Yeah. 33.
Yeah.
Now, shall I guess who's won?
Go on then.
Okay.
Rain balls.
Oh!
That's gone through the keeper. That was a cracking ball. That was a snorter.
That's the ball of the morning.
Or the
Afternoon.
Vince didn't know anything about that. It's gone right through him. It was a bit of a muted appeal. Too good a delivery.
Oh, it's gone like a big leg break and bounced. Quick. You sometimes see that on the pitches going towards the left, that bowling from this end, every now and then one does kick off short of a length. That's a beauty. It's too good. Right. The win split out of 33 matches.
Rain again to Vince, slower ball. It's gone past the off stump to the keeper.
Well, I could say if you account for the fact that half those games were played up north and were probably washed out, that's probably take that all out of it. I reckon
that's 2 games off the list then, isn't it?
well, 2 games that were certainly washed out, both up in Durham. I'm going to go 10 wins Hampshire, 8 Durham.
Oh, right. Durham have won 6 and lost 12.
12.
In comes Rain. That's gone down the leg side. It was an attempted leg stump Yorker. Good take from the keeper, end of the over. And 5 runs come from it. So we're now down to what we got? 5 overs to go to tea.
Yes.
189 for 2. So Durham have only won 2 games in Southampton, including the last meeting in 2016. Game abandoned in Chesley Street this year and in 1997. Where can you remember playing up in the northeast? Was it always Chesley Street, or were Durham still a bit nomadic when you? Those early years before the ground was built, we played at Stockton. Yeah. What year was that?
Well, so you joined in 92, so it would have been not long after that. 93, 94. We played twice up there. Twice we played up there.
Well, there was a home win for Durham in 95.
Probably played in that, yeah. Shall I look that up? I'm going to look that up. Let's look that up. 95. As Cass from the Pavilion End bowls. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, my word. Ali Orr had to really shift there. He got inside the line and also had to sink to his knees, and he had to do it in double quick time. Good short delivery.
Hampshire have won in the northeast 7 times. They've also beaten Durham twice in Basingstoke. 3 wins here as well.
I'm going to look those games up in Stockton. Is it Darlington, Stockton, or is it? No, that's different.
Darlington. There's a railway that goes between the 2.
Cast bowls. All works that away down to fine leg. Moves on to 112 for that single. 190 for 2.
Darlington Stockton Railway. It was the first passenger railway in the world, but no doubt you would have flown.
Right, here we are. So the first game that we played up at your place was at Darlington. That was in 92.
Yeah.
Did I play
So
that one?
was
Yes,
the
I
first
did.
season then.
I opened the batting.
Did you? As a night watchman?
Tony Middleton, father of Fletcher, playing in the game, got 127 not out. We declared 6 down for 303. I only got 3. Gower batting at 3, got 38. Robin Smith batting at 4, got just a single outside the off stump and left alone. Simon Hughes played in that game, got 1 for 80. Did he get me out? No, fortunately didn't. Simon Brown, the left arm seamer, did. Who got runs for Durham in that game? Paul Parker, former Sussex captain.
Yeah.
68. Phil Bainbridge, former Gloucester. This is when a lot of players went to Durham, didn't they, to bolster them in their first few seasons. He got 84 not out. And a guy called I. Smith. Who's that? Ian Smith? I don't remember him. 68 not out. I got 1 wicket. Who did I get? Oh, I got Paul Parker. There you go. Vince off the back foot, steers out into cover point. In the second innings, I got a half century.
Did you?
57.
I thought you were a bowler.
Well, yeah, but I batted 3 for a couple of years and also opened the batting for a time. I was an
It was only a
all-rounder.
couple of years, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What happened? Did not work
Well,
out.
no, I was there to shield Gower and Smith. It wasn't because they thought I was
taking
brilliant.
one for the team every week.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't because they thought I was brilliant. So the next year at Stockton in 94. Sorry, that game was. So 92. That game at Darlington in 92 was drawn. It must have been rain outside the off stump, and that's left alone by James Vince. The second game at Stockton in '93 was also drawn. There was no play on day 2. There you go. So, oh, I didn't play in that one. And the third game in '95, also at Stockton on tees. Durham won by 26 runs. And oh, I didn't play in that one either. So there you go. So there's one of the Durham wins. Here's Cuss. Oh, and Vince is playing at that one, maybe withdraws the bat, maybe just in time, maybe just a fraction late, but nevertheless a good delivery to end that over from Bryden Cuss, who's conceded just 1 off that. 190 for 2, 4 overs until tea. Orr has 112, Vince has 25. And then we were, so Riverside, the first year we played Durham at the Riverside was 1997 in the championship.
Yeah, the ground opened in '95, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it must have been later in '95 because we played, yeah. Oh, and there you go, the '97 game was abandoned, so we didn't play there, effectively, even though we turned up each morning.
You didn't? You spent the week in the hotel, didn't you?
No, we turned up every morning.
On the golf course?
No, we turned up every morning. Weather like this on a couple of days, if I remember rightly.
I remember sitting there on the hottest day of the year and not seeing a ball bowled because of overnight rain. It was before they put the new drainage system in a few years back, and you could just basically see steam coming out the grass. It was cracking the flags. People were getting burnt in the stands, and there wasn't a ball bowled. Early 2000s, maybe it's 2004, something like that. 190 for 2, rain bowling here. This is his 9th over, none for 17 so far. And it's driven down the ground, and it's inside the line of mid-off, and it's away for 4. Cars diving across from mid-off more for show than anything. The ball was in the air, but it was well wide of him.
Bit of a slap there from Orr. Watching the replay on the live picture feed. And
didn't sound like he connected with it cleanly.
No, he didn't, did he? Rain's just getting the ball to straighten a fraction. Just ever such a fraction. We're on the 3rd ball here for your innings. We're into the 61st over, so not too long for Durham to wait for a completely new cherry.
Mervyn's been back on. It was there. Durham beat Yorkshire in Harrogate in 1973 in the Gillette Cup. That's left alone well wide, and that's swung away towards first slip there. He said Brian Lander was the man of the match with approximately 5 for 15, says Mervyn. Brian Lander used to play for Durham City.
Cricket?
Yeah, tall, thin bowler. Good Durham Senior League player as well, played in the minor counties for Durham. Turned off the legs this time by Orr for 1, moves on to 117. Jay's been back on. He says, I saw Kevin James batting, he were mint. Show some respect. I never saw him open Orr at number 3 though.
That was a brief spell.
Yeah.
He didn't miss anything.
He also says Derby Station's a pit of hell for the travelling man, and I have had to bench it there twice, which, to paraphrase Oscar Wilde, is pretty careless.
Bench it meaning what, overnight?
Probably spending overnight there, yeah.
Have you ever done that?
No.
No.
195 for 2. Ben Rain bowls. It's just gone up to mid-off, no run there. I've had overnights in airports when you know one flight's come in late at night and your next flight's not until early morning or whatever, and you've spent, I think I slept for about 6 hours on a couch at Schiphol once on the way back from the Middle East.
Do they allow you to do that in airports?
Well, if you're a transit passenger, you can't leave, can you? Or if you were to leave, then all your luggage and everything would have to go back through the system again. So, world's probably more connected these days. Next ball is pushed away towards the covers. Have a late cut there from Vince. Something's buzzing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just...
Yeah, if you just hold that in the air, that stops the noise. Surrounded by a force field of electricity. There, just hold it up, that's it. There, you've done it. 195 for 2 then, as Rain looks to complete this over. And that is a dot ball. And what time is it? That's me, is it?
Yeah, so you're done.
That's me done then. So I'll see you after tea.
Thank you very much. And Anthony Clapham will join me and for the next 3 overs. There's runs around the country generally. Worcester against Kent. Worcester are 198 for 2. And Kashif Ali was out for 72 there. Gareth Roderick is still 66 not out. Lancashire 195 for 3. They're the bottom side currently on the Division 1 table. Keaton Jennings was out for 91. Lancashire 195 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. And the only place where wickets have fallen is in the game between Surrey and Warwickshire, where Warwickshire are 179 for 6. Not surprising against that Surrey attack. Roach has a couple of wickets. Jordan Clark has 3 wickets. Welcome back, Anthony, as Bryden Class comes in and bowls and all tucks that away behind square on the leg side. Should only be a single or slips. He does.
He's looked brilliant today. I've been, every time I come on I talk about Alior, but I've been so impressed with him today. Chanceless 100, and it was actually a real pleasure that I was on comms when he got the 100 himself. So I'm wearing the sunglasses now. The sun is very bright up here, isn't it?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
You wait. It gets a lot worse than this. This is the calm before the storm.
Simon and I were talking about Alior now kicking on. Obviously the pitch is turning, so really needs a big one now.
Cast comes into Vince and bowls, and that's wide of off stump, and that swung a little bit. Ollie Robinson couldn't take it cleanly in front of first slip, and I'm not surprised. That had a wicked swing on that, didn't it, once it had left the batter.
That looks to have maybe hit the shins of, can't quite see the number down there, but the slip fielder after the maybe the wicketkeeper's palmed it onto the shin there.
It did go, didn't it?
So Alior's top score in first class cricket is 198, so he'll be looking to get anywhere near that today. Would be exactly what Hampshire need with Felix Organ and Liam Dawson, sort of the spinners. Kyle Abbott obviously going to be opening the bowling with Brad Wheel, do you think?
I would have thought so.
Yeah. Mohamed Abbas obviously, I think he's in his room actually, he's unwell, so Felix Organ came into with him this morning, taking over.
Cast at all. Bowls, or flicks that away in the air slightly. Goes out towards a deep square leg. The field is scattered a little bit on the leg side. That's Matthew Potts out there in the deep. And Orr moves on to 119. Yeah, I think he's going to be a popular player here, Ali Orr. I just get that feeling. The applause, the warmth of the applause.
Yeah,
from the
everybody's
crowd.
on their feet, weren't they?
You can tell, can't you? It was a real genuine, well done, Ali kind of feel to that.
Do you know what the similar feeling I get on the bowling side is John Turner when he does well? It's a similar sort of feeling.
Yes, true. Cast bowls, just bounces a little bit on Vince as he's turning that square on the leg side. They'll still come through for a single. 199 for 2. No, you're right. You can tell, can't you, that you know, the crowds are always polite, not just here, but generally around the country. But you can tell when there's a celebration from the spectators with a bit of feeling, can't you? And I think we noticed that with Ali Orr. Yeah,
pretty chanceless as well. He's played really well against Parkinson, sort of off his legs, down the ground, and if it's a bit of width, he's played that slog sweep well. Hasn't played too many sort of cover drives, but I think he's been very, very patient. I think he was 10 off 40 balls to start off with, and then really caught up in the afternoon session. And I think after tea, if he can get to tea, after tea he'll be looking to really push on. And the bowlers are a bit tired.
Yes, it's been warm out there in the middle, I'm sure. It's cast round the wicket to Orr, length ball. Or behind that one. Yeah, I've already had a text message or two from people that know Ali Orr saying, please, when you speak to him, will you pass on our congratulations? And I said, well, actually, tonight of all nights, I'm not actually speaking to anybody. I usually do the interviews, which is nice. And I guess Ali Orr would have been the most obvious one, even at this stage, even if he gets out. But I won't be speaking to him, because I'm going to the Chris Wood testimonial dinner tonight. And I think by the time we finish here, I won't really have time to get over the other end and get ready and get organised. So it will be left to somebody else. As that's gone for the Yorker. He's wrapped on the pad there, and that's going for 4. The umpire will signal leg byes. Cars is still down on his knees. Still down on his knees. Just watching that on the replay, that looks like it's going down the leg side. Hampshire 200 up, as Anthony says, in the 62nd over. I think that may just have hurt. One of those that just catches the top of the boot. But it was, for me, on the replay, that's definitely going down.
Yep. There's been a few of those today from Cast. He sort of just fired it down leg side. Wicketless this season, of course, which, for his sake, hopefully, he hasn't bowled too badly today, just a few looseners. But I was a bit worried this afternoon, Kev, because you didn't have any lunch because you're saving yourself for this afternoon, or this evening, shall I say. I'm a bit worried you're going to get a bit hangry. So have you got any
hangry?
Yeah, hangry. Have you got any snacks to keep yourself going?
Well, if you've left me a biscuit or two by the coffee, which you have very kindly,
yeah.
I think I might treat myself to a biscuit at tea time.
It'd be nice for you to be at an event that you don't have to do the presenting.
I have to say, it's probably the first time for a very long time I can go and enjoy a dinner.
Rain comes in now to Vince, who's sort of played a lift. Oh, I don't know, there's a lot happening there. So he's played and missed. He's sort of climbed, bounced, and the keeper has just juggled it over his head. No run, but let's have a look at the replay. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yeah, kind of just lifted.
It's just been. There was one a couple of overs ago, wasn't there?
The change of ball. This is the third change of ball, and Rain didn't get too excited, but just the way it lifted and sort of Robert Robinson palmed it over his head. Strange one. Rain at the top of his mark comes in again to James Vince. A bit more watchful now. Again, similar length, plays it off his legs into mid-wicket for no run. See if we can get another replay of that one if there's anybody listening. It's only just lift, didn't it? After almost James Vince went to sort of backward punch it, and it just sort of lifted a bit more, and even caught Robinson by surprise. James Vince been very watchful. Anything over pitch, he's been putting his famous drive for 4 a few times. 26 off 61 as Rain comes in now over the wicket from the hotel end. Short ball pulled down to fine leg. Got a bit excited there, but I think James Vince played that very well in the end. It was a bit slow. Had to wait for it, and just in the end just played it nicely down to fine leg for 1 run. Brings Ali Orr back on strike. Hampshire 204 for 2.
Ben Rain's picked up 5 wickets so far this season, but his average was 58, averaging 58 apiece before today, so that would have increased a fraction. It has been hard work for some of the seamers this year.
Yeah, well, Parkinson's their leading wicket taker before today was with 9 wickets, so he's into 11. Nobody else is into the double figures. So Coughlin, who's not playing today, obviously Potts, who actually bowled really well in his opening spell and then got a bit of tap towards just after lunch, didn't he? There's Ali Orr on strike, just blots it down for his no run. He went for 19, didn't he, in that second over after lunch?
Yeah, 6 overs for 36 overall. Just bowled a little wide of off stump, didn't he, to the left-handers?
He did. I think he was a bit frustrated, and he obviously created the chance for Orr. I mentioned chanceless, but he did sort of leave, but left his bat there, and the ball glided off the face of the bat in between almost a wide first slip and a keeper, and Potts yelled in frustration, and after that, or I think maybe thought, right, this is my day, I need to cash in now, and he has done. So Rain comes in now, round the wicket to Ali Orr, off his legs, clips it off his legs into almost like a deep mid-wicket, not on the boundary, just outside the ring, if there was one, for no run. I want to give a shout out to the Hampshire Disability team who are playing at home this weekend. Their game against Essex a couple of weeks back was washed out, so they are going to be hosting the D40 Quest champions of last year, Yorkshire, and that game will be played at Hartley Whitney on Sunday at 1 PM. So good luck to the guys. I'll try and pop down.
Good plug.
As Rain comes in now, short ball to Ali Orr. Had to go with not the tallest of guys as Rain, so that what's a no ball. So that'll be 2 runs, I think. No balls in the county championship this year and last year. And there'll be an extra ball. Is that a no ball because it was too high, or was that a front foot no ball? I think it was too high, wasn't it?
I'll take your word for it.
But that's another 2 on.
Well, no, it was signalled by the umpire this end.
Okay.
So that would have been front.
yeah. Bit of an effort ball there by Rain. Comes in again. Wide does it again. Another bouncer. Alior ducks underneath. Drags us back. A bit more superstitions there from Alior. Dots it down. Does a bit of gardening and completes the over.
So the Hampshire Disability Team haven't played a game yet this year?
No. But there's a new captain this year. Greg McKenzie's taken over Hugo Hammond. So we've got a decent team out against Yorkshire. We'll be travelling down. The guys unfortunately drove all the way up to, I think it was Middlesex actually, drove all the way up to Yorkshire a couple of weeks ago. Got to the ground, waited 4 hours for it to be washed out. So Yorkshire guys will be travelling down, I guess, Saturday night. But there's no chance of that game being washed out.
Last over before tea, to be bowled by Bryden Cast, comes in for the pavilion end. Vince drives on the up, doesn't time that. Goes up towards mid-off. So we're doing pretty well here in terms of over rates. We're just 10 minutes over the scheduled tea break. Pretty close. Callum Parkinson, of course, having a bowl, as well as Colin Ackerman has helped. Parkinson's bowled 16 overs of left arm spin, 2 for 64. Ackerman 6 overs, but that was before lunch, so he actually hasn't bowled at all in the middle session. Cast again, right arm over, bowls, nip back wickedly at James Vince. It's bounced too high, even though Cast is appealing, yelling.
He's not happy, is he?
He thinks somewhere along the line there is a decision for him, but at the moment he probably feels that the umpire isn't going to give him anything. But if I'm honest, none of the appeals looked stone dead.
No.
I mean, it nipped back. It was a good delivery. Just watching the replay here, that's nipped back. It's too high.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah.
You thought it was closer than I thought.
Close, maybe clipping, but yeah, you can't give it based on clipping, I guess. It's has come back and look, Cast is tall. Vince is pretty tall, isn't he? He's over 6 foot, so benefit the doubt to the batsman.
Which is fair enough. 207 for 2. He's wholehearted. He's Brian Cast. 3 T20 internationals between 2021 and 2023. Outside the off stump, it's a good carry. You think that, I know we've changed the ball a couple of times, but we're in the 64th over and he gets good bounce.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned to Martin earlier, I think his role in the England side is almost that Plunkett role, isn't it? Bang the ball in sort of middle of the pitch. Try and get hit as square as you can, and in that middle over period.
Should have added 14 one-day internationals to those T20s, of course. 207 for 2, 3 balls till a break. Cast round the wicket, Fuller, and all works that out on the leg side, and moves on to 120. Sure, he's feeling hot out there. It looks hot out there.
Yeah, we were very. When does the sun normally hit this?
Just after tea.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah,
it's coming. It's coming. They're getting away lightly at the moment. It's pleasant. Make the most of it. Just need a bit of hazy cloud to come over, which will just help us. Cast comes over, bowls, and Vince works that length ball up to mid-on.
He's left out of the T20 World Cup squad, is Cast. Obviously, like you mentioned, more one-day internationals. They've chosen to go with Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, obviously with his extra pace, and Reece Topley, who's travels around now, playing a lot of the T20 stuff. So
season campaigner. So last ball of the afternoon session coming up. And Cast runs in. Bowling to James Vince. Vince gets wrapped on the pads and no ball. Now, was there was a stunted appeal? Was that because there was a chance of an LBW decision? If you're watching on the live picture feed, I'm sure we'll get the replay here. My first impression was it might have been going down. Just watching it here, it was pretty close. That is pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. Just having a look at it again, another replay. Slow-mo. Yeah, you're right, it's going down, isn't
It's
it?
going down, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going down.
Quite full though.
Yeah, initially my thoughts were the ball is angling actually into the right-hander, isn't it? So it's just fractionally going down. But it was close. Brighton class is getting closer and closer, but not close enough. Here we are then. That's the ball that signals T as that's worked up to mid-on, and that is 64 overs completed, then 210 for 2 Hampshire, with Ali Orr in his first season with Hampshire on 120 not outs. He's faced 197 balls. James Vince is 27 not out. That's come off 67 balls, and these two so far have put on 76 unbroken for the third wicket. Anthony.
Yeah, great session for Hampshire. Ali Orr going on to reach his maiden century for Hampshire, which he'll be delighted with. He ends up on 120 not out, and James Vince as well set on 27. So losing Gubbins sort of in the middle there, but yeah, I think Hampshire will be really happy with the set. They'll have a quick break now, and then they'll come back and hopefully push on. We'll is it 15 minutes?
Just
15,
over.
20 minutes, yeah. We'll see you back shortly.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. The applause is for the players making their way out into the middle. Alex Wharf and Russell Warren, the two umpires, are already in the middle. And at the state of play, Hampshire this morning winning the toss, electing to bat first. They're in a good position here, 210 for 2. Ali Orr, the Sussex batter who moved along the south coast during the winter. We've been waiting for him to play a major innings. Well, he's given it to us today and he's still going. He's 120 not out. James Vince is 27 not out. And this pitch, whilst has had a little bit more pace in it here and has taken a little bit of spin, is probably still not helping the bowlers that much. But certainly a bit more in it for them than we've seen. And there is the odd one that's turning as well. Just asked Fletcher Middleton this morning. Your commentary team this evening, we'll have Simon Hughes back. We've also, the analyst, we've also got Anthony Clapham still with us from the Hampshire and England Disability team. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Newcastle, it's also Martin Emerson. Martin, good afternoon.
Yes, it's not been an easy track to bowl on from Durham point of view. Reminiscent of Essex last time around. Flattish track and toiling for all those hours at Edgbaston as well. They've got to try and come up with ways to find wickets on these surfaces. Peter Siddle is going to start the evening session, 32 hours to go, so in theory 2 hours worth of cricket, so you're looking at around about 20 past 6, 25 past 6, something like that.
It's not too bad, is it?
Yeah.
So the second new ball will be due, won't it, before the close? Just.
Siddle is going to bowl from the hotel end. He's bowled 10 overs so far, none for 18, 3 maidens, so he's kept it tight. Cast at the other end, 11 overs, none for 31 before tea with 1 maiden. So Orr is on 120. He's faced 197 balls, and Siddle bowls to him, and he leaves that one alone. It goes past the off stump and through to the keeper.
Be hot work out there now this session for the fielders and the bowlers.
Funny how your day changes on the toss of a coin, isn't it, really?
It does.
Siddle comes round the wicket. Ball played back to him along the ground. He sort of ran down the middle of the track there, but he was retrieving the ball.
I think they bowled pretty well, Durham, all day, don't you?
Yeah, this has not been that much in it, really, has there, for them?
Now, there's been a little bit more pace there than we've seen in the first 2 games, but other than that, you're right, there's not a lot of seam movement.
Siddle bowls. This is played to short mid-wicket, no run.
No doubt about the ball of the day, and when we saw that at 12:15 this morning, we thought, oh, hello, Callum Parkinson bowling Fletcher Middleton with one that pitched midland leg, well, midland leg, maybe leg stump, and hit off. We thought, could be in for a interesting day, but really that's the one ball that's really gone. There's been a little bit of turn, but
it was a delivery from Ben Rain that just did too much, wasn't it, just before tea?
Yep.
Siddle bowls. That ball finds its way to mid-wicket again. David Beddingham fielding in there with his wide-brimmed hat on. Graham Clark's got his on as well in the covers, and Ben Rain's wearing one at mid-on as he gives the ball a polish. For the rest of them in headgear, it's caps. I think everybody's got a cap on them there, other than the bowler at the moment. Siddle bowls, turned away down towards long leg. Parkinson's there, 1 run.
Yeah, well, I'm very pleased for Ali Orr, has to be said. It's I haven't spoken to him. I don't know how much pressure he felt, because I suppose when you move counties, you want to make your mark straight away. Hasn't happened for him in the 3 games they've played. Top scorer of 26 going into this game, and it's quite well known that Hampshire were looking to bolster their opening batting partnership. So I guess he might have felt a tad under pressure, but he certainly answered a few questions here today.
Vince is on strike on 27. Plays that up to wide mid-off. Rain dives in and stops it. 1 run. There weren't many centuries last year, were there, across the whole team in the county championship? I remember looking at the averages, and I was surprised by how few there were.
There were lots of stats going around after the first couple of weeks of games, wasn't there, or the first 3 weeks of games or so. Especially the first 2 weeks when the Kookaburra ball was used. Wasn't there was more double centuries in the first 2 weeks of the season than the whole of last or something? And
There were 9 centuries from Hampshire batsmen last year.
Were there? And there's already been a couple. I don't think Gubbins has already got one. .119 in the first innings here against Warwickshire. Fletcher Middleton's already got one. 116. That's the 3rd of the season that I can see, unless my eyes deceive me. So it's Matthew Potts from the far end. It is 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 51. A good opening from him this morning, 5 overs for 15, but this afternoon quite an expensive spell of 6 overs for 36. Here he is, right arm over, bowling to Vince. Vince gets a length ball, pushing that out into the covers. So the first wicket this morning after an hour and a quarter. Fletcher Middleton got a great one from Callum Parkinson, as I mentioned a couple of moments ago. Pitched around middle and leg and hit the off. He was out for 18. That was 48 for 1. And then Nick Gubbins, the sole wicket between lunch and tea, went to sweep Parkinson. Got a top edge, just ballooned up in the air. Ollie Robinson from behind the stumps came round. Almost fell on top of Gubbins, so he had to almost stand over him to take the catch. Gubbins going for 31. 86-run partnership between him and Ali Orr ended as Potts bowls. Vince gets another good length ball that goes out square on the offside, and so far this partnership between Orr and Vince has realised 78. Got your plans for tonight drawn up?
I'm going to go get me bike and I'm going to cycle along the estuary. I've been looking at a few cycle paths I can go along.
Which estuary?
There's
a few rivers down here.
Yeah. Too many rivers down here, that's your problem.
Here's Potts. Vince gets one that goes down the leg side, taken by Robinson.
Well, it's the Solent.
Yes.
And tributaries to it.
Right.
I was in a pub last night and I was surprised to see a big celebratory framed picture of the promotion winning Portsmouth team. So I'm wondering where the cusp is, where you go from Southampton territory to Portsmouth territory. Is it when you go over the River Amble or a bit further down?
Well, you're Fareham. I don't know, if I'm honest. Here's Potts. Vince works it away on the leg side for a single, moves on to 29, 213 for 2. Is Fareham more Portsmouth supported than Saints? I think it might be, wouldn't it? There's not a lot in it, is there?
Because Gosport's not far from there, is it?
Gosport would be more Portsmouth.
Mm.
Yeah, Fareham Borough Council finishes at Hamble River. Yeah, I would say Fareham might be more Portsmouth than Saints. Please don't kill me for that remark.
So the River Hamble, so Hamble Down, where they played the first cricket match.
Hambledon.
Hambledon.
No, Hambledon's a different place.
But does the River Hamble not start up there?
No.
And flow downhill? No.
Kev knows Hamble. He used to live there. Not live there. He used to work there. Here's Potts round the wicket, outside off stump and left alone. Good carry. Ali Orr facing.
Right.
There's some nice spots down where you
I looked it up online the other day, and there's quite a few cycle routes around there along the
you'll be fine.
The estuary and stuff.
You'll be kept busy.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Might buy pit bull terriers or something.
I don't know. But there'll be this. I mean, this in this weather, Orr's driving on the up, goes out towards point. This time of year, well into the evening, where you are, there'll be plenty of scenic routes for you to ride your bike. Let's put it that way. That's the end of the over, and it's 213 for 2. Yeah, there is actually. I can think of one or two. Yeah, I can think of one or two rivers down that way. Cams Hall Golf Club. That's
on the other side, isn't it?
It's just on the other side of Fareham, where I think there's a tributary.
Well, I went to the
there.
mill last night. The Cams Mill, was it? Cams Mill. Yeah. How old is that building? Because it's got beautiful little joists inside, but I was trying to work out if they were original, really oldie worldy joists or. 213 for 2. Bit of a delay before the next over begins. I think we're ready to go now. Here's Siddle, right arm over, bowling to Vince, who's on 29. Goes up to mid-off.
Peter Siddle is working hard here for his first wicket.
You've got a player who's got a century here today, but it doesn't feel like there's been much in the way of action, does it, on day one? It's been a quiet day.
If you'd watched the previous 2 games as closely as I have,
Yeah.
believe me, there's been more action in these 2 sessions than in 8 days of play prior.
Right. So this has been action-packed then. So in my
This
match
is-
report, I say an action-packed day one.
Oh, for sure.
Here's Siddle in. That's left alone by Vince.
I've positively enjoyed. Well, I would enjoy today. Of course, I would. Why wouldn't I? With Hampshire doing reasonably well, but even so, no. The cricket was slow, and the wicket, the wicket was just slow and docile and difficult to make shots. This has been a little different. This has been good. As I say, I don't think Durham would bowl too badly at all. Really, I think there's been some very good batting. Ali Orr, I have to say, has been exceptional.
Siddle bowls, it's driven out to the covers, no run there. I tell you what I think would be quite interesting is driving that little ice cream van. That looks like it could be quite good fun. A little Diddy ice cream van over there. Do you think it actually?
That's tiny.
Do you think it's drivable?
Well,
Do you
you'd
think
have
it's
to.
a prop.
Well, it looks like a kiddie's. Is it an ice cream van? Or
Well, I
is
think that's probably.
Is it a donut type thing? Burger. There's 2. There's a yellow one to our right and a red one to our left.
Siddle to Vince. This is on a length, no run. Played to the offside. What does it say on the top? It says dogs and shakes.
There you are. The thing is, if me or you were serving in that, we'd have to be kneeling down.
Well, you might.
all
I
the
don't think
time.
I'd need to.
Bent down. I think by the end of a T20 game, I think we might have a bad back.
Yeah. I replaced the silicone in the shower the other day. I couldn't walk for 2 days. Every time I sat down, I was ow. Siddle bowls to Vince, who drives, and Rains missed it at mid-off, and that should go away for 4. Nice straight drive right out the meat of the bat there from Vince. Rain came racing across to try and dive to his right, but it was past him by the time he hit the floor.
Thought we had that.
Yeah, initially it was obviously harder than it looked. Unless it's gone underneath him.
This is where, as a bowler now, this is where it's tough. And Peter Siddle will know more than most. Into your late 60s with the overs, waiting for the second new ball. You've got 2 batters playing nicely. The pitch is not giving you a great amount of help. This is where you dig deep.
Siddle in. That squirts away off the edge, wide of the slip corner. There's nobody down at third man, and it's going to go for 4 more. Vince just guiding it away nicely there. He had lots of area to aim that for and through, and so he did. What's the crack?
You're staying on,
Hammer.
Mr. Emerson, and then you'll be joined by Anthony Clapham.
Right. The boy Clappers. Well, it's a hot afternoon here in Southampton. Siddle bowls. This is defended. And that is the end of the over. Oh, there was a no ball in there as well when that previous delivery went for 4, down to third man. So in terms of where we are, just off the motorway that runs from Southampton down to Portsmouth, so they're not really far apart, but quite a way out of the city of Southampton over here. An area called West End, Hedge End next to it. There's a retail park across the way. Things you'd expect to find there in a supermarket. Bit of greenery around us, but very much right on the edge of the Southampton conurbation, with Eastleigh Airport not far either. That's just up the road. It's a big tennis centre next door, another hotel there as well.
Hello, Martin.
I'm just trying to think how long this ground's been here now. About 2006, something like that, was it? Maybe no, a bit earlier than that actually.
Matthew Potts into Ali Orr's, full, driven into the leg side for no run. Yeah, it's been a few of the players. There's a paddle court over there as well. It's a new.
All right,
if you had a game of paddle, that's good fun. I had a try of that.
Spanishy thing, isn't it?
It is really good though. Like, really good laugh. You can, I think, definitely try and do it in doubles, because if you do it on your own versus someone, you're doing a lot more running. That's for sure. But Hampshire are going to be delighted with where they're sitting at the moment. 223 for 2. Bit slow going after tea as Potts comes in again to Orr, who's looked in really good nick all day. Very patient. 121 off 206. And Vince has played nicely for his 37. So Vince will be looking to, he's got a start. Now he needs to convert. And just to give you some scores around the ground, Worcestershire at 221 for 3 versus Kent. Lancashire are 213 for 4. Jennings making 90 odd early against Nottinghamshire. As Potts comes in once again around the wicket and just defended into the offside by Orr. And Warwickshire 205 for 6 at Surrey, and I can imagine with the weather like it is at the moment, and the oval usually being pretty flat, I think Surrey would be delighted with that so far, especially the way Warwickshire batters have batted this year. And then in Division 2, Sussex 195 for 7, somewhat of a little bit of a fight back from Sussex against Glamorgan, and Gloucestershire 242 for 4 versus Northants. Potts again, leg down, leg side, and that's clipped away for 4. Robinson dive, thought there was a chance, but missed by a good foot, and Ali Orr clips that away nicely for 4 runs.
Edging towards their first batting point now, with 227 on the board, so 250 brings up the first batting point.
Do they need to get 400 by 110?
450.
450 by 110. Yeah. That's long. That's not going to happen. But well, you never know. These two can definitely accelerate on. It's surprising that there's no spin at the moment. You've got the new ball available in 14 or 12 and a half overs, and these two bowlers are probably the likely ones that are going to use the new balls, especially Potts this end. You think that maybe Ackerman could come back on a bit off spin against Ali Orr. Parkinson certainly bowled well today as well, as Potts comes in, see what the reply is. A bit shorter this time. Ali Orr tries to guide it through that vacant third man area, but gets a bit too much on it and just falls into backward points lap for no run.
Answering my own question, this ground was opened in 2001. It says here, when did Oasis play the Rose Bowl in Southampton? 2005.
Yeah, there's some good bands down here.
I saw them 10 years earlier. They were coming along nicely, but still.
Do you reckon they come back? They can come back. Potts comes a bit wider, short of the length, and Ali Orr just flicks it off his legs through the mid-wicket area as Lees picks up, throws it into Robinson, and they come through for the single. Yeah, do you reckon they'll make a comeback? It's too much has happened, isn't it? Do you think?
I don't know.
In the IPL, Gujarat Titans are 213 for 1 off 17.5 overs. So there's been some mammoth scores in the IPL this year, isn't there?
The Stone Roses had to come back because we saw that in Manchester at Heaton Park a few years ago. But
hasn't been much of a.
So they played here. Oasis played here in July 2005. 10 years earlier, July 1995. I was in Ireland with my dad, and it was my dad's 50th birthday, and we went to a place called Slane Castle. on the banks of the River Boyne, and we saw Oasis. There was 70,000 there.
Wow.
Fantastic gig. And sorry, REM was the main. They were the main act, and Oasis were one of the support groups that were just bubbling away nicely. Oasis at that point hadn't quite reached mega stardom.
How much was the ticket back then? Do you remember?
Wasn't much.
£6. Oh,
Out.
what a way to throw away.
Orr has driven the first ball of the new over from Siddle straight to the covers. Short extra cover, and I think Graham Clark has taken the catch, and Orr has gone for 126. Caught by Graham Clark off the bowling of Siddle. And they are now 3 down. So actually, it's a bowling point that comes on the board before a batting point, when a few moments ago that didn't look likely.
Yeah, very, very well batted by Ali Orr. He races his bat to the Hampshire changing room. Warm applause around the ground at Utilita Bowl. Slightly soft way to get out court cover, but maybe a sign of a slower ball, maybe from Siddle. Just have to have a look back at the highlights there, but superb innings by Ali Orr. Be delighted with that, I'm sure. Hampshire still well set, 228 for 3. Ben Brown will join the captain, James Vince. Just want to look at the highlights here, the replay. Just try to hit it a bit squarer. I'm not sure if it was a slow ball or not, but just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Well bowled by Siddle. He's been very patient today, hasn't he? He's probably been the pick of the bowlers in terms of economy rate, and hasn't really given much away. Bowled three maidens into his 13th over.
Orr was looking to drive there. It sounded heavy on the bat as if it was low around about the toe area. And he's mistimed it and put it straight into the hands of Clark, and stared up to the heavens in disbelief at what he'd done, and off he went. So it says Tom Preston's the new batsman on the screen.
Oh, I said Ben Brown before. Tom Prest, the youngest of the Hampshire players, 21 years old, I believe. He's had a high of 180 odd for Hampshire.
That ends the partnership at 94 between Orr and Vince. 228 for 3, so bowling point for Durham in the afternoon session.
So the two right-handed batsmen in now. So you might see a left-arm spinner in Callum Parkinson come back on shortly, trying to spin the ball away from the right-handed batsman. So Siddle will be bowling 2 pressed. And Siddle has 3 slips, catching cover and a catch in mid-wicket. More orthodox mid-on, mid-off. He's going to leave the gap at cover to try and enforce that drive, try and get Press to drive, and if he gets an opportunity, Press will. Spent a bit of time watching his colleagues. Siddle comes in now, back over the wicket, well wide of the off stump and left alone by Prest.
Vince on 37 when that wicket fell.
Lovely evening, Friday evening down at the West End in Southampton. Hampshire 228 for 3. As Siddle comes in to Tom Prest, a bit straighter this time, still wide outside off stump, left alone by Prest. Yeah, we're looking to get himself in, just much like James Vince and sort of previous batters all got in really. So it'll take 10-20 balls just to get yourself used to the surface. Looks to have slowed down a little bit, see the sun on it all day today. And I suspect there'll be some spin on offer, and the spin will be brought back into play shortly. There's the first ball of the over, so halfway through this over now from Siddle. He comes in now to Prest, straighter this time, finds the outside edge of Prest's bat, he just drops it into point. As the Durham fielders are a bit more excitable now, a bit louder than they were probably 30 minutes ago after Vince and Ali Orr put in a fantastic partnership of 95. And we're just 11 overs away from the new ball as well, so I suspect we'll see a change from the pavilion end where Potts will have a rest before the new ball comes. Should Durham take it as Siddle comes in wide of the off stump again, left alone by Prest. He was very watchful so far from Prest as he marks his guard.
I haven't seen much in the way of air traffic today, but the plane's just skirted around quite low in front of us. It's the Amsterdam flight into Eastleigh. So maybe some diamond dealers and business people coming home for the weekend. It's Antwerp, where Antwerp's the diamond place, isn't it? Rather than Amsterdam.
Peter Siddle's going to complete his over here as he comes in from the hotel end, bowls. Fuller this time, driven. And I said earlier, any opportunity for Press to drive, he will put that away. Full outside off, exactly what you'd like to get off the mark. 4 runs. It's a juicy half volley there from Siddle. Kindly put away by Prest. What are we going to see? Potts is going to continue with the looks of things, Martin. So not going to see any spin just yet.
Maybe they have a cunning plan.
Ackerman is he used as sort of a part-time spinner really? Is he?
Well, he's bowled a few overs, but we are fairly early into the season.
Yeah.
And Durham didn't play the first game, so.
Of course. with the Kookaburra ball, you saw a lot more overs bowled by spin, didn't you? From other sides.
Yeah. Here is Potts then, pavilion end, running in towards us, bowling to Vince. He's on 37. Bit of a yelp as he delivers the ball. It's wide of off stump. It's taken by the keeper, who by the time he picks himself up is between first and second slip. Five overs to the Newey. Maybe a little bit more than that, actually, isn't it?
I think they wanted 5 wickets for the Newey. I think that's the
call
from
I was
Parkinson
looking at
down
the
there.
scoreboard then, think the maths doesn't work out because it's 11 overs to the new ball. Potts again. And this is left alone by Vince. A couple of goals fly by between us and the action.
We'll see a few more of those this afternoon, that's for sure, as the day goes on.
It's like the day of the birds at the Stadium of Light this season, and around about 4:30 every home game, just hundreds of seagulls have just descended on the ground, swirling around and around and around.
All those leftover pies at half time.
All the rubbish on the pitch.
Yeah, all that.
In comes the bowler. That's through to the keeper. It is. Well, I think there is this thing that goes on at the Stadium of Light. It must be the way the tunnels are in the corner, because swirls of rubbish start just going round and round and round in circles. And I think that must be what attracts the seagulls. So I don't know if it's people dropping it in the stands at half time when they've had a pie or something like that. But
I thought you just meant they were rubbish as in the performances of rubbish.
no, I'm about the litter. I mean, losing 11 games at home, it's
not ideal.
Potts bowls. That's gone off towards point.
What do you think about the pitch?
The Stadium of Light?
No, this pitch here. What do you think is sort of
I
slowing
think
down a little bit?
it looks like a good track for getting runs on.
Yeah. There might be a good toss to win for sure. Batting first, obviously with the ball spinning. Hampshire will be bowling in the 4th innings.
The weather's set to change come Monday, with low pressure starting to come in again and bringing some rain. So you're going to have quite a bit of rain passing through during next week, with lower temperatures back around about 16, 17, something like that. Now that's a half volley well wide of off stump, and Vince lent a long way out to play that one. He's driven it nicely out through the covers for 4.
Done very well to hit that, Martin.
Yeah.
Really wide.
It was leaning a long way out, wasn't it? Potts is scraping away the footmark at the bowler's end there, suggesting he didn't deliver that cleanly the way he intended to. He just lost his grip slightly.
Swung as well, actually. Looks like there's a bit reverse out there. So he swung quite a bit late there, which caught Vince by surprise, but he threw his hands at it, and fortunately for Hampshire, got it through to the cover boundary.
Next ball is defended by Vince. Oh, I've had an Doug Nichols emailed, and he said the Stockton and Darlington Railway was not the first passenger railway in the world. The Stockton and Darlington didn't start using steam engines to haul passenger trains until 1834. The first steam-hauled passenger railway was the Canterbury and Whitstable Railway, which opened in 1830, a few months before the Liverpool and Manchester Railway. Well, there you go. Darlington and Stockton Railway is famous for something. I can't remember what now.
Right, there's going to be a bowling change. I did think it was going to happen. Maybe a couple of overs later than I suspected, but Callum Parkinson is going to be brought into the attack to bowl at Tom Press. So he'll left arm spinner. He's going to come around the wicket and he'll be looking to take the ball away from the right-hander. Prest is usually pretty busy. Looks to be pretty attacking towards the spinners. So this will be a good little contest 10 overs before the new ball is due. Thanks for everybody who's emailed in today as well. It's been good to read out some emails and tweets and things like that. So if you do have any questions, solentcricket@gmail.com.
It was the world's first public railway to use steam locomotives, apparently. Anyway, good luck getting a train today. There's a strike on, I think, isn't there?
There's a strike on most days, isn't there, on the train lines? I always find it amusing when you see someone's flown to another country and back.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper than, getting a train to London. But there's just
I
going
can
to be
tell you a Sunderland fan who did just that for the Luton playoff semi-final last year. Flew from Newcastle to Belfast and then Belfast to Luton, and it was cheaper than getting the train.
It's not right, is it? Not right. There is just a bit of a break in play, everyone. Whilst looks like Clark is just going to get his leg protection on and going to go short leg. So Callum Parkinson is he's going to come in around the wicket now to Tom Prest. Wide, just outside offside, just dropped into the offside.
Right, Kevin's jumping back in, so I'll see you all a bit later on.
Yes. Lots of sun cream applied, no doubt, to as Callum Parkinson comes in again. It's short of time, punched off the back foot into the cover. They've got almost like an umbrella field on the offside, making it hard for Press to get one through. Sort of catching extra cover, slightly deeper cover, and then a backward point mid-off. Really, the only way he's going to penetrate that is by in the air. He plays a lap sweep to Callum Parkinson, and that's run down to fine leg, and that should go all the way. Callum Parkinson just eyed a bit straight there, and played a lap sweep. He's gone for 4 and Press. It's another boundary, 8 off 8. Like I said, he'll be positive to the spinner for sure. Callum Parkinson got a little bit greedy there. Hampshire 240 for 3 now. Vince 41 off 85. As I said, Prest just come in after a fantastic knock from Ali Orr. Maiden 100 for Hampshire. Welcome back, Simon Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's kind of Parkinson again. Wide of mid-on, and that is 4 again. Potts is chasing after it. Good start from Prest here. Again, slightly full from Parkinson. A full toss just clipped off his legs through mid-wicket for 4. So I thought there'd be some bit of turn, but the way that Parkinson's bowled here, maybe a bit too full, not giving it a chance to turn at all. So he'll be looking to finish off this over, bringing his length back slightly. Challenge the outside edge of Preston's bat. There you go. Back foot punch to mid-off for no run. With 1 ball left, I'm going to leave you to Kev James.
I think it's about getting the pace right with spinners, of course, as well as the length. As Parkinson bowls again tossed up, this time is again a full toss, and Prest drives it up to mid-on, and it's fielded. So there's no run at the end of that over. 244 for 3. Parkinson has 2 for 72 from 17 overs, so he's conceding 4.2, but actually that's less than Matt Potts, who's conceding 4.4 and over. It's quite expensive. I'm trying to think why. I think Potts has tried to be the enforcer and tried to be aggressive on this pretty, easy pace pitch, maybe over pitched a little bit as a result, bowled a bit wide actually, perhaps to James Vince and even to Ali Orr. It's hard work though, it's hard graft, isn't it, Kev, getting wickets on here?
Yeah, I'm not sure we'd be queuing up, would we, yours, on here?
I mean, there's a bit in there for the spinners, but I think the batters would probably say it's pretty slow. And if you don't get it, someone like Jadeja on here would be pretty difficult because he fires it in so flat, and the odd one turns, and then also because he bowls so straight, flick it from wicket to wicket, and of course in Test cricket or international cricket, IPL, he gets the advantage of DRS as well, so it's difficult to play. But here, if you don't get your pace sort of up a bit, the batsman have got time to react and respond to the turning ball.
I just think that ball this morning they've got Fletcher Middleton sort of flattered.
Yes, and it has turned a bit actually, but he's bowled a lot to left-handers, hasn't he?
Yeah. Siddle's changing ends from the pavilion end, comes in, 39 years of age. I think he'll be feeling that now, won't he?
He will. I was, funnily enough, I was just listening to him chatting on the boundaries of the captain, and I think he realises his role here is to bowl a couple more before the new ball. Second new ball due at 80, right? So 9 overs to the second new ball. So he'll probably bowl 2 or 3 from that end, and then saving up pots and cast or rain for the new ball.
Siddle again then from that pavilion end. Going to Vince. Vince drives slightly uppishly, goes quickly up to mid off.
Also, he's got a wicket recently as well. He got that wicket of Ali Orr, bit of a loose shot. I think that shot actually from Vince, indicating slightly slowness of the pitch. There's a field change as well here. So someone's coming out, looks like Borthwick's coming out to go at short extra cover, exactly where that drive just went. Ali Orr was caught hitting an uppish drive just a bit early on the shot.
I think Siddle may have held that back a fraction.
Yeah, maybe.
He does that, doesn't he? 244 for 3, he's in again. He has the man on the drive, as Simon Hughes says. Vince drives pleasantly up to mid-off. Can't pierce the field.
It's not the most fluent of James Vince's innings, is it?
No.
41 from 88 balls, but he's dug in and clearly realises that the importance of playing a long innings here. Maybe, looking to bat only once, hoping the sun dries the pitch out and it's going to turn a fair bit later. Yeah,
it won't turn loads here though. I know you were here last year for the Middlesex, but that was deliberately prepared as a turner. Yeah. And this hasn't quite been prepared in the same way. Vince is forward.
Do you mean you were doctoring the pitch?
No, I don't mean it. I just mean it was in a way that it was going to turn more.
But it was also after the concert, wasn't it? So they hadn't had as much chance to get the water on it anyway.
No.
So I suppose a bit of excuse for the groundsman, but you also knew that Middlesex didn't really have a spinner of any note. Although Josh De Carey's came through actually in that game, didn't he? Athers' son.
Yeah.
Got 7 for, yeah.
7 for 150.
Bad. Better than his dad.
What would his dad done on that? 7 for 300?
Probably.
He wouldn't have got 7. There's a nice drive from Vince. Mid-off's quite deep there, so able to cut that off.
Depends if he was bowling before he got the yips. Do you remember he towards the end of his career, he couldn't land it very well. And there's a classic YouTube clip of getting, I think it's someone like Dilip Vengsarkar? Someone out with a horrible long hop. And I think he got Wasim Akram caught and bowled with a full toss. He just couldn't, towards the end of his bowling career, when he was not only in his probably mid to late 20s, he couldn't land it.
Siddle into Vince, wide outside the off stump, trying to get Vince to go after it. Doesn't accept the challenge. End of the over, 244 for 3. I don't remember Atherton bowling that much to even get the yips.
Well, he didn't, but he was a decent leggy when he was under 19s. In fact, he and Nasser both bowled leggies as under 19 cricketers and were sort of regarded as all-rounders. But gradually Nasser quickly gave up bowling, I think, realising that it was the wrong thing to do. It was sort of the short straw in cricketing terms. So I was just looking up the IPL score from today. Comparing this, which is obviously comparing apples and pears, but the 200 for none was the Gujarat Titans score after about 16 overs. Yeah, I think they were 196 for no wicket. Shubman Gill was smashing it everywhere. Here at the Utilita Bowl, probably Hampshire got about 40 in that time. Driven down to long on for 4 by Tom Prest. A good shot, actually, a poor ball from Callum Parkinson. No, full toss, and just at least easy little thumps or punch down the ground from Tom Prest. Helped himself to a boundary.
Yeah, nice use of the feet. 231 for 3 off 20.
All right, okay. So they sort of, well, they lost a few wickets at the end, but they were 196 for none. You know they're scoring a 6 every 13 balls in the IPL this year. Yeah, they passed the 1,006 mark in the 57th game. Pulled for 4 this time by Tom Prest. That's a poor ball as well from Parkinson. He just can't seem to get his length right. That was a long hop. That said hit me. And Prest absolutely belted it over deep mid-wicket. No fielder out there. Brings up the 250 for Hampshire. Poor fielder has to run about 120 yards to get the ball back because the boundary's quite well in on that side. And there's no ball boy or spectator or anything anywhere near, so he had to go and fetch it himself.
Poor fielder. Eh?
Yes, poor old fielder.
Wouldn't happen in the IPL.
No, it's right. There'd be about 12 people to throw it back. Well, they normally hit it into the crowd, and the crowd catch it or drop it and then throw it back.
Well, that would have been a 6 in the IPL.
That would have been a 6, easy. You're right. Yeah, that was a sort of second tier 6 in the IPL. That one. Callum Parkinson bowls again. Can he get his length better? That was much better. That was on a length, and Prest played it appropriately. Just defended it back up the pitch. So yeah, as you say, the ball that dismissed Fletcher Middleton this morning seems a bit of an anomaly now. Parkinson bowls again. That's too short. Cut away. There's a man back on the cover boundary to keep that to 1.
It's one of those dismissals where when you look at the play since you were out and the longer the day goes on, you think, why me? Why did I get that ball?
Yeah.
How on earth I got that one?
So it's 255 for 3, Hampshire. Vince on strike now, 41. Prest has a quick 23 off only 15 balls. Good delivery that time from Parkinson, defended by Vince. So Prest rattling along. At 5 boundaries already.
Yeah, he will score quite quickly. Quite a natural striker of the ball.
Parkinson left arm round the wicket, little bit short and caught behind. Vince, I think, yes, given. He's standing there as if he can't believe it. He's walking slightly towards the square leg umpire before making a slightly roundabout route back to the pavilion. He doesn't look happy. Is that just because it was a bad shot or because it was an unfair? He's looking back at the Durham fielders, but it was a pretty convincing appeal. He played a back foot drive at the ball. It was taken by the keeper and there was an appeal. Umpire gave him out fairly soon, so I don't know what he was disgruntled about there. What do you reckon?
Well, it's very difficult to tell from this distance whether he's got a touch on it or not. I mean, if you could hear something a little bit closer, then that's a little different. From here, we couldn't hear anything.
We need the ultra edge, don't we?
Yeah, but the one thing I've learnt, not just with James Vince, but with a lot of batters, is they all look as though they shouldn't have been given out.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to tell. I have to say, on this occasion, James Vince looks a little bit more aggrieved than normal, but there's been times where
more aggrieved than normal. I like the way you put that.
Well, yeah, but there has been times where he's walked off similar to that, and I've asked the question later on. They said, "Oh no, he was out." I was like, "What?" Right. I remember asking that the first time I really came across that, because obviously we didn't behave like that in our time, Tom. But I remember the one question I asked Jimmy Adams looked apoplectic, disappointed when he was given out once, and I was doing the game, and I asked him afterwards. I said, "You weren't out, were you?" He said, "No, I was." Really? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, you made a great impression of somebody that didn't think they were. So, listen, he may not be out, but.
Well, I think you might be right. He was the look down the pitch was almost of disdain, as in you've got no right bowling the way you are at the moment to get me out, rather than that whether I was out or not. Because it wasn't a very good over, or it hasn't been a very good couple of overs, and that was a short ball which was asking to be at least forced into the offside for a single, if not square cut for 4, and somehow it seems like he nicked it.
Yeah. Well, he's got
the umpire thinks he nicked it anyway, so look in the book, it's out.
That's right, we can't argue with that.
41 he made, probably ruining the fact that he was sort of thinking about, well, another hour, and then bat all day tomorrow, or at least half of it in prospect. The other thing is that's just before 7 overs before the second new ball, so that's a good little advantage for Durham there, with now 4 down. So the man at the wicket, the new batsman Liam Dawson.
And 3 for 83 from 18 overs for Callum Parkinson, which is not a bad return on this wicket, but I'm sure when he got Fletcher Middleton out this morning, I think he would have thought by now he might have been 5 wickets in that column at least, but it hasn't quite worked out like that for him, or the pitch in general. This has been a bit of turn, but it's not been outrageous. It's not nowhere near it. Here's Siddle, comes in and bowls, and pressed is forward. It goes up towards mid-off. It's been a more interesting pitch though than the previous 2 games here, Jos, because I know you were here. It wasn't the best watching of games, the Lancashire and Warwickshire games. This has been much more watching.
A bit more pace on the pitch, a bit more bounce. Yeah. It feels from a distance as if there's a tiny bit more grass on it. It's that sort of slightly darker, pale colour. More a burgundy than a white burgundy rather than a Sauvignon Blanc, I suppose. A yellowing colour.
Works to mid-wicket and there's no run.
You know what I mean? Sort of not that. That was almost white, the pitch, for the first couple of games.
I don't know my wines as well as you.
Well, I don't know them very well. I cycled through Burgundy once. I tell you, that is the thing to do. Cycling through Burgundy, bit of wine tasting, some nice people carry your bags to the next hotel, and you just cycle your way through. It's great. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. The only thing is, if you had a few wine tasting, cycling back's not so good.
No. You didn't fall over the handlebars. No. Outside off stump. 2 bounces through to Ollie Robson. Yeah.
I can recommend it actually. If you want a bit of exercise and a bit of wine tasting at the same time, Burgundy in France, they was really well organised. All these sort of dedicated cycle routes, so nothing else on that path except bikes, and it's lovely. Yeah, beautiful weather obviously at this time of year, so it's a pretty nice way to spend a few days.
Okay. You ambassador for the Burgundy Tourist Board at all? Or on a commission?
Not yet.
You want to kick back? Here's Siddle. Pressed his forward.
What am I supposed to say? Other wines are available, or other regions are available, or something?
Yeah. You're learning. 255.
Is that part of the sort of BBC protocol then when you sign up?
Well, it's one of those throwaway lines that, just in case somebody says something, you say it, and then of course if somebody from on high says, "What were you doing mentioning this mention?" Well, we did say others are available.
I didn't mention any brands.
No,
I just mentioned the type of wine and the country.
Yeah, that's true. You didn't go into too many details. Here's Siddle. Bowls. Press drives up towards mid-off. Well, Burgundy's a brand, isn't it? Is that a trademark?
Well, it's a type of wine, really. It's
Bourgogne
is the name of the region, Bourgogne, which is translated in English to Burgundy. And then you've got different bits of Burgundy for different styles. Got Macon and Beaune, B-E-A-U-N-E. That's a lovely town. Why are we talking about France? Well, not that far from France here, are we?
Because it feels
and
like
they're also starting to grow wine in Hampshire and Sussex as well, of course.
There's quite a few vineyards locally. Press drives, doesn't time that at all as the bottom hand comes off the bat. There's a little bit of a slap at that one. Ball goes up to mid-off at the end of the sub. You're talking about France because it's transporting you there because of the weather.
Well, yeah, and actually, I mean, this is a serious point. I mean, English sparkling wine and white wine is very good, and I know that a lot of the French manufacturers are now investing in English vineyards in Sussex and Dorset and Hampshire. There's a lot of them around because our climate now is a bit more like sort of the Loire that it used to be.
Was that a couple of weeks ago or now?
Well, definitely not a couple of weeks ago. But now, I mean, this sort of weather is what you get in the Loire in May.
100%.
And I mean, now it's getting hotter in France, so they're actually shifting white wine production further north.
Right.
So it's another over here from Parkinson. Anyways,
thank you, Woz Clark.
In his 19th over, about to start. Who's on strike? Liam Dawson on strike. First ball. Parkinson with a short leg and a slit bowls, and Dawson defends. So left arm spinner to left arm spinner here. They hate getting out to anyone who's similar to them, don't they? Of course.
They do. They feel they should play them rather more easier than others.
Yeah. Parkinson again round the wicket, bowls, and that's not short enough to cut, but Dawson did well there. That's steered out on the offside for his first run. That wasn't all that short.
No, it wasn't.
But it was a good shot, actually. Got on top of it, read the length well.
It's one of those shots that you need the ball to behave as you'd expect it to.
Yeah.
If it keeps a little low or it just turns a fraction, then you're not in a great position.
Actually, it was partly because he's a shorter player, I suppose. They tend to play on the back foot more than a taller player like Vince. Parkinson bowls to Prest, who is defending on the leg side, just nudging it into the leg side, fielded by Ben Rain, who I admire his energy. Ben Rain, opening bowler, what, in his mid-30s, still buzzing around in the field at mid-wicket. And that's lofted, and a good shot by Prest. I think he's got the whole of that, has he? It's gone a long way over the ropes in the end, actually. He was nowhere near the pitch of that, but he hit through it, and he's got a 6 for it as a result.
Slightly across it, didn't
So
he?
he did slightly across it, but he backed himself there. No one back at long on and long off. There may be now, but it was a length ball, and probably actually Parkinson might have dragged his length back a touch when he saw Prest advancing, but he hit through the line of it superbly. Good contact.
Would you have somebody back now, or just keep?
No, I wouldn't actually. No, go on, have another go then. There's a little bit in the pitch, but there is someone going back.
Two back. Yeah.
See that? So it's worked. I mean, if you, from the batsman's point of view, he's had a major impact there. I'd have kept them in.
Yeah.
Parkinson bowls again, and he drives it straight up to long off for a single. So that's good batting, and I think slightly negative tactics by Durham there. Easy single for Prest.
Yeah, it's ideal from a batting point of view. Just play a normal drive, you get a single.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
The riskiest shot is the one over the top.
Yeah, definitely. So Parkinson bowled again, shuffling to the crease. That's over pitch. He's really struggling with his length at the moment. There's no consistency. That was almost a full toss. Dawson defended it. End of the over.
Yeah, it looks like he prefers the pavilion end. Callum Parkinson.
Is there any difference in bowling either of these ends?
I wouldn't know. I never bowled here.
No.
I finished just before
So did I.
Hampshire moved here.
Was it Robin Smith who dug the first sod here, as it were?
Probably.
I think the whole idea was of sort of Rod Bransgrove's involvement was due to Paul Terry and Robin Smith, wasn't it? I think Robin Smith probably did have a big sort of role to play early on in the. I remember he played. I think he played in the first game on the nursery pitch as well.
I think there's a photo.
It's a long time ago.
And this is testing me a little bit. Yeah, 2001 or something. I think there's a photo in the pavilion of the first game on this pitch. I think it was Worcester or somebody. And I think there's a photo of Robin, I think 80 Ames, I think, are the leading players. It's pushed off the back foot by Prest. It's Bryden Cast into the attack now.
This, of course, is the match between the two teams with new grounds, isn't it? Oh, like, I suppose Cardiff, it's not really a new ground because the Sophia Gardens was on the same site. They just redeveloped it.
Yeah.
But these two proper new grounds, aren't they?
That's
Durham and Hampshire.
So you bowled obviously at the Riverside, didn't you?
I only briefly, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, not properly. I mean, only sort of in practice, not a proper match.
Cast again. Comes back a little bit at Prest. Bowling that. Prest just gets the ball back down in time. How did you find the wicket initially? Because obviously here it took a little while to bed in.
It took a long time to bed in at Durham, Chestler Street. It was quite uneven the first 2 or 3 years. Seaming pitch, tricky.
Yeah.
But they sort of gradually improved it. So, I mean, for one-day cricket now, ODI is a pretty good pitch, actually.
Yeah.
Big boundaries, though, like here. So the scores come down a bit.
263 for 4 as Cast is into Prest. Short outside the off stump again. It's just swung late. Good take from Robinson, diving. Taking it one-handed in front of first slip. That's Scott Borthwick. Yeah, I remember playing a one-day game up there in its early days, and it was a little bit up and down, Riverside. But yeah, it's pretty good pitch, isn't it? It's been a good pitch there for a while.
Yeah.
I think there's more development planned there as well.
Yeah,
isn't
they're planning a hotel. Yeah. But it makes a lot of sense, really. Lovely view.
Everywhere has to have a hotel now. Here's Cass again, left alone outside the off stump. He's definitely getting the ball to shape, but it's unfortunately when it's left the batter, it's gone past the batter, and it's making Ollie Robinson's job a little more difficult. He's initially seeing it on a line, and then by the time it gets to him, he's having to move to his right.
What's the news on planning permission? Actually, I noticed one thing. Do I see solar panels on that stand to our left and right?
Oh, that's a good spot. I think you're
Utilita
right. Yes.
solar panels.
Yes, I think you're right. They're in. Some of them are in anyway. I'm not sure if there's more to come. I think there is more to come as Prest pushes forward out in the covers. He wants a single. No, says Liam Dawson. He's still got his hand out, making sure that Prest understands, not just with words but with actions, that he doesn't need to come down the wicket. But it's a good spot. I haven't seen that all day. I presume they're.
Well, you're not suggesting they put them in this morning. I worked before, during the play. No, I know you're not.
But the plan is, yes, to have quite a few solar panels on the roofs. And you're right.
1, 2, 3, 4. We've got about 10 on each main stand there, haven't we?
I presume there's more to go in. I don't know. Down the leg side, wraps him on the pad. It's hit the pad quite a lot, taking the sting out of the ball, out of the delivery, and it will be signalled leg byes. They've come through for 2, and that takes the total to 263 for 4. But a very good spot by you.
Well, I wonder if if the designer thought of that. He wouldn't have done, would he? When this was designed, would have been the 90s, and they wouldn't have thought anything about solar power then, would they? So it's luck that the roofs are relatively flat.
Yeah. It's a good job it's not an A-frame.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it wouldn't have mattered with A-frame because, of course, lots of houses have them. But I suppose it's easier the way they are now.
Yeah. Well, the solar panels will be lapping it up today, won't they? It's been sunny all day, so the batteries, the electric batteries, will be well stored, well stocked up. Here comes Parkinson and bowls. That's the length and line he needs. Dawson defends.
As long as the main line is going straight into those fridges to keep the beers cold.
Yeah. Parkinson again bowls, tossed up a bit more and nicely steered, stroked into the offside by Dawson for a single. Again, he's got a man back. I mean, why wouldn't you? This is the thing with modern bowlers, isn't it? They don't like to give away boundaries. So a new batsman comes in, backward point on the boundary, easy single, gets off strike. I mean, no way of building up any pressure. But what do I know? Parkinson bowls again. This time it's almost a Yorker. Prest jams it out to mid-wicket.
Well, it's just another example, Yozza, isn't it, really, of modern thinking as opposed to the more traditional thinking that we went through.
Tradition's a dirty word, isn't it? Defended by Prest this time. That's a nicely held back delivery by Parkinson. This is a better over so far. Prest has got the 2 men back with that big hit over the top. He's got the long on and the long off back now, so there is a single available for him if he drives it or cuts it, and he cuts that one in fact out to that deep cover field. So that's why that fielder is there, for the drag down, I suppose, but which is maybe fair enough with the in batsman. Prest is now on 31, but the new batsman, bring him up, get him in.
I agree.
Keep him on strike. So he's bowling to the new batsman Dawson now, and he defends. And that's another over done for Parkinson. 20 overs now, 3 for 93. 267 for 4 is the Hampshire score. So they'll be happy with that, I suppose, will they? Do you think?
Yeah, it's easily their best day of the season so far, that's for sure. Simon Hughes is going to stay on.
Okay.
And Anthony Clapham will come alongside
Lovely. A lovely, sunny, hot day here, actually, at the Utilita Bowl, down in the bleachers down to our left. I sat there for 10 minutes and it was baking. A few people with their shirts off and shorts and so on. Anthony, you're over.
Pass it into. Oh, he's been hit in the head, and looked a bit of a sore one. Prest has been ducked, and it's almost, has it hit him in the head or in the shoulder?
Hit him on the shoulder.
That just has not got up. So
No.
Garth has used the short ball tactic a bit today, and usually he's got some good bounce, but that has just kept a bit low, and Prest was just ducked into it.
He didn't look as if he picked it up too early, did he? It didn't get up that much, you're right.
He wouldn't be afraid to take the ball on. There is a deep square and a deep fine leg out there, so maybe this is a ploy before the new ball as Garth comes in again. Off the back foot, slightly fuller this time, and punches it into the cover. Mistiming it slightly. Yeah, no physio coming on there.
No, well, he didn't show any pain, did he? Which was impressive.
Very impressive.
It must have hit him on the shoulder, because obviously any sort of glance of the helmet. The other day I was watching a match at Cambridge University. My son was playing at Cambridge against the MCC, and there was a top edge which hit the wicket keeper on the head, and he had to have a concussion examination. And it was only a spinner bowling.
Garth in again. Fuller this time flicked it. Just the ploy nearly worked there for Durham. It's just fallen short of Alex Lees at mid wicket. You can see what he's trying to do there. Pushing back, and then the full ball where Prest doesn't really get forward and just clips it, and fortunately for Prest, just falls short of mid wicket there. Your son, sorry, going on to that. Your son at Cambridge Uni?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. We usually play Cambridge Uni actually.
Do you?
But the deaf squad played them last week at Arundel weekend.
Okay.
So, Garth in shorter this time, much shorter and way above Prest's head. Did he play in that? I assume he didn't play at the weekend, did he? Or did he?
Last weekend.
Yeah.
Do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
No, he didn't. You mean at Lord's, the T20? I think there was a Cambridge Oxford T20 this week.
Was there?
I think so.
Cool.
I think it was at Lord's. I forgot to look up the scores. My son wasn't playing in that. He's in his last year, so he needs to study, unfortunately.
Good over from Cast. This is what I felt his job should have been earlier on the days, but it's pitched it up short of a length, and it's just kept low this time. So there's definitely things happening here for Durham. They'll be looking to get another one. I did hear cries earlier of 5 down before the new ball, and they've got 2 overs to go until that new ball comes, and whether they take that or not, another one. Obviously, balls.
Well, I would have thought they will.
You'd think so.
Yeah, I think they
soft.
would. At least, perhaps 2-3 overs late, possibly. Depends on what this ball does, I suppose. This old one.
Just finish off his over here. Slightly driven, well fielded at point by looks like the subfielder there. And that concludes the over. It's a maiden there, 267 for 4.
You try and calculate, taking the new ball a bit. How many overs do you need to bowl tonight, so that you've still got a reasonably hard ball in the morning? So if you've got 96 overs in a day and you've got 80 overs, and you're probably going to go till the 96, 16 overs with a new ball is probably a bit too much. So you might, I suppose, think about, depending on the situation in the game, you might think about delaying the taking a new ball till 84 or something, perhaps. This is Parkinson anyway, bowling with the old ball, bowling a short ball to Liam Dawson, who cuts it fairly easily out to that man on the boundary at deep cover. So again, the new batsman's got off strike first ball, which means the field now spread a bit. Prest is on 31 from 39 balls. He's on strike and he flicks it away, but doesn't get it past short fine leg this time. A slightly quicker ball, that one from Parkinson.
Looked busy, isn't he, Prest? I thought he'd be quite aggressive towards the spinner, and he has done that. Hit 2 sixes.
Yeah. He's played well. He's played fluently. Parkinson bowls again, short, cut, straight to the man at deep cover. And an easy single for Prest. So Parkinson really struggling with his consistency here. One good ball and 3 or 4 either over pitched or a bit short. Just can't quite get his length consistent. So that's why he's gone for 95 from his 20 overs. 3 for 95 at the moment. He bowls now to Dawson, and again it's short, cut away for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, really good
He
shot.
left that late and cut it fine of the backward cover fielder. So he got it really quite fine.
I think you're right there, Simon. It's a good point. If you didn't look at the scorecard or the scoreboard I think actually Parkinson feels like he's bowled better than maybe that he has. I thought he's been a bit tighter, but it seems like there's a ball every over that is a bit of a loosener, and he is over pitched or a bit shorter, and Hampshire have put him away. But got a lot of dot balls today, but quite a few boundary balls as well.
That's very short again. I think he tried to bowl the arm ball there actually, and Dawson just forced it straight to extra cover. It's not getting the batsman driving forward that much. He seems to be just dropping it quite consistently short with the odd half volley bowls. That's a better length and defended well by Dawson.
Can that be because he's trying to maybe bowl a bit quicker?
Maybe it's just not his rhythm isn't right. You know, it is about spinning is about getting your pace right for the pitch, and this is like with many county pitches, fairly slow.
Yeah.
He's trying to find that right tempo, but it looks like when he bowls a bit quicker, he tends to drag it down.
Yeah, he started well in the morning session from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he did.
And then he's come back this end and he's gone.
Yeah, I thought he bowled well to the left-handers actually.
Yeah.
But he hasn't bowled quite so well to the right-handers.
And you think to the left-handers he's more of a contained.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a bit rough outside the left-handers off stump, and sometimes as a spinner, you know, you follow through better to one side, one type of batsman than another. The left-hander, you've got to follow through a bit more towards the offside as a left-hander, and I don't know, maybe just getting through his action better to the left-handers. Difficult to say.
Right, and cast to continue from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Tom Prest, a bit short of a length, and he's played that behind point, open the face, and that will run away for 4. And Tom Prest has really batted fluently since he's come in. He's faced the 42 balls on 36, so he's been very, very aggressive, which is good, very positive.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think the Hampshire batting today has been more positive generally than the earlier games. They've sort of, certainly in this session anyway.
Yeah, I felt maybe after lunch they were maybe a bit within themselves. Vince and Govington Orr actually, I think it was. His cast comes in once again short, and he's had a big shot there and a bit more bounce and plays a miss. But Prest isn't going to die wandering here. He's going to play a shot ball by the looks of things. He's thinking to himself, well, he's got 4 balls until the new ball. She's going to have a go, and might be a change in field here as Lees comes from mid-wicket into, looks like a third slip or maybe a gully.
He might go sort of deep gully, maybe. Sort of on that shot, which he's trying to play, that sort of back slice.
So if he plays that similar shot there, that's going to go to gully pretty quickly.
Take some catching, won't it?
It will do. As cast comes in, let's see what happens here then as he comes in over the wicket, straighter this time, and that is clipped away from Tom Prest, right where the fielder was before, for 4 runs. And
I mean that's me bowling that.
Durham.
That's exactly what I used to do sometimes, to the exasperation of my captain. Just when
imagine.
I'd beaten the bat a couple of times and he'd give me another man in the cordon, I'd bowl a leg stump ball and clip for 4.
Oh, there's another field change, so he's removed now the mid-wicket to go back out to deep square, and he's mid-on's going to come forward to almost like a boxman where you'd have for a spinner right on the edge of cut strip, about 4 cut strips to the left of Tom Prest. This cast comes in now, full. Just don't seem to be getting their lengths right today, Durham. Even with Parkinson's a bit short, a bit full. Cast has been either too short or too full. Ken bowled quite well at top, and Potts bowled a really good spell first, and then he came back and he struggled a bit. So it is a hot day out there, and I don't know whether the ground's a bit heavy from the rain, but I'm just trying to find excuses for that, really. Maybe it's just there's a no ball as well a couple of balls ago. His cast comes in to Tom Prest, short, ducked, good feet by Robinson to his left.
He's talked about, isn't he, as a potential England keeper, future keeper, Ollie Robinson.
Did he play
the Durham version?
Did he play in that, where was COVID, where there was a lot of players? England played an ODI against Pakistan. I think he did. I think he kept. Or was that Simpson? No, Simpson played that.
I don't remember. I think it may have been Simpson.
Yeah,
I don't recall Robinson playing.
No,
I might be
you're
wrong.
right. No, it was Simpson. Yeah, there's some international cricket this weekend with England ladies.
Yeah.
This cast comes in, bowls, short of the length, clipped off Tom Press's hip straight down the ground for no run. Tom Press's 40 off 47. Hampshire 283, creeping up to that 300 mark. Just quickly some scores around the grounds. Worcestershire are 274 for 3. Lancashire 273 for 5, so that's a good start from them. Warwickshire a bit of a comeback, 262 for 7 after being I think 200 for 7. And then in Division 2, Sussex 247 for 9 versus versus Glamorgan, and Gloucestershire are 309 for 6 versus Northamptonshire.
So plenty of runs around, aren't there?
Runs, yeah.
No low score, no low team totals so far.
So Cast is going to come around the wicket to Tom Press now, and I would expect a short ball coming here, which it was, and he plays it off his hip into the leg side for no run. That was it wasn't well hidden, that.
Yeah, it was fairly telegraphed, wasn't it? But I suppose it was just to try something else for one ball, and now looks as if they are going to take the new ball because Ben Rain is shaping to bowl. I think, is he?
He's got
the umpires have asked for it. The old ball is being dispatched to the 12th man, and
Ben Rain, number 44. So we're quite high up here in the gantry. So good job we've written down the numbers. What we would have done without the numbers on the back a few years ago.
Yeah. Well, he's very sort of thick set. He looks like a bowler, I think, Ben Rain. He's a big, solid guy, isn't he? He looks like he could lift a tree, pull up a few trees.
Tim Bresnan maybe a bit. Tim Bresnan was a tall guy though, wasn't he?
Yeah, actually Tim Bresnan was tall. I think he's more thick set than Tim Bresnan. He's a big lad. I wouldn't be arguing with Ben Rain, that's for sure.
Good job, you're a fair way up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you at this evening's function?
I'm not actually. I should have known. I didn't know about it until too late, so I would have gone otherwise. Even though I've heard all the stories before, still good fun with Jeff Miller and Ian Botham. It's Rain bowling, and it looks like they have taken the new ball because it's certainly got a bit more polish on it. That one, defended by Dawson.
So glistening off it. Of course, Hampshire's leading wicket taker in white ball cricket, Chris Wood, is his testimonial this evening.
Yes.
So we do at the Utilita.
Yeah, nice one.
I think a lot of the past players are coming down. I saw him sort of hovering around. He's been here all day, soaking it all in.
So it's Rain bowling with the second new ball to Dawson, who defends. Ball skews out off the inside edge and pad up to Siddle at mid-off.
Chris Wood got me out once in a college game.
Did he?
College final in the nursery ground. Horrible man, went left arm around the wicket.
How did he get you?
I caught cover, but I think I was standing towards leg stump, and I just tried hitting him over cover, and it went quite high in the air. A bit of a better cricketer now, but not back then. I was a bit scared back then, actually. Bowled quite quickly back then.
This is Rain bowling, driven by Dawson. Lovely shot. That was a pleasant ball. That was a bit of a throwdown actually from Ben Rain. Nice little half volley, just steered wider mid-off by Dawson. Quality shot. Looking for a bit of swing, maybe Rain there, but it just swung onto the middle of Dawson's bat. 287 for 4 Hampshire.
I think Chase will be pretty happy with that one. That's half volley for Liam Dawson. Other bat makers are available, of course. Yeah, that's what you wanted. That's the trouble with the new ball. You're obviously going to have catches in, and you balls harder, so more scoring opportunity as well as wickets.
Rain bowls again to Dawson, who is just slightly hurried by that one.
Almost
the ball
flicking it through leg side.
He was looking to play it leg, and in the end hit it back down the pitch. Dawson on 11. Pressed on 40. Earlier, the star of the day, Ali Orr with his maiden 100 for Hampshire. This is Ben Rain for Durham, second new ball, bowls, and it's a good delivery, a bit of exclamation behind the bat, but it hit the middle of Dawson's bat and went out to extra cover.
It was a little bit low, as you'd expect.
Yeah, it didn't bounce a lot there, did it? No, that's right.
You here all 4 days?
I'm not actually. I'm not here tomorrow and Sunday. No. I'm supposed to be going tomorrow actually to the first match of a club in Kent. Sorry, in Sussex. You've got to get that right. I'll tell you after this ball. Rain bowls and Dawson turns it into the leg side for an easy single out to deep square leg. The club Horsted Keynes, which is playing its first league match tomorrow in Sussex, and they claim, quite rightly, that they are almost the origin of cricket because the first ever recorded match was played there 400 years ago.
Wow.
1624, and the reason why the match was recorded was because a man died in the game. The fielder went to take a catch, and the batsman who'd hit the ball up in the air went to hit it again, as you were allowed to do in those days, and hit the fielder, and he subsequently died. And that was in 1624. So Horsted Keynes this year are celebrating 400 years of cricket.
Well, that's a story for you.
It is a story, isn't
Hopefully it doesn't happen tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I hope it's...
Are you
But it used to be...
commentating
No, I mean, I'm just
there,
going to as a
Yeah.
guest, but I've written the forward to their 400th anniversary book, which is a nice thing to have done. I mean, nice thing to be asked to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryder Cast's going to continue for the pavilion, this time with the new ball in his hand. If he's going to go short full, no, he's going to go full. Flicked off his legs from Liam Dawson, and that is glorious. 3 mid-wicket for 4. And again, it's just the wrong lengths from Durham. It's either too short or too full, and it's a nice half volley on Liam Dawson's legs, and he punches it through, or flicks it through mid-wicket for 4. 292 for 4. Getting ever closer to that 300 mark. Hampshire very well set to get a size above, hopefully above 400 for Hampshire fans. Durham will be looking to get a couple of wickets with this new ball this evening. And Cast is not going to be pleased with that as Liam Dawson pulls away. As Cast
What's your knowledge of history like?
Not very good.
Okay.
No.
I was going to test you on life expectancy in 1624. Can you? Yeah, I can remember. Yeah. I bet you can. I think it was 30. You said 30. Martin says 30. I think it was 35. Very good guess.
Wow.
Very good guess. I think it was 35.
Cast in again. This time he does bowl, and that's flicked straight to mid-on. Dawson tried to hit that a bit squarer. I'm not surprised if...
Are you a secret historian, Martin? Oh, okay.
Have you met Dave Allen? Have you met
Yes,
Dave
yes,
Allen?
yeah.
He would have known.
He would have known. He would know. Well, you can...
If you are
Is he
listening
here
in,
tomorrow? Perhaps he can...
I think he's here day 3 and
Right.
day 4. So
Okay.
yeah, he's got lots of facts, a lot of the listeners love, which is great. I love stats, a bit of a cricket badger. This Cast comes in, short this time, played into the offside. Not really giving the ball a chance to swing his Cast, but he's going to hit the pitch nice and hard, and that's his job really.
I was sort of thinking about cricket in those days, actually. I'm trying to imagine, because they played on pretty sort of rough ground, and it was underarm bowling, and they used a sort of a hockey stick as a bat, or it looked like a hockey stick. But it must have been quite hard to hit the ball on a bumpy ground with underarmers that spun, and you've only got a hockey stick of a bat.
I suppose you
Quite
flick it up
hard.
and
Yeah,
you
it
flick
must
it
be
up and
quite
then
hard to
try
hit
and
it, though, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's Cast flicks it off, and that's a bit easier to hit as that's on Liam Dawson's hip, and he'll come through for 2. Well fielded out there by I think that's only 2 guys wearing the flop. I think it's Parkinson.
It's, I mean, tiny bit of history, but it was in Hampshire where they first founded a straight bat. The idea of a blade being straight. I think it was a guy called John Small, who was a carpenter and a good batsman, and he basically in about 1750 or 1760 invented the straight bat rather than the bent, curved hockey stick type bat. He was the boycott of his Victorian the 1700s.
That's all found to the outside edge, Cast to Dawson, and unfortunately that falls in between third slip and gully and goes away for 4 runs. It's a bit fortunate there for Liam Dawson.
Yeah, that was a good ball actually.
Yeah, it was.
So he angles the ball in, and then he gets it to leave the bat a little bit Courtney Walsh-like actually. It's a good way to bowl if you can get that line on off stump and then get the ball just to leave the right hander. It's pretty hard to play.
Yeah.
Good delivery. Unlucky that it didn't go to hand really.
See his response. I'm sure this will be maybe a couple of yards quicker. As Cast comes in, bowls. Oh, that's a full toss to Dawson, and that's just sums up, I'd say, Durham's last few hours. Actually, you bowl a really good ball, good lengths, find the outside edge, create a chance, and then the next ball is followed up by either a sort of a full delivery, which is clipped away from Hampshire batters, or it was a bit too short. So fortunately for Cast there, it finds mid on for no run, and Hampshire move on to 298 for 4. Pressed on 40. Dawson moved nicely on to 22. And I welcome back Martin. How you doing, Martin? Enjoying the sun?
It's a bit warm now.
Nice.
Imagine what it's like down there. Mind you, we're in a bit of a sort of greenhouse up here, aren't we? We're up in the roof. Huge glass panels. Can't quite see the sun directly unless you bend right down, but it's...
That's a good thing, I think, for now. But it's hard to see your screen, hard to see any highlights. So.
Yeah.
But a fantastic view of the ground. And there's still quite a few people in what would probably be about another hour of play, if that, actually.
Current partnerships 43. Prest seems to have raced along to 40. 48 balls is on strike. Rain bowling now. That's worth a shout.
That's close.
Not given.
That looked very, very close.
No. Umpire says no. Ball runs away down the far end of the ground, and that brings up the 50 partnership. Yet another one.
That's been pretty good. It's run a ball as well, I think.
Yeah. 300 runs comes up as well. 82.1 overs. 300 for 4.
Just trying to see that the highlight here again. It's slightly delayed here, but saying.
What was the score when the new ball was taken?
Going down leg. I didn't make a note of that, unfortunately, Martin. Sorry.
Well done. Rain again comes in and bowls. Oh! Played onto the back foot there. It nearly ricocheted onto the stumps. Well,
he's bowled well today, Ray. Into his 12th over, 0 for 30. Probably deserves a wicket, actually, the way he's bowled. He bowled 5 overs in his first spell, so he hasn't bowled much.
283 for 4 when the new ball was taken.
So there's 17 in the 3 overs.
Rain bowls, defended by Prest. So this partnership at 300 is not quite the 50, it's 45 at the moment. I thought the applause was for the half century stand, but it's not, it was for the 300 for 4. So a second batting point, cut off for bowling points and batting points as the end of the 110th over in both first innings. There's a little bit of a breeze just got up there.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah. Rain bowls. It's short. It's pulled out through deep mid-wicket. There's nobody there. That races away for 4.
Bit of a long hop, wasn't it, from Rain?
Yeah.
Put away nicely by Prest.
Clips the rope and then leaps into the air. It's retrieved by Graham Onions, the Durham bowling coach, who returned to the club this year after a few seasons with Lancashire. Had an email earlier. I think the last time I was on with you, we were talking about Oasis playing here in 2005.
Yeah.
So Ant Graham says, afternoon Marty, Oasis at Main Road in 1996. It was £30 a ticket. It was a great gig the second night that I went along, but I did lose a shoe, he says. As Rain bowls. This is played off towards...
That would have been quite a lot of money for
yeah, would have been there.
1996, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 1 run there for Prest. He goes on to say, last night at the fire station, which is in Sunderland, the Handsome family were £29. That's the 50-run partnership. That's coming 60 balls. $50 partnership in 60 balls. In comes Rain again. Once again, it's off towards deep square leg for 1.
Used his feet down the pitch there, did Dawson, which kind of shows you the pace of the pitch. Trying to negate the swing, come down the wicket and just flicked it off his legs for a single.
And
maybe trying to rough up the the pitch as well for his bowling, no doubt, as well.
So he says, last night at the fire station, which is a new place in Sunderland, it's been open about a year or so, he said the Handsome family were £29, a fee well worth paying for their particular brand of Americana. A more discerning crowd than at Main Road, and I left with both feet still shod. He suggests up and around Fording Bridge is lovely if you're out on your bike. If you want to email, it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk, @MartyCricket on Twitter. I'm trying to keep the laptop out the sun, so the laptop's on a chair down low to my right. Our commentary position's across high to my left. And I'm trying to stand back a few yards away from the table, which is baking in the sunshine, to keep out of the sun.
Matthew Potts is going to be brought back into the attack. Now I think something's going to happen here because Dawson's a runnable 22 or 23, and Prest is not far off that with his 45. Potts is quite an attacking bowler. As he comes into Dawson. Dawson comes down the wicket, drives. Great shot into straight to cover though.
To Clark.
To Clark there, yeah. He's been in and around the field position today at short leg and at cover. He's been in the firing line, hasn't he? Potts in his last few spells, he's just been a bit all over the place really with his line and his lengths. And Hampshire, especially Ali Orr, took a liking to him earlier in the day, but he'll be hoping to change that. He actually bowled really well with a new ball start of the play today. Potts comes in, short of the length into Dawson, clip to the leg side, where mid-wicket Lees picks up, throws it to Robinson. Seems to be still a lot of energy down there for the Durham guys. Still up and on about, enjoying the sun no doubt. It's been a bit of obviously they had one of the games washed out with Hampshire without a ball being bowled.
The rain's returning next week apparently, so don't get used to it.
Let's just enjoy this weekend. Potts comes in again, full this time, and not for the first time today as Potts shies from throwing it. And a few jeers from the Hampshire crowd. Hampshire members still here, a few just going home now.
Durham are in Blackpool next week.
And with the return of Ben Stokes perhaps? Have you heard anything about that happening?
Well, we were told a while ago he will play at some point in May. It's now May.
I guess how many is there only one more game in May?
Somerset.
Potts full, driven just into the offside. Very watchful this from Dawson, but Potts is hitting the pitch nice and hard and hitting real good lengths here. So any bit of movement, we're looking to take the outside edge of Dawson.
Durham hosts Somerset in Chester Street on Friday the 24th, which is technically still May. And then the T20 gubbins begins, shenanigans, whatever you want to call it.
Potts. Fuller this time, driven hard to mid-off by Liam Dawson as he walks down the pitch. And I think if I was Durham, I'll be chatting to the umpire here. Liam Dawson seems to be coming down the wicket quite a bit, after shots and before shots, no doubt to try and create himself some purchase on the wicket. Later on, hopefully tomorrow, he'll be hoping to maybe come to bowl around this time tomorrow. There's a lot more cricket to play yet as Potts comes in to complete his first over with his second new ball. So far it's a maiden as he comes in to Dawson. A bit shorter leg, as I say that. Dawson clips it off his legs to deep square leg for 1. And Hampshire moves to 307 for 4. Dawson 24.
Hampshire are probably quite fond of the T20, are they? They've had a decent record.
Yeah, the record's been really, really good. Obviously the last few years haven't been able to get over the line.
Durham have only been in 2 finals days. One of them was here, I think 2008. They lost the semi-final to Middlesex on a red hot day. And then they made the final in 2016 and lost in the rain to Northants in Birmingham.
What I think about this Durham team is, though, you know, like many counties, Surrey, Somerset, even Hampshire in the past, maybe not this year, but have, you know, lose a lot of their players to England. Whereas I think this year, you know, in particular for Durham, I'm not sure many guys are going to leave. You have any no England players really from obviously Stokes. You say that, but he's not playing T20, so he'll be around, won't he? Will Stokes play any T20 Blast?
I don't know. Ben Rain starting you over here. I've got no idea what the plan is.
He'll be needing to play some. I guess it'll be the tests start around June, don't they? So he'll be playing Test cricket as West Indies come to visit, which will be a good series.
There was a period where Durham really did try and have a go at the T20 in the late 2000s, and got the finals day. I think they've only won the group once, which was about 2009. Next ball's played out towards the covers, but recent seasons it's not been unusual to see them lose 10 out of 14 or 9 out of 14. And they really have underwhelmed in the competition.
Who's the overseas this year for the T20 stuff, do you know? I would have thought
Ashton Turner's coming back.
Oh yeah, good player.
And then yesterday there was an email sent out while I was on the motorway. Another Australian.
Hampshire will have Ben McDermott back.
There you are. Green balls. That's defended by Dawson on 24. Back to the bowler it goes.
Ben Dwarshuis, yeah, left arm bowler for Sydney Sixers. He's a good player. Really does had a really good last few years. Big bash, hard hitting batsman at the end.
I think you can see some of these players having fantastic series in Australia, but it doesn't always translate to coming and playing in English conditions.
Left arm quick though, would be good.
Rain in. This is defended. Be interesting to see how he gets on. Ashton Turner's first season 2 years ago, in the second game at Northampton, he slid in to try and complete a quick single and dislocated his shoulder and wasn't really fit. Tried to play in other games as a batsman only and clearly wasn't really fit enough, and then came back last year because he wanted to try and prove a point that felt there was a lot of unfinished business that he...
His record's superb for us in recent times with Australia, for sure, when he's been given a chance. So it's tough Australia side to get through.
This is misplaced and played with one hand by Dawson. It's gone wide to mid on for a run, but it's not where I think he was intending to play it off rain.
Caught everybody by surprise, that, including us. And Matthew Potts, the fielder. Just looking at that back actually to see. Maybe a bit too pace, the pitch.
308 for 4. Prest is on 45. Middleton was the first man to go today for 18, then Gubbins for 31, Orr for 126, and Vince for 41. That's pulled out towards deep mid wicket. There's a fielder out there. Parkinson cuts it off. They run 2.
I'm going to be replaced by Kevin James, and I just wanted to say congratulations again to Ali Orr, superb innings. Thank you for today, Martin. It's been good to chat to you and Kevin. And
are you here tomorrow?
I'm not, unfortunately.
You're not?
No, I was supposed to be playing cricket, but unfortunately got cancelled, so I'll be training instead.
Ah.
And then it'll be family duties for me.
Right.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Okay. See you later. Anthony Clapham from the England disability team, and Hampshire.
Yo.
Yo.
With another trip to India to look forward to, probably. If he can get time off.
If you can get it signed off. Potts starts a new over here and dives down to stop the return ball from Dawson. Got a hand on it, loads of dust coming up there. I'm trying to move everything out the sun now, Kev.
It is getting a little warm.
Yeah.
What we can do...
20's plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you move that along?
We can move that along a little bit. Yeah, do you want to do it? And I'll...
Can I reach
or
that?
do you want me to do it for you?
Yeah, you do it. I've only got little legs. You'll have to go from the other end, they're really heavy. Have these screens on rollers which can move along. As Potts bowls this one to Dawson. There we go. Yeah, that's good. That's providing a nice bit of shade now. I'm all right. Kev now wants to switch positions.
You all right there, Jack?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine, mate.
I'll just sort of stand back a bit. I can sort of keep out the
well, I
sun
was
for a
trying
little
to, but I was running out of
while.
cable.
We could have the windows right across, but unfortunately they are a little dusty.
Yeah, they've been covered in dust and bacon fat, I think. Potts in.
Shot.
And that one is a lovely shot off the back foot, placed perfectly through the covers for 4. Probably quite difficult to get up and clean these windows. You'd need a high access platform, wouldn't you?
You do,
and
yeah.
A big brush.
Yeah. They were clean once.
Well, they certainly weren't in 2016, from memory.
I think your finger marks are still on there from 2016.
I've still got help. I've still got help written on there.
I think we took your fingerprints off that 2016 just in case.
Yeah. Potts bowls. Dawson defends this one. It rolls out in the offside. Just looking at his stats, he's played 8 times against Durham. He's had 3 50s against them already. 70 in a draw at this ground in 2011, 50 in the same game, and then 62 when Hampshire were relegated in 2016, it says here. That was on this ground as well.
But you need to amend those notes, don't you?
I've got it written down as the relegation game, which is exactly what it turned out to be.
It was, because one side in that game was relegated.
Yeah, having believed it was going to be the other. Potts bowls, and that is played up to Rain at mid on, no run there.
Can I just say I've lost the bet there because it's taken until nearly 5 to 6 for you to bring that game up.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I said it would be by about 10 past 11 this morning that you'd bring it up, so I've lost comfortably.
Well done. Who did you have the bet with?
Myself.
Right.
And I knew I'd be right, but I actually got it wrong.
You did. That is defended, and that is the end of the over. So 1-4 from it, which was a lovely shot through off the back foot through the covers, and then all dot balls. Well, I just noticed that I had in the relegation game of 2016.
Yeah.
So I inadvertently read that out. Then I thought, oh, he's going to be chomping at the bit here.
Well, we've forgotten. We've moved on.
Yeah, of course you moved on.
Ten overs to go. The over rate has just dropped a little bit in the last 45 minutes or so. Maybe it's the sign of the heat, the sun,
So we've
all
now
day
gone
in the
from
field.
about 20 past 6 finish to
Half past probably. isn't
half
it?
past, isn't it? Yeah.
so
It always drifts in the final session.
half an hour before the Chris Wood dinner starts.
Does it?
Starts at 7, I think was the note I got.
Tell
Sit
us
down at
about
7.
what's the event in?
So Chris Wood is having a testimonial. Hampshire's left arm seamer. Here's Ben Rain bowls, and forward is pressed. So it goes out back to the bowl. So yes, he's a deserved testimonial this year. He's got 2 or 3 events. He's got his own website, so you can have a look on that. And I think it's his first event tonight. Here's a dinner with Jeff Miller, who we had up here earlier, and Ian Botham, your chairman, who are doing a
Who has a restaurant named after him downstairs.
correct beefies. Here's Ben Rain to Prest. Prest is forward. Again, it's gone back to the bowl. And they will be doing a turn. It's a black tie dinner. It's amazing actually how 1 or 2 people I've spoken to over the last 2 or 3 days have said, yeah, I've had to dig one out from 20 years ago or what have you. And I did exactly that. And
What are you going to do with the moths?
well, I've had to throw the trousers away. I had to buy a new dress shirt, but the jacket just about fits me.
If you don't close it.
No, it's the other way around actually,
Huh?
which is a bit of a worry.
Right.
I must have shrunk in the 20 years since I last wore it. Here comes Rain bowls. Prest works that away on the onside to one of 2 men on the mid-wicket area. So yeah.
I've got a black tie suit, like a dinner suit, which I've gone through about 3 different pairs of trousers over the years. But I've actually, in the last year, I've lost about a stone.
Have you?
I'm starting to go the other way again. But the jacket now sort of fits okay again. But it only comes out once a year in March for the football writers' annual dinner.
Okay.
And that's it.
Yeah, it's difficult to justify. There used to be a lot more black tie dinners,
Yeah.
isn't it? I used to get invited to a lot more, that's for sure. That's pushed back to the bowler.
Well, I think back
again.
in the day there were a lot more sportsmen's dinners, weren't there,
Yeah.
and sporting events. And then I think from the banking crash, really, 2007, 2008, they went out of fashion because companies who would buy tables of 10. Didn't have the money to buy tables of 10 anymore, so your corporate market disappeared, and with it most of the dinners.
Agreed. Rain runs away from us, bowls to Prest once more. Short, Prest helps out on its way down towards deep backward square leg all along the ground, and Prest moves on to 48, 315 for 4.
And of course COVID won't have helped. There wouldn't have been any indoor events like that through 2020, 2021 really, would there?
Not many.
I'm trying to think when all the restrictions ended in 21.
So they are few and far between these days. Certainly for
the Durham end of season dinner used to be black tie, but it went to dinner lounge suits, I think, at the end of last year.
Yeah. I must admit, I didn't realise it was black tie until about a week ago. Short, and that's helped on its way by Liam Dawson down to backward a square leg. Nice height from Rain, and very well played by Liam Dawson. It moves on to 30, 316 for 4. We've got 9 overs left in the day.
Now, in the modern era, I would consider a black tie to be a dicky bow, but in the modern era, you see a lot of people turning up with black ties, not dicky bow ties.
Oh, actually, black ties.
Yeah,
I know somebody who's wearing that tonight. Yeah. Okay, I thought that that wasn't right, but it sounds like it is very much in. I didn't realise.
So it starts at 6?
It's a sit down at 7, so you get there at, I don't know, 6:15.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I might struggle for I might get there just before 7, I think. Got to do a quick change.
Is it in this hotel?
Yeah, it's below in the ballroom. Yeah. Yeah.
I think the last time I looked in that ballroom, the Crystal Palace team were in there having an early tea before they played Bournemouth or Southampton in a League Cup tie. Potts bowls, that's pushed by Dawson to short cover, no run.
You're talking about the room downstairs here? No, that's a function room. The ballroom is as you come into reception on the right.
All right. Well, there was a function room downstairs, and I was passing one afternoon, and the Crystal. I think it was the Crystal Palace team were in there.
Yeah.
And they were playing a League Cup tie. Can't remember if it was here or at Bournemouth. But 316 for 4, the score here on the BBC. Day 1, Hampshire electing to bat against Durham. As Dawson flicks this off towards deep square leg to Beddingham, with his back to the nursery ground, 1 run. That's a bit more manageable that now, Kev, isn't it, with the window pulled, you think?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. It works well for you, that.
It does. I'm starting to cool down again now.
I'll pull it along across for you again in about 10 minutes.
Well, the sun's going round that way, isn't it? To the right, so.
Ish.
If it's not, we're in trouble and it's going the wrong way. The world's coming to an end. Third ball of the over from Potts. Forward comes Preston. Fens. He's on 48.
It's been hard going for Potts today, isn't it, really? Just that middle spell just after lunch was not his best, but so far he's wicketless. As is Ben Rain, as is in Bride and Cast. The old seamers are having a hard time of it this year. Well, generally they are, not all of them.
Prest's highest score is a century, 108 against Essex in September.
Yeah, second to last game last year.
Yeah. Potts in. Pulls a short one. That looks like it's come off the back of the bat there. Just loops away to Rain at mid-on. What was that, off the splice or the toe?
Might have got on it too early.
He has had an 85 and a 45 not out in the draw with Lancashire here this year as well.
Yeah, played very well there.
So he's only 21. This is only his 12th first-class match.
Yeah, they've been sort of wanting to get him in for a couple of seasons or so, but it was, obviously the side was doing pretty well. It's difficult to find spaces with a side that's been challenging for the championship title the last couple of years or so, but he's in now. So imagine he'll stay in.
Potts bowls, and there's his 50. That's nicely speared away through mid-wicket, just wide of Alex Lees at short mid-wicket and off towards the boundary in front of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. 50 in 62 balls and 8 fours.
Yeah, nicely played. A typical Tom Prest innings, really littered with Very, very pretty shots. Only his second first-class half-century with the 100 as well. That other half-century, as Martin mentioned, here earlier in the season. Beginning to nail down a first-team spot.
This is defended. And that is the end of the over. So 5 from the over, 8 overs to go, which is roughly about half an hour of play. Just looking at the scorecard here. So 321 for 4. This partnership 66 from 91 balls. So we've had partnerships today of 48, 86, 94, 27 now. 66.
I thought we might see some Callum Parkinson before the close, and probably a little earlier than I thought, and only by an over or two. We are going to get some more slow left arm. 3 for 99 for Callum Parkinson. He and Peter Siddle, the other wicket taker, in a day which has been hard for Durham. They've stuck at it well. Hampshire have stuck at their task well as well. Here's Parkinson, bowls, and forward is Dawson. Goes out into the covers where Scott Borthwick fields. We are into the last of the 8 overs in the day's play. As always around this time, people making their way to the exit. 6 o'clock is definitely a cut-off time for a lot of people, as that's pushed out towards extra cover. Of course, it's very important that from a Hampshire point of view that they come back tomorrow and have plenty of wickets in hand. Durham, another one for them tonight. I think they'd be fairly happy. Here's Parkinson, bowls, flighted, and Dawson smothers that delivery. Dawson remains on 31. As Parkinson's ready. He's just got the slip in. Callum Parkinson. Bowls, and Dawson pushes forward. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-off because fielder there's a little deep. Dawson started the season well with an 86 in the the first game actually Hampshire played. They didn't play, of course, at Durham. 86 and 20 in the second game here against Warwickshire. Didn't make too many against Surrey. Cut away off the back foot. Tom Prest out into the covers. No run. There'll be a few people walking back to their cars, walking back to the bus, walking back to their house. I think they'll will have felt as though they've got a lot of sun today. It's been very hot at this end. That's turned away neatly by Prest on the leg side, called through by Dawson.
I think it's going to be one of those nights where you open the car and it's like opening an oven. I'm expecting to see 12 Yorkshire puddings in my car.
Your car's back at the your bike's back at the hotel, is it?
The bike's in the car, but
it's in the car. Bit of a cycle ride tonight then. It's got a perfect night for that.
Head off along the estuary, I think.
Yeah, it's perfect.
In search of a cooling breeze.
Yeah, it'd be perfect. Find a little cafe pub, a quick pint.
Yeah.
Perfect summer's evening pastime.
It also limits how much you drink, because you've got to be able to cycle back as well.
Is there a limit to how many cyclists can have?
No. You could. There is a law where you'd be drunk in charge of a bicycle, but you don't want to be pedalling home full of gas and beer, do you, really? Pot in. Start of a new over from the pavilion end. That is played safely away by Prest, who's on 53. You could saunter out along the estuary and maybe have a couple.
Be nice and cool, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
By there. Hope they've got air conditioning on in the ballroom tonight.
We've got air conditioning in my hotel room because I left the window open when I came away this morning.
It's not on the ground floor, is it?
No, I did leave the curtains closed though. Forward comes Prest to defend this one from Potts. Runs up to Rain at mid-on. It's a bit strange being in shorts and a t-shirt for the second day in a row in this country, because it has been thoroughly miserable, and you're thinking to yourself, when are we ever going to see the sun? When is there anything going to be any warmth in the air? And when will it stop raining? Wettest 18 months on record. Probably the wettest 19, 20 months now, because it's just continued and continued. It's gone down the leg side and away for 4. Just straying too far down the leg side there. Prest helping it on its way. Keeper at full stretch, couldn't get across to it.
Started too straight, didn't it? He's trying to angle it into the right-hander, which is his normal ball, isn't it?
I think in the Durham area, our weather presenter Paul Mooney sent me an email after a game was lost against Essex in the last round of matches, and there'd been 50% more rain this year in the Durham area, but April had been about average, I think. Potts comes in, bowls. It's gone off towards short mid-wicket to Lees, no run. Whereas in some places where they have weather stations that had more than double the rainfall for April, Boomer in Northumberland was one. There was a weather station down on the coast in sort of Saltburnie area, North Yorkshire, Teesside area, and Topcliffe at North Yorkshire near Thirsk. They were all a lot wetter than usual. Potts bowls, that one's left, it goes through to the keeper. Was it miserable down here as well?
Oh
generally?
gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Feels like it never stopped raining since about September.
And cold as well.
Yeah. Never got warm, did it?
We're certainly making up for it now. It's been ideal, really. I mean, from a bowling point of view, I know they're probably feeling it a little bit now, end of the day, but to actually bowl in the warm weather,
yeah,
ideal.
Potts bowls. Forward comes the batsman Preston, just plays that gently out into the offside. No run, end of the over.
6 overs to do then. Coming up to 6:10 here at the Utilita Bowl on day 1 of this county championship match between Hampshire and Durham. First time they've actually played a championship match, as Martin said, since 2016. The one that should have been played early April was, I won't say rained off, because it didn't actually rain on it. I don't think it hardly rained at all during the normal hours of play. It was just overnight and
it was just
what's happened before.
Yeah, it was the storm on the Thursday night, wasn't it? And the water table was already so high.
Yeah.
There was nowhere, the river was high, so there was nowhere for the water in the ground to go. Vic, the groundsman, said he'd never known a spring like it.
Yeah.
And he's worked around the country.
Yeah, I think a few of the groundspeople were saying, I was talking to Simon here, and he was saying that, you know, in the meetings that he'd had with other groundspeople, so it was so difficult. I think he was saying here they normally do...
When do you sow your rice? Was that what they were asking each other?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Well, they were saying, I think Simon says he normally does about 6 weeks preparation from about February time, wasn't it? And he'd done less than a handful of days. We've got a change of bowling, and we haven't seen Colin Ackerman since before lunch with his off-spin, but we're going to see him again. The former Leicestershire player, joining Durham during the winter. 7 seasons he had at Leicester. Played here for them last year, played in the One-Day Cup final against them, Hampshire.
Did you enjoy your trip to Nottingham?
I did. I mean, it was a good game.
What day of the week was it last year? Was it a Saturday or a Thursday?
I can't remember what day it was. It might have been a Saturday, actually.
Because Durham played there two years ago. It was a Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a Saturday because there were some Leicester fans that had, on their way back or something, played Saints. I think something like that. They were singing all day. The Leicester fans at Trent Bridge. It was an amazing atmosphere for not very many people there, actually.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people said that. So here he is in a Durham shirt playing against Hampshire. He's off spin. Not too much turn there as Dawson punches that up towards mid-off. So Dawson has 32, Tom Prest has 57, and Hampshire are 327 for 4 with just under 6 overs left in the day. It's been their best day of the season so far. Dawson's forward, goes out on the offside, and I'm sure by keeping these two together at the end of play, it will stay that way. As Ackerman comes in again, bowls short, keeps a little low. Dawson couldn't quite get the contact he would have liked. as it goes out into the covers. Every now and then there's a puff of dust that comes up from the track, but there's been no real spin today, nothing really of note. It's been a little bit. So if you ask Fletcher Middleton, he'll say differently this morning, but that's been the only one that's really gone. That's turned away on the onside. Might have been the odd one other, but nothing particularly threatening. Ackerman just quickly polishes the ball as he's ready to bowl the next delivery to Dawson, flighted, and Dawson's forward, making sure that ball doesn't get past the bat or the pad. Gets a long way forward, does the Hampshire all-rounder. Ackerman again comes in and bowls. Dawson just flicks it away on the leg side. No run. End of that over. There are 5 overs to do. And Hampshire are 327 for 4. Shall I pull that window across a bit more for you? Are you all right?
I'm okay, I think.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Thinking about it, it has been a long day in the field. But score-wise, Hampshire haven't ran away with it score-wise, have they? It's been slow progress. There's only been 1 century and 1 half century.
Just over 3.5 and over they're scoring that. Yeah, which is not particularly quick. I just think with Hampshire, you know, it's amazing how quickly things can unfold, isn't it? I know it's early season, and that was told to me yesterday when I came up here, but you know, they're second from bottom.
Yeah, but one win changes all of that, doesn't it? Callum Parkinson replaces Matty Potts from the pavilion end, and the first ball is a single from Prest, a short square leg. Picked up by Borthwick, the Durham skipper, as he gives the ball a bit of a rub.
They've stuck to it well, though, haven't they, Durham? Got some good seamers. Good spinner and Callum Parkinson, backed up by Ackerman.
Parkinson comes in again and bowls. That's met on the bounce by Dawson, who moves on to 33 as he plays it out through the covers for 1. Hear some young voices downstairs. There's a bit of a sun trap at this end of the ground now, isn't it?
Yeah, they love sitting here. The ones that sit here are regulars.
Pulled out towards the square leg boundary for 4. Beddingham is coming round on the ropes but can't cut that off.
Yeah, dragged down by Parkinson, that one. That looked like a bit of a tired ball, that one.
Pressed with the boundary. So we're facing sort of southeasterly, aren't we? So the far end of the ground is now in the shade. Probably quite pleasant sitting there.
Yeah.
333 for 4. That's a leave as the ball pitches and then skips past off stump. I'm probably going to have to dial into Newcastle in a moment. I'm not sure when they will throw to me, but Total Sport is on. Was it 6:15? 2 balls left of the over. Parkinson left arm round, forward comes Preston, smothers that one on a length. Next delivery from Parkinson, and that is defended as well. End of the over then, 333 for 4. 24
balls left in the day's play. A day that started with the toss of the coin at 10:30. Hampshire won it. I have to say, it looks a good toss to have won. There was a little in it, but not much for the seamers. And Hampshire have batted well. Alior, star of the show today, with his 126 off 211 balls. Played some very, very strong shots, particularly on the offside. Some lovely drives. I know he was disappointed when he was out. Caught at cover off Siddle. As Ackerman bowls, that's turned away by Dawson to mid-wicket, but he's got the score that everybody wanted from him. We knew was there. And much promise for the future, just 23 years of age, Alior. Dawson on the back foot, pushes that out to point. It's important for him, of course, moving from Sussex during the winter, to make his mark, and he's certainly done that today. I suppose your other opener, Fletcher Middleton, had already scored 100. Maybe there was a bit of extra pressure on him. As Dawson's on the back foot there. But nevertheless, whatever else comes out of today, that is a major, major plus. And he does look a very, very good player. We'll be playing all formats as well, and you can see that with some of the shots he played. He was scared to go over the top early on in that innings. Dawson works that towards mid-wicket, and he hits the ball hard and a long way as well. Well, there's no surprises. This is a fairly quiet period now as we get towards the end of the day. Hampshire don't want to lose a wicket, of course, sacrificing perhaps the odd run here or there. Dawson's trying to force that away on the offside, but gets a bottom edge. It's very much about keeping those 6 wickets intact now, ready for tomorrow. This second new ball has been negotiated, or to a point it has, because we're into the 13th over of that. Ackerman bowls, Dawson well forward again, smothering that ball, making sure there's absolutely no chance. A maiden there from Ackerman, 3 overs to do. Dawson 33. Tom Prest, who's on 62, has played some nice shots as well. Alior's a little bit more sort of forceful with some of his shots. Tom Prest is a little bit more, is a bit more finesse. I suppose if you could try and separate the two. But both very good players, both young players, which bodes well. Here's Callum Parkinson bowls, and cut that one is pressed. Wants a single, there's a misfield, so they'll get 2 here. Ball won't quite go all the way to the third man boundary. They'll come back 3 actually. Slight misfield there from Graham Clark. A bit of a cut shot there from Prest. 65 he moves on to. Beginning to show the promise that we all knew he had in him. Bit of a slow start to his career last year when he slotted into the batting order. That 102nd to last game of the season against Essex, I'm sure, has kick-started his career, and his early season form would suggest that too. Dawson drives Parkinson out towards extra cover. Score remains on 336 for 4 here at the Utilita Bowl, which has been bathed in sunshine from start to finish. Parkinson, left arm round, cut by Dawson. Again, not quite timed. Clark comes round. Tom Prest was averaging 45 this season before this innings. And that's much more like it. He is a good player, we know that. Parkinson bowls, just holds its line a fraction as Dawson steers it out to backward a point. Parkinson trying to find that ball that came out of nowhere to Fletcher Middleton this morning. Hasn't really found it. Bowls again. Dawson leaves that alone outside off stump. Keeps a fraction low. Well taken by Ollie Robinson. 13 balls left in day 1. Parkinson just takes his time as he comes in again. Balls around the wicket, slightly more flighted as Dawson again gets well forward and smothers that bounce. And that is the end of the over. So these two came together at the fall of James Vince's wicket. He didn't look particularly happy with the decision, but sometimes that's James Vince. But I did get a message to say that they did hear another loud bang when he got back into the pavilion. So maybe that does show that he wasn't particularly happy. A judge caught behind off Parkinson for 41 off 93 deliveries. So here's a penultimate over. There's Ackerman bowls. Prest is on the back foot. I love it from the Durham fielders, 1 or 2 of them, just almost exaggerating 1 or 2 bits of fielding. The keeper, Ollie Robinson, there, as if to say, we're nearly there, lads, we're nearly there. Nearly back in the dressing room. It's almost like you exaggerate your fielding. at the end of a long, hot day, as that's pushed out on the onside. Again, there is no run. Time running out for Durham to pick up this wicket, which would certainly annoy Hampshire. Being 5 down, they've had a good day. They'll want to stay 4 down, that's for sure, as Dawson. Sorry, Prest pushes that out on the onside. Back with us, Martin?
Yeah, I think I'll be able to get done here before they come to me.
That's all right. 3 balls left of this over. Ackerman. Just a length ball, which Prest showing no inclination to do anything other than defend. 336 for 4. Ackerman again. Nothing in this pitch for him at the moment. So let's push back to him. Don't think he's got one to turn at all in the nearly 9 overs that he's bowled. I think we were all fooled a little bit by that ball this morning to Middleton. Hasn't really done too much. Bowls again and Prest is forward, and that's the end of the penultimate over. So we have 6 balls left with Hampshire at 336 for 4. That was a maiden from Colin Ackerman. And I presume Callum Parkinson will bowl the final over, which he does. He's walking slowly up to the top end of the ground as we look. Cap in hand, hands it to the umpire, and we're almost ready.
The sun's still high in the sky to our right. Still a lot of heat in the day here. Parkinson left arm round. It's played away to Shortman wicket by the batsman Dawson, who's on 33, I think that says.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got a lovely email here from Stephen Clark, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, as the ball is 14 overs old, well, it's 15 now, is it due to be changed?
Parkinson bowls and Dawson defends.
I think you can bet your bottom dollar that if Durham don't pick up a wicket in the first 10 overs tomorrow morning, they'll be doing their best to try and get it changed.
Three, 6 for 4. Oh, he went back into the crease then, tried to drive off the back foot. There was a noise. I thought initially it had hit the stumps, but then the shout was for catch it. The ball looped forward. The keeper came racing to try and get it, but either way, no wicket. Difficult to see what that hit because the keeper and first slip are obscuring our view. Parkinson again left arm round. That's played safely away on the offside. And we are nearly at the end of day 1 here. Two balls to go, 1 ball to go, as that's defended. So they haven't ran away with it by any stretch of the imagination, but it has been a decent day with the bat for Hampshire, and although they've only had the 1 Centurion in all who made 126, they have got Prest on 65, Dawson on 33. This partnership began at 255 for 4, and it will continue tomorrow morning. That's a maiden. So that is the end of the day's play. So 336 for 4 is not a bad position to be in. Run rate about 3.5 and over.
So that's our coverage completed for the first day. A long, hot day. And Hampshire batting promising more for tomorrow morning. This second new ball, 16 overs old, so it'll still be fairly hard. There'll be a bit of work to do tomorrow, but if the batters can get in, then they can press home this advantage. 126 from 211 balls, Ali Orr, the standout innings. 41 from James Vince, and the 2 not-out batters, Prest on 65, Dawson on 33, and Callum Parkinson with the best figures for Durham for 3 for 110 from 25 overs. Thank you, Martin. Thank you as well to Anthony Clapham, who was on earlier, also to Simon Hughes. Simon Hughes will be back on Monday. He's not around for the next couple of days, but Stanley Marissa will be with us, joining me and Martin tomorrow, so join us then.